Because of the cause of pain, truth in my life, like for to move on. Why? Oh, this. No.
हेलो एंड वंस अगेन वेलकम बैक PUBG मोबाइल या फिर इन द चैट का नया फ्रेश एपिसोड में हामी फेरि पनि आइसकेको छौं
If I
एन्ड
shoot,
यो
it
सोको
goes
बारेमा
in.
त मैले बताइ
I'm
नै रहेको छु मल्टिपल
coasting.
एपिसोडहरु
Get
त
so wet
अलरेडी
and
अन एयर
coasters. I
भइसकेको
got a
छ
selfie
हेर्नु
with
भएको छ भने
Oprah
गएर हेर्नु होला
and
हामी कम्युनिटीको लागि
roasted
सो
her.
बनाउँदै छौं कम्युनिटीबाट
The
नि अनि
state
कम्युनिटी भन्ने
say
भने
all
मको
six
लेभलमा
and
e-स्पोर्ट्स भन्छ
afraid say all
एन्ड
fun.
e-स्पोर्ट्स
My
भन्ने
pants
भने एक्जिस्ट
661.
भएदेखि अहिलेसम्म
There's
लड्ने
no
अनि
fun.
आफैले
We can
आफैलाई
come back to my
स्ट्याब्लिश
door.
गर्ने आई थिंक एउटा दुईटा
I
टिम
know
छन् त्यो मध्येमा
we're
एउटा
gonna end on a
स्पेशल
high
टिम
note.
छ आज
Spy with my little
हामीसँग
eye.
टिम नै भनौँ किन
A girl
भन्दा
like
नट
a
द
kitty
इन्डिभिजुअल
cause
जुन हामीले
he
प्रिभियस सोहरुमा
likes
चाहिँ
a
गरिरहेको
curly
थियौं
haired
एन्ड
cutie
वी विल
girl.
ट्राई टु फाइन्ड के
My
एफ इन द
wife.
च्याट
Wait,
मोमेन्ट्सहरु
that means
मसँग
forever,
छन् डेरा
ever
गाइजका
holding me on
मेम्बरहरु
my
सिफुल लभ
oh.
अनि
I
जोकर
spy
स्वागत
with
छ
my
सबैको
little eye.
Hello.
A girly I
Hello,
can
thank
get
you,
cause she don't
Zanalai.
get too many
Thank you.
likes. A curly headed cutie I can turn into my wife. Wait, that means forever, hold up, never mind. I spy with my little eye. I
एफ इन द
spy
च्याट
with my little
ओके हामी
eye.
यो सो सुरु
Why,
गर्छौं बट
why
आज
I
चाहिँ म
spy
अलिकता
with my
नयाँ
little
पारा
eye.
चाहिँ खोजेँ स्टार्ट गर्न मसँग
Why I
एउटा भनाइ
spy
रहेको
with
छ म
my little
चाहन्छु
eye.
आफूहरूले गेस गरोस् कि त्यो भनाइ कसको भनेर पपुलर पनि हो एन्ड देन टिमसँग रिलेटेबल पनि हुन जान्छ बाइ द वे म चाहन्छु सिफिले सबसे लास्टमा गेस गर बाँकी दुईजना पहिला पहिला कल दिन्छ ठिक छ भनाइ रहेको छ बिफोर द ब्याटल अफ फिस्ट कम्स द ब्याटल अफ माइन्ड एउटा एकदमै पपुलर सेयिङ रहेको छ कसैलाई आइडिया छ यो कसले भनेको थियो
PUBG player go.
अलरेडी जोकरले भने जोकरलाई थाहा छ कसको हो जोकर
Idea छैन.
लास्ट गेस बचेको
My
सिफु
neck throbbing.
कहीँ न कहीँ त सुनेको थिएँ तर
Sobbing.
कसले
My
भनेको
brother's
एक्ज्याक्टली
on
मैले
my back
बिर्सेँ
like the last name.
महान
I
मान्छेले
remember
भन्न
telling everyone I
भएको रहेछ
couldn't be him. But later,
एकदमै महान
I
व्यक्तित्व एकदमै महान व्यक्तित्व
went
हुनुहुन्छ
from
उहाँ
fat
उहाँ हुनुहुन्थ्यो
chance to
हाम्रो
diamonds and
ग्रान्ड
another
मास्टर
lane.
सिफु ठिकै
Went
छ
from can
तपाईँले
you take
मिलाउनु
me
भयो
here to
ए
another lane? Went from Denver
ओके
to the
ठिक छ
lane to remember my
स्टार्ट
name. So I
रमाइलो भयो
remember
एफिन द
all
च्याट
the people
सँगसँगै
who would fuck with
अभियसली
me.
अडियन्सलाई थाहा छ
The
के गर्नु
call is
पर्छ यसको
now, let
कमेन्ट
me
आयो भनेर बट
story.
ओके म स्टार्ट गर्न
Grade
चाहन्छु
from gold
सोलाई
to
एउटा
diamonds in
अर्को
my
तरिकाले
teeth.
ताकि
I don't end
नयाँ
up in the
अडियन्स यदि
wind
जोड्नु
like we're
भएको छ
looking
भने
for a
उहाँहरूलाई पनि थाहा
mystery.
होस् तपाईँहरू को हो किन यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ भन्ने तरिकाले ठिक
Me,
छ सो बेसिकली
oh,
कुन टिम
I've been living a
नाम थाहा
luxury.
बस्नुहुन्छ
The
कहिले
girls
कहाँ
stick
हुनुहुन्छ
together
टिममा
like
कहिले आबद्ध
piano keys, and now
हुनुहुन्छ
my
तपाईँ के
mother's
रोलमा
mother
के
won't.
हुनुहुन्छ सो जति डिटेल्स छ आफ्नो
The
बारेमा
damn rubber
मजाले
I
भन्न पाए सुरु गरौँ ल
spiraling
अब
while I lie. A
नमस्ते,
girly
म
girl
चाहिँ
get
मौसम गुरुङ. धेरै
too
जस्तो
many
मान्छेले
likes.
मलाई
A
टुल्लो
girl
भनेर
that had a
चिनिन्छ
cutie
र
girl
म
can
डेढा
turn into
स्काइजबाट
my
खेल्छु.
wife.
मेरो घर
Wait,
चाहिँ
that means
टनमा छ तर
forever,
म
ever.
करेन्टली
Hold on, never
ललितपुरमा बस्छु
mind.
र म
Oh,
यो टिममा
I
6
spy
महिना
with
भयो.
my little eye.
ओके
Girly I can
अब
get cause
सिफु
she
त
don't get
अनर
too
नै
many
लिडर नै
likes.
एभ्रिथिङ
A
भएपछि
curly
सायद
headed
सिफुलाई लास्टमा
cutie I
सोध्नु
can
होला
turn
जोकर
into my wife. Hold on. Ever hold on, never
नमस्ते, मेरो
mind.
नाम विनय श्रेष्ठ,
Oh,
घर चाहिँ
I
मेचा
spy with my little eye.
अनि
I
मलाई
spy
जोकर
with
भनेर
my
चिन्छन्.
little lie.
गेम
Oh,
खेल्ने प्राय
I
गेम
spy
खेल्ने
with my
यिनीहरूले.
little lie. Oh,
म टिममा
I
आएको 2
spy
महिना
with
3
my
महिना जति
little
भयो.
lie.
ओके
Why?
लास्टमा हाम्रो वान एन्ड ओन्ली सिफु सर
सो म चाहिँ टिमको ओनर एन्ड फाउन्डर रहेको छु एन्ड मेरो टिम चाहिँ 2019को एन्डदेखि सुरु भएको छ एन्ड अहिलेसम्ममा जर्नी कन्टिन्यू छ
ओके अहिलेको एकदमै कडा हट टपिक भनेको चाहिँ पिएमडब्लुआई थियो एन्ड देन त्यहीमा पनि
And
पिएमडब्लुआईमा
getting
प्लेयरहरूको
high.
एन्ट्रान्स
Well,
थियो मतलब
maybe
त्यहाँ
a
प्राइज
little
पुल पनि थियो
baby, I
समहाउ
don't wanna
कसको राम्रो
lie.
इन्ट्री हुन्छ
I know
भनेर
when you
बट डेटा
text me,
गाइजले
girl, I
एकदमै
don't always
मजेदार रहेको थियो यसको
reply.
प्लान के
Well, you're
थियो र
not an angel
कस्तो
either,
गर्यो
you
जति
can't
प्लान
even
गरेको थियो त्यो
fly.
स्टेजमा पुग्यो
Oh,
कि
I
पुगेन बताउनु पर्यो
noticed
ब्याकग्राउन्ड
you
कहानी
think that you know shit. All the shit that's coming
About
at
Dead
me,
Eyes
I
Guys
wonder
like
who
in
throw this.
PMWI.
You can see the
त्यो हाम्रो
vision,
जुन
boy, you
डान्स
must
थियो
be out of
त्यो हामीलाई चाहिँ
focus.
एकदम राम्रो
That's
लागेको थियो
all our
किनकि
album
जस्तो हाम्रो
movie, I
ब्याकग्राउन्ड थियो
wonder
त्यस्तै नै
who
भएको थियो
wrote it.
र
Oh
यो
shit,
प्लानिङमा के भएको
oh,
थियो भने
it
सबै
was all way.
झट्झुट
All the
भएको
hell,
मतलब
clown around me.
हामीले पहिले सोचेको थियो कि कसले कुन कुन डान्स गर्छ भनेर घरमा म यतिकै यो बुट क्याम्प भने मैले यतिकै नाचेको थियो र शिव दाइले
Oh, the
यतिकै ल
fucking
तिमीले यो
snow
डान्स
there.
गर्नुपर्छ
Hey,
भनेको
boy.
थियो मैले त्यही डान्स गरेँ अन टपलाई पनि
Goes
सेम
it.
थियो
I'm
यस्तो यस्तो
goes in.
गर्नुपर्छ
If I
भनेको अन्त
shoot,
पनि
it
सेम
goes
गरेको
in.
थियो र
I'm a
हामीले
Cali just coasting.
जस्ट
And
त्यो
so wet
डान्सको
and
अगाडि
coasters. I
हामी
got a
भेन्यूमा
selfie
जब
with the
जानुभन्दा
Oprah.
अगाडि
I ain't just
होटेलमा थियो
and posted.
तब
And a
हामीले जस्ट
happy
एउटा
place to
प्र्याक्टिस
post
गरेको थियो
it.
एउटा सिङ्क
Planet
गरौँ न
says
भने
those
कस्तो
takes.
देखिन्छ
I
भनेर भिडियो
create
पनि
single
सबैलाई
one.
छ
My pad
हो त्यो
like six
गरेको थियो
flags and your
राम्रो
house is
देखेको थियो
no fun.
हाम्रो चाहिँ
You can
जस्ट लागेको
come
थियो
back to
कि
mine though.
हामीले
And
जित्छ
truth
जस्तो
was
लागेको
fine
थियो
though.
तर
We're gonna end
त्यो
on a
सायद
high note.
सिङ्क
I
हामीले
spy
रोचेको
with
जितेको
my
जस्तो
little
लाग्थ्यो
lie. Girlie, I can get,
PMWI
but
मा
she don't
चाहिँ
get too
डेढाई
many
गाइज
likes. A
सबैभन्दा
curly
पपुलर
headed
टिम
cutie, I
नेपालको
can
अथवा
turn
साउथ
her
एसियाको
into my
भनेर गएको
wife.
थियो इनफ्याक्ट म
With
ओभरअल
that peace
भोट त
forever, ever. Hold
हाइएस्ट
on,
गएको
never
थियो पुरै
mind.
वर्ल्ड मध्येबाट
Oh,
सरप्राइज
I
थियो त्यो कुरा
spy
चाहिँ
with
बट
my
या
little lie.
एक्सपेक्टेड थियो
Girlie, I can turn
सिफुको लागि
any
म
likes.
चाहिँ
A
त्यो
curly
कुरामा चाहिँ
headed
अलिकति
cutie,
सरप्राइज
I
नै
can
थिएँ
turn into my wife.
आई थिङ्क जस्ट यति बेसी भोट्स आउँछ भने चाहिँ एक्सपेक्ट गरेको थिएन एन्ड या डेफिनेटली अब युनिटी इज पावर होइन सो त्यो चाहिँ देखियो सो यति बेसी सपोर्ट एन्ड मायाले चाहिँ अझै हामीलाई मोटिभेट गर्दैछ यस सो सरप्राइज पनि थिएँ म
क्लियरली डिई नेपालको सबैभन्दा बिगेस्ट फ्यानबेस टिम राइट नाउ रहेको छ भोट राम्रो आएको थियो बट या इट्स मेरो लागि पनि सकिङ थियो कि ओ माई गड यति ई स्पोर्ट्स अडियन्स पनि छ भनेर कम्प्लिटली मेक सेन्स म चाहन्छु जोकरबाट जान्नको लागि किन भन्दा जोकर लास्ट टाइम पनि ग्लोबल टियर खेलेको मान्छे योपालि पनि ल्यान्डमा गयो वर्ल्डको सबसे बेस्ट टिमसँग भिड्ने मौका पायो सो द्याट्स वाइ ओभरअलमा जर्नी कस्तो र एक्सपेक्टेड तरिकाले गयो या खोजेभन्दा राम्रो गएन एन्ड देन ओभरअलमा त्यो टिमहरुसँग लबी शेयर गर्नुको एक्सपिरियन्स
लबी त एकदम टाइट थियो कि अब अझै हामी चाहिँ टप 5-6 हुन्छ नि त्यतिसम्म फिनिस गर्छौँ सोचेको थिएँ तर एक्सपेक्टेड जस्तो गेम गएन अनि त्यहाँको इन्भाइरोमेन्ट पनि अब हामीले त्यो डिभाइसमा पनि एडप्ट गर्न हल्का टाइम लाग्ने भयो 2-3 दिन त खेलेको थियो त्यही माथि त्यो फोन चाहिँ तपाईँको भेन्यू बाहिर लान पाउँथेन क्या त्यो कारणले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ गेम दिन पाएन फोनलाई त्यो एउटा रिजन भयो अनि जस लबी टफ थियो रमाइलो भयो
जित र हार त गेमको पार्ट भइ नै हाल्छ सधैँ त्यो लेभलको पर्फर्मेन्स आउँछ भन्ने कुरा पनि रहेन बट रिवाइन्ड गरौँ हामी प्रेजेन्टमा लिभ गर्दै थियौँ भर्खर भएको कुराहरू जान्दै थियौँ हट टपिक वाला कुराहरू थियो बट रिवाइन्ड गरेर डेटा गाइजको इतिहास खोदल्न खोज्ने हो भने सायद सिफुले हेल्प गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ यो टपिकमा डेटा गाइज कहाँबाट आयो नाम किन आयो एन्ड देन इनिसियल थट के थियो टिमलाई लिएर
ओके सो यस बारेमा चाहिँ म के भन्न चाहन्छु भन्दाखेरि सो ब्याक इन 2019 को पिएमसिओदेखि नै जस अब हामीले उयो गरेर आयो तर 2020 देखि हामी आयौँ किनभने त्यति बेला पनि जस भनौँ न पोइन्ट्स आई मिन क्वालिफाइङ सिस्टम चाहिँ चेन्ज भएर चाहिँ लास्ट मोमेन्टमा हामी क्वालिफाई गर्न पाएको थियौँ त्यति बेला सो त्यो त्यहाँदेखि चाहिँ हाम्रो फर्म भयो एन्ड भनौँ न अब टिमलाई लिएर चाहिँ नाम चाहिँ कसरी भयो भन्दाखेरि अब यतिकै अब सोचिरहेको थियौँ एन्ड त्यो टाइममा चाहिँ सबैले कार 98 एन्ड MT4 स्नाइपर एकदम फेमस थियो त्यति बेला एन्ड डेराईको टाइटल थियो एन्ड मङ्क मेरो जुन फर्मर मेम्बर हुन्छ ऊ र मैले चाहिँ सोचेर यसो डेराई भनेर राखेको एन्ड डेराइज गाइज त्यहाँबाट पछि आएको एन्ड टिमलाई लिएर चाहिँ मेरो विचार के थियो भन्दाखेरि अफकोर्स अब केही कुरा गर्दैछु भने प्रोफेसनल तरिकाले नै लग्ने चाहिँ मेरो बानी छ होइन यतिकै अब टाइम वेस्ट छैन सो त्यो हिसाबले अब प्रोफेसनल तरिकाले लग्यो एन्ड हियर वी आर राइट नाउ
अभियसली आई थिङ्क डेटा गेजको सबसे बेस्ट पार्ट के लाग्छ भन्दा नेपालभित्र नै सबै कुरा छ डेटा गेजको कुनै रिलेसन बाहिर त्यस्तो छैन बट येट एउटा प्रपर स्ट्रक्चर तरिकाले चाहिँ डेटा गेज चल्छ द्याट्स द बेस्ट पार्ट एन्ड या थ्याङ्क्स टु सिफु अभियसली रेस्ट अफ द प्लेयर्स एन्ड देन अभियसली म्यानेजमेन्टलाई पनि बट म यहाँबाट जान्न चाहेँ कि नेपालमा अहिले कम्पिटिसन कहाँ देख्नुहुन्छ आई थिङ्क सायद यो एन्सर लभले दिन सक्छ किन भन्दा लभ रिसेन्टली चम्किएको एन्ड अरू चम्किने टिम्स एन्ड प्लेयरहरू पनि टनमा आइरहेको छन् ग्लोबलमा नेपाल रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्न फेरि जान सक्छ किन भन्दा पिएमजिसी धेरै टाढा छैन सो न्यू ट्यालेन्टलाई आफूले कसरी हेर्छ इभन पिएमएनएसमा पनि डेटा गाइजलाई गाह्रो पर्यो अघिल्लो स्टेजमा जानको लागि सो अलटुगेदर यो टपिकमा आऊ कि न्यू ट्यालेन्ट के लाग्छ आफूलाई कति माथि जान सक्छ के छ पोटेन्सियल एन्ड आफू पनि राइज गरेको हो आउट अफ नो वेयर सो
मेरो चाहिँ के भनाइ छ यसमा भन्दाखेरि न्यू ट्यालेन्टहरू धेरै नै छ नेपालमा भन्नुपर्दा अहिले प्लेयर्सहरू धेरै एडभान्स भइसकेको छ तर अझै प्लेयर्सहरू भन्दा नि हाम्रो नेपालमा चाहिँ कोचहरू धेरै भएको छैन कोचहरूको धेरै कमी देखा पर्यो हामी जब पिएमडब्ल्युमा थिए तब पनि हाम्रो मात्रै कोच थिएन होला सायद त्यो अल ओभर टिमभरिमा सो त्यही हो प्लेयर्सहरू जति एडभान्स भयो नि एउटा लिड गर्ने मान्छे हुनुपर्छ लाइक जस्तै कि कोच जसले गेमहरू हेर्छ यताउता सिकाउँछ सो प्लेयर्सहरू त ठिकै राम्रै छ हाम्रो नेपालमा भनौँ न धेरै एडभान्स छ
ओके, म सिपुबाट जान्न चाहेँ किन भन्दा मैले टिमलाई स्टार्टबाट देखिरहेको छु। टिम हिरो हुन्छ, त्यसपछि काइन्ड अफ स्क्रैचमा झर्छ, एन्ड देन टिम बिल्ड हुन्छ, एन्ड देन टपमा जान्छ, फेरि टिम कहीँ न कहीँ फेरबदल हुन्छ। अहिले पनि रोस्टर फेरबदल चलि नै रहेको छ। त्यो टिम बनाउँदाखेरि आफूले एक्ज्याक्टली के हेर्छ? प्लेयरमा पोटेन्सियल, स्किल बाहेक पनि केही कुरा हुन्छ अभियसली जुन म्याटर गर्छ।
सो टिममा चाहिँ म अब मेरो तरिका हुन्छ कसरी खेलाउने र त्यो अनुसारले म प्लेयर्सहरू चुज गर्छु। एन्ड कुरा गर्नु पर्दाखेरि सिजन 4 मा जहाँ चाहिँ हामी रनर अप भएको थियौँ, एन्ड त्यति बेलाको टाइममा चाहिँ सबै मेरो प्लेयरहरू क्लोज रेन्जमा भन्दा पनि मिड रेन्जमा सबै पर्फेक्ट थिए। सो मैले त्यो अनुसार स्ट्राटेजी बनाएर हामी मिड खेल्नु प्रिफर गर्थ्यौँ। एन्ड अनफर्चुनेटली भनौँ अब सेकेन्ड भयो होइन, केही छैन, तर त्यसमा गुनासो छैन। एन्ड अब बाँकीको टुर्नामेन्टहरू जस्तै अब लिगहरूमा अन्सलाई पनि थाहा छ, त्यसमा हामी लिग स्टेजहरूमा चाहिँ अब ट्राई आउट गर्छौँ। हाम्रो मेन गोल भनेको फाइनल्स हो। सो त्यसमा चाहिँ अब फोकस गर्दाखेरि अब अलिकति स्क्र्याच जस्तो देखिन्छ, तर हाम्रो त्यो होइन। हाम्रो मेन उयो चाहिँ टार्गेट चाहिँ अफकोर्स फाइनल्स हो, एन्ड फाइनल्समा सिजन 5 मा पनि सेकेन्डै भएको। एन्ड त्यसरी नै अब भन्न चाहन्छु, अब आफ्नो तरिका हुन्छ।
सबको आफ्नो प्रेफरेन्स हुन्छ। कोही ओभरअल टुर्नामेन्टमा डोमिनेसन देखाउँ भन्ने सोच्छ, कोही अभियसली सोच्छ कि फाइनल बिगर पिक्चर टाइटल जितो भन्ने तरिकाले खेल्छ। एन्ड डेड आई गाइज 2टा सिजनमा ब्याक टु ब्याक सेकेन्ड आएको छ, त्यसको लागि चाहिँ प्लस म्याड रेस्पेक्ट चाहिँ हुन जान्छ डेड आई गाइजमा। हामी कुरा गरौँ अब डेटा गाइजको बुट क्याम्पको बारेमा। किन भन्दा डेटा गाइज पनि बुट क्याम्पमा बस्छ, प्लेयरहरू सँगै बस्छन्, सँगै बसेपछि मजा पनि आउँछ, गेम बिग्रियो भने कुरा गर्न पनि सजिलो हुन्छ अभियसली, राइट? एन्ड देन त्यो मात्रै नभएर कहिले काहीँ भनौँ न रमाइलो पनि हुन्छ भयो भने। सो बुट क्याम्प एक्ज्याक्टली कसरी चल्छ, के हुन्छ, म जान्न चाहेँ। लभले भने पनि सायद मजा आउँछ।
हाम्रो बुट क्याम्पमा गेम पनि सिरियसली नै हुन्छ र हामी गेमहरू पनि एनालाइज गर्छ। हाम्रो प्रोजेक्टर छ होइन, हामी प्रोजेक्टरमा गेमहरू एनालाइसिस गर्छ। अहिले हाम्रो नयाँ कोच एडेड भएको छ, आइजिएलबाट कोच एडेड भएको छ, र हामीले गेमहरू त्यसरी एनालाइसिस गर्छ। र हाम्रो बुट क्याम्प बाहेक लाइक गेमिङ बाहेक अरू हामी बुट क्याम्पमा के गर्छौँ भने हाम्रो स्विमिङ पुल छ, सानो मिनी स्विमिङ पुल छ, त्यसमा हामी कहिले काहीँ चिल गर्छौँ। अनि नाइट टाइममा हामी कहिले काहीँ के भन्छ सँगै सबै मिलेर रामेन पार्टी गर्छौँ र नाइट सोहरू हुन्छ, लाइक बुट क्याम्पमै नाइट सो प्रोजेक्टरहरू लाएर। त्यस्तै हुन्छ हाम्रो बुट क्याम्प, रमाइलो छ गेम बाहेक पनि।
ओके, बुट क्याम्प एउटा कहिलेकाहीँ स्विमिङ हल, पार्टी प्यालेस, अनि त्यसपछि होम थिएटर सबै बन्छ। एन्ड स्पेसली जुन कामको लागि बुट क्याम्प छ त्यो पनि हुन्छ साथमा। सो अल टुगेदर बोनसमा आउँछ। हामी सिफुको बारेमा चाहिँ कुरा गरौँ होइन। 2टा प्लेयरबाट चाहिँ म पोल खोलाउन चाहेँ सिफुको बारेमा। पोजिटिभ र नेगेटिभ कुराहरू। सिफु सरको यो एकदमै सही छ, यो नगरे हुन्थ्यो नि भन्ने केही छ भने म पहिला जोकरबाट जान्न चाहन्छु।
नगरे हुन्थ्यो नि। पहिला अब नेगेटिभबाट जाउँ ल। बेला बेला बढी झर्किनुहुन्छ, अनि त्यसपछि पर्सनल्ली मलाई चाहिँ धेरै बेर सुत्नु दिनुहुन्न, छिटो
पर्सनल्ली
उठाइदिने, अनि धेरै सुत्नै नदिने। अनि पोजिटिभ पार्टमा त अब धेरै कुरा राम्रो छ। लाइक अब टिम ह्यान्डलिङ भयो, अब एनालाइज गर्ने, त्यसपछि टिम कोअर्डिनेसन मिलाउने, कल्सहरू, टिमलाई कसरी अगाडि लाने, फाइटिङ्सदेखि लिएर अब सबै कुरा क्या, त्यो चाहिँ अब गुडै छ भनौँ।
लभले पनि पोल खोल्नै पर्ने हुन्छ।
केबाट सुरु गर्ने, राम्रो सुरु होइन नराम्रोबाट?
जे मन लाग्छ। सिफु सरले स्यालेरी काट्नुहुन्न।
नराम्रो पार्टबाट सुरु गर्नु पर्दा हाम्रो लिडरको चाहिँ के बानी छ भन्दाखेरि ऊ मान्छेहरूलाई चाँडै विश्वास गर्छ र पछि गएर धेरै रिग्रेट खान्छ। लाइक जो भए पनि नर्मल्ली जस्तो मान्छे भए पनि अब कोही अफरहरू यताउता ल्याइहाल्यो भने पनि चाँडै एक्सेप्ट गरिहाल्नुहुन्छ। लाइक चाँडै आफ्नो ठानिहाल्छ क्या उसले, त्यो चाहिँ एउटा हेरेर गर्दैन के। अनि राम्रो बानी त त्यही हो, अब भाइ जस्तो ठान्छ सबैलाई, अनि राम्रो राख्नुहुन्छ। राम्रो के छ बुट क्याम्पमा, कतै यताउता गर्न दिँदैन।
यताउता गर्न दिँदैन।
त्यही हो। अब भाइहरूलाई कस्तो गर्छ जेठो दाइले पिटिराख्ने त्यस्तो चाहिँ पिटी चाहिँ गर्दैन यताउता।
बुट क्याम्पमा हात उठाइएको छ खेलाडीमाथि, अनरले पावर देखाएको छ। लान्छना लागिसकेको सिरियस टपिकमा म सिधै कन्भर्ट गर्न चाहे फनबाट। सिफु सर, लाइक आफूलाई के लाग्छ कि यो टिमलाई यहाँसम्म ल्याउनमा केले हेल्प गर्यो? व्हाट इज द सिक्रेट? भित्रपट्टि आफूमा हुन्छ नि एउटा जोस, त्यो के होला? लाइक व्हाट इज द सिक्रेट बेसिकली?
सो मैले अब भनौँ न स्टार्ट गर्दाखेरि नै जस अब एउटा सपना बोकेर स्टार्ट गरेको थिएँ ग्लोबल स्टेजमा चाहिँ अब सुरुमा त अफकोर्स अब एउटा ल्यान्ड टुर्नामेन्ट खेल्ने थियो अब ग्लोबल होइन तपाईँको अब वर्ल्डकै सबसे बेस्ट अर्थकै भनौँ सबसे बेस्ट बेस्ट टिम्सहरूसँग यसो ल्यान्ड सेयर गर्ने थियो त्यो सपना बोकेर गएको थियो एन्ड नेपाललाई रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्ने त्यो ठाउँमा थियो एन्ड अफकोर्स अब अहिले चाहिँ अब आई थिङ्क यही नै अफिसियल टुर्नामेन्ट नेपालबाट भनौँ न यो वर्ल्ड उयसमा चाहिँ अब हामीले जस रिप्रेजेन्ट गरेको छौँ त्यसमा खुसी छु एन्ड अब त रिप्रेजेन्ट होइन अब चाहिँ अब डरै गर्नुपर्छ भनेर चाहिँ अब हुन्छ नि अब लाइक माथि नै तिरै अब पर्फर्म गर्नु पर्छ भनेर त्यो जोसले चाहिँ म अगाडि बढ्छु सधैँ एन्ड अब अहिले त्यही हो अब अलिकति हेल्थ इस्युज एन्ड अलिकति आफ्नो आफूले पनि खेल्न सक्दिनँ जस्तो फिल हुन थाल्यो सो अब कोचिङ गरेर अब अगाडि बढ्ने अब जबरजस्ती ढिट खेल्ने कुरा पनि आउँदैन नि त होइन सो त्यही हो अब मेरो मेन अल्टिमेटली टार्गेट चाहिँ जसरी भए पनि अब नेपाललाई जस माथि नै पुऱ्याउने मेरो विचार त्यसले नै मलाई मोटिभेट गर्छ एन्ड अफकोर्स प्लेयर्सहरू अब उनीहरूलाई त के भन्नु अब उनीहरू पनि बुझ किन छँदैछ मिहिनेत गर्छ मैले राम्रो खेलाएँ भने राम्रो खेल्ने हो अब खेलाउनु सकिनँ भने त अफकोर्स अब त्यही त हो होइन बेस्ट हो मेरो प्लेयरहरू चाहिँ
ओके म सबैबाट जान्न चाहेँ यो क्वेसनको एन्सर चाहिँ म एक एक गरेर सोध्छु है त क्वेसन रहेको छ तपाईँ अहिले हुनुहुन्छ ई स्पोर्ट्स प्रो प्लेयर टप नच नेपालको सबसे बेस्ट होइन यसको तपाईँलाई सबसे मनपर्ने पार्ट के अनि मन नपर्ने पार्ट के एउटा कुरा मलाई यो भएर म यो छु
अडियन्सहरूले राम्रो गर्यो राम्रो यता भन्छ जब हल्का पनि नराम्रो ब्याड पर्फर्मेन्स आउँछ भने धेरै मान्छेहरू आइहाल्छ डिएममा यस्तो यस्तो क्रिटिसाइज गर्न आइहाल्छ त्यो चाहिँ हल्का प्रब्लम देखिन्छ भनौँ न मलाई चाहिँ त्यस्तो प्रब्लम लाग्छ अनि राम्रो पार्ट के हो भन्दाखेरि अब स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर भएपछि अब लोकल्ली नभइकन अब हामीले जस्ट अब के भन्छ रिसेन्टली इन्टरनेसनली इभेन्ट पनि खेल्यो त्यो चाहिँ एकदम प्राउड लाग्छ आफूलाई र त्यही हो
नेपालको एउटा मात्रै टिम जान्छ त्यो त्यो टिमको मेम्बर म त्यो कुराले प्राउड फिल गर्छ ओके पर्फेक्टली जस्ट बताइयो भनौँ जोकर प्रो प्लेयर हुनुको फाइदा के बेफाइदा के ल
धेरैजनाले हेरेर हुन्छ अनि आफ्नो लाइक इच एन्ड एभ्री मुभ्सहरू हेरेर हुन्छ नि त सबैजनाले अनि लाइक सानो गल्ती पनि गर्न एकदम मेजरै हो भन्दा नि हुन्छ
ओके मसँग अर्को एउटा इन्ट्रेस्टिङ क्वेसन रहेको छ पबजी मोबाइल सुन्दा बित्तिकै दिमागमा सबैभन्दा पहिलो कुरा के आउँछ वर्डमै बतायो अथवा सेन्टेन्समा बतायो आफूलाई जे सही लाग्छ ल
ब्रदरहुड
ओके जोकर
के वान वर्डमै दिनुपर्ने
तिम्रो मर्जी
म त रातभरि खेलेर बिहान 5 बजे नसुती कलेज गएको अनि कलेज गएर सुतेको याद आउँछ
ओके आउट अफ नोवेयर आएको छ यो आन्सर चाहिँ एन्ड सिफु
सो पबजी एन्ड स्पोर्ट्स अब पबजी भन्ने बित्तिकै चाहिँ अब अफकोर्स एउटा बन्डिङ फ्यामिली भइहाल्यो अब अफकोर्स फ्यामिली एउटा क्रिएट गर्यो एन्ड डिसाइड्स द्याट फ्युचर पबजी एन्ड स्पोर्ट्स इज द फ्युचर
ओके यो रहेको थियो हाम्रो जनरल कन्भर्सेसन जहाँ हामीले केही रमाइलो गऱ्यौँ केही सिरियस पनि कुरा गऱ्यौँ केही मोटिभेसन खाले कुरा पनि गऱ्यौँ अब हामी जान्छौँ स्पेसल सेगमेन्टतर्फ जुन म एउटा क्वेसन सोध्छु तपाईँको बुट क्याम्पमा कोसँग चाहिँ त्यो कुरा रिलेट हुन जान्छ तपाईँले चाहिँ पेपरमा लेखेर मलाई देखाउनु पर्ने हुन्छ एन्ड यदि केही गरिकन दुईजनाको एन्सर म्याच भयो भने आई विल आस्क वाइ भनेर पनि ठिक छ सो मसँग केही क्वेसन छन् तपाईँले बुट क्याम्पमा बस्ने प्लेयर आई वुड सजेस्ट कि मोस्टली प्लेयरमा जाओस् ताकि अझै मजा आउँछ त्यो प्लेयरलाई जिस्काउन पाइन्छ अभियसली ठिक छ सो यसरी गर्न पाइन्छ नलेख्नेले पनि लेखिहालिन अब
सबै चलिएर
सरी जोकरले बतायो किनभने जोकरले आफूले पहिलेबाट चरीलाई दिन्छ सो बतायो के रिजन हुन सक्छ
त्यो मान्छे
Mhm.
राम्रो छ
राम्रो
एज
छ
अ फ्रेन्ड एज अ ब्रदर एज अ फ्रेन्ड एज अ ब्रदर हुन्छ नि हल्का त्यो म्याच्योर टाइपको छ क्या अनि रमाइलोको बेलामा रमाइलो गेमको बेला गेम
अनि चिल हो के मेट बुझेन हैन
त्यही भएर
प्यानिक
चिल
नभन
बुझेन हौ।
ओके हामीसँग अर्को क्वेसन टिमको सबैभन्दा फन्नी चाहिँ को छ सबसे बढी जोक हान्ने चाहिँ को छ हँसाइ गर्ने टाइप अर मेबी यु क्यान से कि लाइक यो प्लेयर अलिक बढी बोल्छ टाइप
Funny time. I'm the serious in the fan.
त्यही त म त एन्सरै हेर्ने यार लभ लेखेको अन टप लेखेको
बताएर भन्ने होइन के लेख्ने हो नि बल्ल देखाउनु
Funny though.
भयो
अनि लास्टमा अनि शिव सर लेख्ने हो क्या
देखा
Love.
अब रे
लभ रे केटाहरूले मलाई बेला खोजिरा
ओके लभ एकदमै इन्ट्रेस्टिङ क्यारेक्टर हो आई
चढेको अझै नि छ युट्युबमा त्यो
ओके वी विल ट्राई टु
हुन्छ।
टेक डाउन प्याचअप पनि ओके एउटा यस्तो प्लेयर जसको पछाडि सबसे म्याक्सिमम केटीहरू लाग्छ फ्लड गर्न डिएममा इटिसी कसको पछाडि बढी लाग्छ हाम्रो लेडिजहरू
मेरो केटाहरू त सबै ह्यान्डसम छ
ओ
ल
रेडी केटा देखा
लिडर
न
ओए
ठुला एकदमै फेमस ओके टिमको सबैभन्दा बेस्ट सिङ्गरको अनि डान्सरको पोल खोल्यो एन्सर सिटै भन्छ जस्तो गरे त रेडी
लभ डान्सर
सिपु सर
चाहिँ
सिङ्गर डान्सर चाहिँ अन टप ओके सिङ्गर सिपु सर डान्स अन टप ओके
सरी सिङ्गर अनि डान्सर चाहिँ लभ
सरी
सरी इमेजिन गर्न पनि सकिरहेको छैन
किन त्यो भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ बेला बेला यसो अलिकति जब होस्मा हुँदैन नि बुझे नाच्ने
got it if you know अब त्यो च्याट मोमेन्ट चाहिँ यहाँ पनि निक्ल्यो एक्चुअलमा चाहिँ एनिवे हामी राम्रो रमाइलो कन्भर्सेसनमा थियौँ अब चाहिँ हामी बिट मार्छौँ अलमोस्ट सोलाई तर सिरियस टपिकतिर चाहिँ अब हामी जान्छौँ म अलमोस्ट सोको एन्डमा आइसकेको हुँदा चाहिँ जान्नु चाहे हर एक प्लेयरको इन्डिभिजुअली एउटा प्राउड मोमेन्ट आफ्नो लागि स्टार्टिङ फ्रम लभ
मै सुरुमा किन फस्छु यार
दिस इज अ गुड क्वेसन
प्राउड मोमेन्ट धेरै छ मेरो लागि त जब जिसी क्वालिफाई गरेको थियो तब पनि एउटा प्राउड मोमेन्ट थियो जब PMWI को ल्यान्ड खेले तब पनि प्राउड मोमेन्ट थियो जब PMPL को हरेक चिकन खान्थे तब पनि प्राउड मोमेन्ट थियो
लिभिङ द ड्रिम एनिवे जोकर आफ्नो लागि के थियो
मेरो जिसीको मिरामारको चिकन डिनर अनि म एमभीपी भएको
म चाहिँ एउटा पर्फेक्ट आन्सर सिफुको साइडबाट चाहिँ एक्सपेक्ट गरिरहेको छु यो क्वेसनको लागि नेपालमा ई स्पोर्ट्सलाई प्रस्यु गर्ने भनौँ न नयाँ यङ्स्टरहरू हुनुहुन्छ किड्सहरू हुनुहुन्छ जो फलो गर्नुहुन्छ म पनि गेम खेल्ने हो भन्ने हुनुहुन्छ भने उहाँहरूको लागि एउटा राम्रो एडभाइस के हुन सक्छ
सो आउने यङ्स्टर्सहरू एन्ड भनौँ न अब आउने रुकिजहरूलाई चाहिँ म के भन्न चाहन्छु भन्दाखेरि अफकोर्स म पनि अब एज अ प्लेयर नै स्टार्ट गरेको थिएँ एन्ड हामीले स्टार्ट गर्दाखेरि त झन् केही पनि थिएन नो बुट क्याम्प नथिङ अब अहिले त बुट क्याम्प्सहरू छ धेरै उयोहरू छ सो त्यो टाइममा मैले एज अ प्लेयर स्टार्ट गर्दाखेरि अब भनौँ न मेरो ड्रिम मैले अब जस रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्ने एन्ड एभ्रिथिङलाई पुरा गर्न सक्यो भने अहिले त झन् धेरै फेसिलिटिजहरू छ सो अफकोर्स किप अन गोइङ किप ट्राइङ हार्ड एन्ड स्टप हुन्छ नि अब के अरे किप बिलिभिङ इन यर सेल्फ अनि बाँकी त अब के भन्नु एन्ड साइड वाइज स्टडिजलाई पनि सँगै प्रायोरिटी धेरै अगाडि बढ्नु होला
अभियसली मेन प्रायोरिटी गेम भए पनि आफ्नो स्टडीले चाहिँ नछोडौँ एन्ड कन्टिन्युटी दिउँ एन्ड अहिले त अलिकता भए पनि माहौल सहज भएको छ ओके अग्रेड बट येट मेरो फिनिसिङ क्वेसन पनि यही रहेको थियो एभ्रीबडीबाट म चाहिँ आफ्नो भ्यू जान्न चाहे नेपालमा ई स्पोर्ट्स ग्रो हुनको लागि गेमिङ ग्रो हुनको लागि के हुन जरुरी छ हरेक जनाबाट म सोध्न चाहे लभली म धेरै कति पहिलोचोटि भएको भनेर चाहिँ गुनासो गरिरहेको त जोकरबाट सुरु गरौँ
मेन कुरा चाहिँ गभर्मेन्टले लाइक सपोर्ट गरेको छैन अनि मिडियाले चाहिँ हामीले गएर ग्लोबली रिप्रेजेन्ट गरेर वर्ल्डको बेस्ट टप 20 टिममा हुँदाखेरि पनि लाइक कभर अप गरेको छैन मिडियामा हामीले अहिलेसम्म पनि पब्जीबाट लाइक यो टिम यहाँ गएर रिप्रेजेन्ट गरेको छ भनेर न्युज पेपर त्यस्तो केहीमा पनि देखेको छैन त्यही नै हो जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ
नेपालमा स्पोर्ट्स ग्रो हुनको लागि के चाहिन्छ भने लाइक एउटा त फ्यामिलीबाट सपोर्ट पनि हुनु पर्यो लाइक जस्तै मेरो चाहिँ हल्का सपोर्टिभ थियो फ्यामिली भनौँ न अब सबैको त्यस्तो सपोर्टिभ हुन्छ भन्ने नि छैन र त्यही अब फ्यामिलीहरूले पनि राम्ररी सपोर्ट गरिदियो भने स्पोर्ट्सलाई राम्ररी बुझ्न थाल्यो भने चाहिँ राम्ररी ग्रो हुनसक्छ नेपालमा पनि
ओके पर्फेक्ट एन्सर सिपु सर क्लोजिङ थट दियो आफूले
सो नेपालमा स्पोर्ट्स ग्रो हुनु चाहिँ त्यही अब दुइटाले भने जस्तै एउटा अब अफकोर्स गभर्मेन्ट सपोर्ट हुनै पर्यो होइन एन्ड त्यो बिना त कहीँ पनि पुगिँदैन एन्ड अफकोर्स मिडियाको पनि अब अफकोर्स कभरेजहरू अब यताउता हुनै पर्यो किनभने वर्ल्ड स्टेजमै अब ग्लोबलमा वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियनसिपहरू खेल्न जाँदा पनि भएको छैन एन्ड फ्यामिलीको सपोर्ट पनि अफकोर्स इम्पोर्टेन्ट छ बट बिसाइड्स द्याट नेपालमा अर्को मेन थिङ स्पोर्ट्स ग्रो हुनको लागि चाहिँ हाम्रो गेम पनि रहन्छ जबसम्म हामीले पर्फर्मेन्स दिन सक्दैनौँ टप नच त्यति बेलासम्म अब हामीले मजाले रेकगनाइज हुँदैनौँ होइन सो त्यसको लागि अब फेसिलिटिजहरू जस्तै अब कोचिङदेखि लिएर एनालिस्टहरूदेखि लिएर त्यो सबै प्रोभाइड हुनु पर्छ हरेक अर्गनाइजेसनहरूमा एन्ड आई थिङ्क यो सबै फ्याक्टर्सहरू अब यो सबै कुराहरू पुरा भयो भने चाहिँ आई थिङ्क डेफिनेटली यहाँ नेपालमा स्पोर्ट्स एकदम ग्रो हुनेवाला छ
अभियसली इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर कम छ त्यसमाथि पर्फर्मेन्स त्यो बिचमा आइदियो भने मेबी जुन कुरा हामीले मिसिङ देखिरहेको छ त्यो सबै आउन सक्छ एन्ड ग्रो हुन सक्छ पर्फेक्टली यसलाई चाहिँ समराइज गरेको छ एनिवे हामी एन्डमा आइसकेको थियौँ सो सबैलाई म एकचोटि चाहिँ थ्याङ्क यू भन्न चाहे आएर आफ्नो थट्स राखिदिएकोमा आइम सो ह्याप्पी हामी यो कन्भर्सेसन एक आपसमा गर्दै थियौँ
थ्याङ्क यू
धन्यवाद
ओके हामीसँग डेटा गाइजका 3 जना इम्पोर्टेन्ट पिल्लर जे तपाईँ भन्न चाहनुहुन्छ हामीसँग थिए रमाइलो कन्भर्सेसन पनि भयो हामीले फ्युचर सम्बन्धी कुरा पनि गऱ्यौँ हामीले पास्ट रिवाइन्ड पनि गऱ्यौँ एन्ड इन बिट्विन फनको माहौल त रहेको नै थियो एफ इन द च्याट मोमेन्ट तपाईँले पाउनुभयो टन्नै मलाई थाहा छ तपाईँले इन्जोय पनि गर्नुभयो होला रेस्ट अफ द एपिसोड पनि पक्कै पनि हेर्नु भएको छ होला हेर्नु भएको छैन भने गएर हेर्न सक्नुहुन्छ युट्युबमा अभियसली रहेको छ फेरि हामी कुनै एक्साइटिङ सो लिएर कुनै एक्साइटिङ फ्रेस एपिसोडहरू लिएर केही नयाँ कुरा लिएर चाहिँ चाँडै भेट्नेछौँ थ्याङ्क यू सो मच वाचिङ
This is more than a competition. It is a war where the warriors risk it all. They fight like there's no tomorrow. This is the sound of South Asia. Live on the PUBG Mobile Esports official YouTube channel.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro. And ladies and gentlemen, today it's the last day of the league stages of this PMPL. We will have the top 16 teams moving on to the grand finals that are going to be happening next weekend. But before that, the 5 matches that these teams have to play will be super intense because, well, as we mentioned, slot on the line for the grand finals. There's prize money involved as well. And also, let's not forget, instead of 5 matches, we have a grand total of 6 matches because the Livik is going to be there. And Necro, your thoughts on what is about to happen? The last day, what do you think? What do you expect?
Last day, all guns blazing, baby. This is what I'm expecting, especially from the latter half of the board. The teams that know they have a big sword hanging on their neck, you either do or die, because the teams that are going to be completely in the bottom 4, they will give it all they have to either spoil the games or to either try and at least clutch that spot in the top 16.
I mean, definitely. And yesterday we saw an interesting performance coming in from the lads of Gremlin Storm, who were managing to be quite consistent. DE Warriors as well played a little bit under the radar, but they were also getting those high finishes in every single game. But along with that, as you mentioned, as we keep on mentioning, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, the last day of the league stage is one final opportunities for teams to break their way and solidify their way into the top 16 for the grand finals, because once you get there is where things will reset. Not completely, it's going to be a soft reset, because those bonus points that the teams were getting for themselves based on where they finished during the weekly rankings are going to add up, and those bonus point rankings are going to matter in the finals now. DRS, they've been doing pretty well for themselves, leading the charge from the front line, sitting on the first position at the end of the day. The last game of the day was a very impressive performance from their side as well. They managed to get a chicken dinner in the last game yesterday with a total of 8 eliminations. And then even the 2 matches before that, they were finishing third, and then they got another chicken yesterday. But ladies and gentlemen, some things that we have been talking about, the prize money, $150,000 on the line to be split between the 16 teams for the grand finals. I mean, the lion's share will be split there. Every single team that has taken part in the league stage will get $5,000 each, and then there's the $1,000 for the MVP prize money.
Exactly. And then you have the bonus points in front of us too, as you do see the weekly bonus points awarded each week for weekly rankings. That means if at the end of the week you are in the first spot, you will be getting 20 points. If you're on the second spot, you will be getting 19 points. And of course, it's going to keep on descending downwards, 1 point short every position drop. But again, Johnny, and so far, the overall rankings have been looking pretty interesting. On the first spot is DRS with 200 points. On the second spot is Gremlin Storm. On the third spot is, of course, Godlike Stalwart. But as you do take a look at the bonus rankings, and in the bonus rankings, it's a complete different story. On the first spot, it's High Voltage. On the second spot, it's Godlike Stalwart. And these two teams, they are going to go back and forth even inside the grand finals. I mean, so far inside the week 3, High Voltage is completely deactivated. They're in the 9th spot so far. They're in top 12, so at least they're inside the safe zone for that bonus game as well. But I'm not sure if they are really looking for those bonus points inside this week or not. I don't know what the game plan is going to be, but it's understandable as well. Sometimes you got to keep yourself anonymous to other teams and not really reveal all the strats.
Well. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting once we actually make it to the finals, because as you were talking about the bonus points ranking, yes, High Voltage were very consistent in the previous weeks, but this week they were struggling. They did bring themselves back a little bit, but looking at the overall league rankings, ladies and gentlemen, so the top 16 from the overall league rankings get to move to the grand finals. Based on the weekly rankings, you get the bonus points for the finals. So there are 2 different set of standings that the teams have to worry about. Now, DRS over here are doing very well for themselves because they have been consistent, very consistent. In fact, this week, I believe they have secured 4 chicken dinners out of the total 6 that they have in this last week itself. Sitting on the first position with 609 points. The Warriors is a team that I think in the grand finals, everyone needs to be worried about. There was a little bit slip up from their side, because of which they are on that 3rd position, and there's a little bit of a difference, a 40-point difference between them and Godlike Stalwart. But once they get to the grand finals, the Warriors, I believe, is one of the biggest threats to Godlike Stalwart, to DRS, to High Voltage, and Skylightz Gaming, and they're going to be the contenders for the trophy.
Speak of the contenders for the trophy and the teams that are completely far away from even in contention, they are DAX, A1NB Seal, and TRZ. Now, the top goal over here for them has to be to get to top 16, and that's what they will try to do, try and breach inside top 16. If you do take a look at the points difference between 16 and 17 spot, I mean, it's not a lot. It's definitely coverable, but if the players of John Mara decide to pop off today, then things can be completely different in itself.
Yeah, things can be different, but will they be? Because the fate of these teams does, at the end of the day, lie in their own hands. They will have to perform no matter what happens today. Otherwise, they are going to be in a world of hurt. And especially a team like Seal Esport, who I think fans do expect a lot from A1NB. It's kind of unlucky for them, because this week A1NB were doing really well for themselves. They started off quite nicely. Yesterday wasn't a good day for them, but still, the performance did improve. On the other side, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the point structure for our standard games, nothing has changed over here. It's still 15 points for the win. It is still 12 points for finishing second and 1 point per elimination. But along with that, what is going to be important is the fact that once we get to the last game of the day, which will be the map of Livik, the point structure changes just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, not much. The points will be, of course, different than the normal maps because, of course, Livik is way much more smaller map and it's a bonus game too. So the points will be distributed a little less compared to the normal points. You guys will be able to see it when the Livik game will be starting. But right now, we have the groups in front of us. And yeah, as we all know, groups have been similar throughout this entire week 3. But just to go through it, the groups are in front of you guys. And just to let you guys know as well, the first game is not going to be played by Group E. That means IHC, TRZ, DRS, and Elementrix are not going to be seen. And if you speak about all these teams run so far, IHC, they're on 11th spot inside this week. And then you also have one more team coming in that is quite on the struggling side, and that is going to be T2K. And I'm really worried for T2K.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be quite intense for them as well if they somehow want to make it to the finals. But yeah, I think it's not just you, it's a lot of people that are going to be worried about T2K because who was supposed to be the top contenders of the entire tournament, a team that was supposed to just take on and dismantle godlike Stalwart, is now failing to even have a middle of the table finish. So that is definitely a big point of concern, but possibility is going to be there that they've managed to figure out a way to make it into the top 16. And in fact, even right now, they do have quite a decent position inside of the rankings. So, I mean, everyone is just going to be keeping their fingers crossed and hoping that today at least T2K have a decent run and they don't fall off too much, because looking in the rankings right now, Train to Kill in the overall league rankings, they're sitting on the 13th position with 368 points to their name, and they are being chased quite nicely by the likes of Mara 1952 and VENOM Legends. The difference between the 13th and the 16th position, I believe it is somewhere around 27 points. Yes, it is 27 points. It's not that much. We have seen teams get more than that in a single game, and there are 4 matches remaining. If another team, imagine if Dax, who are on 317 for now, today somehow wiggle their way into the top 12, they play the Livik, they win the game of Livik, Dax also somehow miracles happen, Dax secures 2 chicken dinners in the entire day. T2K, they're going to be in a world of trouble, because that is going to mean that they're going to drop, because VENOM Legends have been doing really well. They have been consistent. 1952 has been consistent. Mara has been consistent. And because of which Train to Kill, there is a possibility they might drop outside the top 16. So they will have to be on point. But talk about being on point. And Skylightz Gaming have been doing a wonderful job this last couple of weeks. I mean, looking quite strong, looking quite solid as far as the overall rankings for the league stages are considered. They are sitting on the 4th position, and as far as the weekly rankings are considered, they're sitting on the 5th position. Not too bad, not too shabby.
Oh, they're chilling. Skylightz Gaming is definitely chilling. Nothing to worry about. And even if this week does slip out, which is not going to happen, but even if it does slip out, it's not a problem for them. They're already inside the top 16, and they are just chilling. No matter what, they're going to be playing the grand finals, and overall, things are looking pretty good for them. But as I said, things are looking dire for a lot of teams. 1952, things are looking pretty bad. TRZ, Seal, Dax, all these names are in a really worse spot to be in. And now today's the last day, and that means these teams are going to have a lot of pressure to deal with. And not just that, I'm expecting some aggressive gameplay from them. I'm expecting some high, intense action right off the bat.
Well. But let's see how intense the action is going to get. Skylightz Gaming, I mean, they're... As you said, they have been chilling for a while, but once you get to the final, it's not about chill, it's just about the kill. And they will have to go for it. Otherwise, they might just miss out on the trophy again. And I don't think Skylightz Gaming have still gotten used to the fact that now it's not just them as the top contenders of the PMPL South Asia, because at one point of time, this team was unbeatable. This lineup was unbeatable. You just couldn't take them down. And now we have seen the fall. Although it has not been drastic, the hit has been there. They have felt the impact of the Mongolian Titans entering these lobbies and showcasing what they are capable of. So Skylightz Gaming, I think, is definitely one of the teams to look out for. But then there is Elementrix. Now, Elementrix is a total wild card of a team. There are going to be days when you're going to be wondering, all right, what are they doing? Like, yeah, that's very weird. And then there are days when you're like, what are they doing? This is amazing. So yeah, Elementrix, they don't like to have anything in the middle. It's just about the extremities. Either they're going to be awesome, they're going to pop off and destroy everyone, or either they just go out in the first fight.
Yeah, again, and I've been mentioning this since start of this entire tournament, and not just inside this PMPL. We haven't seen a big change or we haven't really seen a big change in general in their play style. They like to hold things off, and that's what they exactly do. Elementrix has always been one of those teams that is really good defensively, but sometimes in offense they kind of do tend to struggle, and we have seen a lot of glimmers of that even in the past. In these highlights too, you're never gonna see Elementrix just going up against the enemies like that. But I mean, over here, of course, it's just a drop clash against the players of Aven NB, and they just capitalized and read on it perfectly. And again, Aven NB, talking about this team too, inside Erangel, I'm not a big fan of their drop spot because the way they split it out, I mean, if anyone does want some free points, they can definitely just go and claim them.
I mean, but it's going to be quite interesting to see if anyone decides to clash against these players this early, because, I mean, it is going to be a hit or a miss situation, right? As I said, it's a total gamble, it's a total wild card going up against Elementrix. Remember yesterday's Erangel, right? When the circle was constantly jumping between the main island and the military island. These guys switched side 3 times. First, play-in path is there. They decide to drop towards the standard farm split pancake drop. Then all of a sudden, you have the first circle forming on the military island. Mid-air, they decide, all right, we are going to drop towards the military island. They drop towards the military island. There's an early fight against the players of DE Warriors. Elementrix do handle their situation pretty well. Then the circle is, again, the next shift happens, and it's still split between the main and the military island. And Elementrix, they go back and forth, still managing to finish in the top 3. So that was an impressive performance, and they are capable of doing that consistently. But talk about consistency, and I think, again, no one has been more consistent than High Voltage if you look it at a week-by-week basis, if you look at it at a weekly basis. Because week 1 as well, top 5, week 2 as well, top 5, and sitting on the first position in terms of the bonus point rankings. High Voltage is, I have to say, in my list of top contenders, High Voltage is the first name that's going to be there.
Oh yeah, of course, High Voltage. They have been a burning torch consistency. Yesterday, they had quite a decent day, too. Not exactly, I would say, good, because there were a couple of games where they were not able to show themselves up. But then there was one game, it was 18th match yesterday, where they got the 2nd spot and a decent amount of elimination points to back it up. So if you do speak about the consistency, High Voltage has definitely realized one thing, that days are now passing by, and if they do want to make their mark inside the week 3, they will need to at least gain some decent amount of points. And that's not going to be a problem for a team like High Voltage. They're not going to end up breaking a lot of sweat. But Johnny, you know, I'd see this is one team that we've been speaking about being a lot much more mysterious inside the league stages. And speaking about mysteries, man, I also feel like that's going to be the similar case with Giant Mara as well. I feel like this team is really playing it weird. And the way they have stepped up on the occasion inside week 3, it does seem like they are looking like a well-oiled team, even though yesterday they were not able to show themselves up.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a bit of a low day for Giant Mara. They weren't really able to perform, but days before that, I mean, Giant Mara, they were doing quite well for themselves. They managed to secure 2 chicken dinners in this particular week. There have been those matches wherein we saw high elimination numbers coming in from their side as well. So, and all of this has happened in this last particular week. Before this, Giant Mara, I was like in shock as to how they were playing those matches and how their games were going. I was like, this is not Giant Mara. This is not the team that I've been watching for the last 3 years. So, but it's good. I'm happy with the fact that they have made a comeback, and there is now potential for improvement. But for that, they will have to perform in the matches today. And talking about the matches, we do have the schedule on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. Starting things off, the first game will be played on the map of Miramar. Game number 2 will be Erangel. Match number 3 of Miramar again. Game number 4 of the day will be the Sanhok. And then there's the last Erangel, not just of the day, but of the league stages. And along with that, as you guys can see, after these 5 matches are done, the top 12 teams, based on the weekly rankings, are going to play that Livik game in the very end, where we get to see all the shotgun action you could want in the world. So Necro specifically waits for that particular game the entire day, the entire week, in fact. But Necro, there's one thing that we all have been waiting for, and it's to hear you say what your prediction is going to be for this game.
My prediction, Group E sitting it out. That means I'd see DRS Gaming, TRZ, and Elementrix have not been there, and I'm also on a big lead, so I'm really happy with that. I'm kind of confused, man. I honestly am kind of confused between going to either with like a confident pick or either try and support the teams that are in the bottom. I think so.
It's the last day, Necro. We need to support the teams at the bottom. Let's make things interesting.
Okay, then I'll support the teams at the bottom. I'm going to go with D Warriors.
Wow. Wow. I think your rankings are upside down.
Yeah, that's why I just flipped the monitor upside down. So I was like, yeah, I'm supporting the teams at the
Alrighty
bottom.
then, God like Stalwart it is for me.
Well, I guess at least you were gonna support some bottom teams, but no, even you
Yeah.
go with that. Okay,
Definitely, God like Stalwart. I mean, they're struggling so much. They need all our support,
man.
man.
Sure, buddy. They're on third spot, and he says they're struggling.
Yeah, it's not good. Third is not that great.
And DW is right on the fourth spot with 150 points. So, I mean, both these teams are having their own little rivalry all the time.
There's 3 points separating
So, yeah,
these two teams.
Just 3 points, man. But honestly, Johnny, we need to give props to a team like Gremlin Storm, though. The way they stepped up yesterday, big time. Gremlin Storm, honestly, a big round of applause.
Yeah.
And considering how things are looking like and how many fingers were raised onto them when this tournament started, everyone doubted, is this roster going to be doing good or not? And here the results are. They did pretty decent inside week 2, and now they're doing pretty phenomenal inside the week 3. Hopefully today's day is going to be more sort of a consistency approach.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you will have to be consistent. And Gremlin Storm, I think out of nowhere they came in charging into this third week looking so good, because before this week began, not just in the league ranking, weekly rankings as well, for the last 2 weeks, Gremlin Storm, the performance was not looking good. They were struggling every single game. The fights were not really going their way. They were just getting those survival points, and with that barely happened majority of the time. But this particular week, and it wasn't just Gremlin Storm, I believe their timing of making a comeback really nicely matched with what Godlike Stalwart did. And both these teams just waited. They waited for their opportunities, and when it presented itself, they smacked it very hard on the ground. Like it for a moment, I think Gremlin Storm, it was the same day. I think Godlike Stalwart got two back-to-back 2 chicken dinners in the same day. Gremlin Storm also got 2 chicken dinners, and both these teams managed to do that with such high elimination numbers. It was scary for a moment, but then the momentum broke down. Yesterday, again, we saw the struggle, and because of which DRS was able to capitalize, get a lead in 200 points is where DRS attacked. Gremlin Storm sitting in the second with 176. Then you have Godlike Stalwart on the third with 153, and the Warriors on the fourth with 150 points to their name. So the competition is getting intense. Teams are all set for the action, but so are we, ladies and gentlemen, and that means it's time to begin the first game of the day. The map of Miramar on our screens, the trajectory of the plane starting from the eastern side of El Azhar, going through Los Leones and going all the way towards the Los Higos Island, leaning heavily towards the eastern side of the map. Necro, are we going to see some rock clashes in this game?
Maybe. Just because the planned flight path is really on one-sided, and there are a couple of teams who do like to go inside El Pozo. 2 teams like to go there. So I am expecting a little bit of drop clashes or a little bit of early kerfuffles. But nothing much. I'm not really that confident when it comes to those type of situations. But Godlike Stalwart is definitely not going to be able to make to San Martin. So they'll need to drop halfway, get some basic loot set up, and then maybe try and move towards Hacienda del Patron or San Martin. On the other hand, you still have Deadeye's guys moving towards Chumacera. The compounds nearby is where they like to drop, and they loot over there. High voltage inside Picado. This is going to be an interesting one. Still waiting for the circle to pop up on the screen and reveal where it really does want these teams to duke it out. And the circle might just pop up in a couple of seconds. Here we go. It should be here. Oh, interesting.
All
circle.
right. Yeah. I guess podcast hour is back. This is going to be one of the slowest games of Miramar we have witnessed in a while now. Also, another interesting thing, you do see Maptech starting from the position of Campo Militar. They have hardly ever done that in this particular map and in this entire tournament. So just the fact that they also got a little bit lucky, the circle is going to be extremely close to them. I think Maptex is in a very comfortable position in the game. But talk about discomfort, and look at where Raw have gone. They've gone all the way towards the prison, Minas del Sur, Los Higos position. Just north of them are going to be the players of 1952. I think Raw were relying on the fact that TRZ is not in this game, because TRZ is the team that usually likes to play from the Valle del Mar spot. And this time they assumed they're going to have a much easier rotation up north in case the circle was not going to be theirs. But now it is going to be quite interesting to see how they actually get off those islands.
Speak of getting off those islands right now, as you did mention, TRZ is really not playing in this one, so they usually do go there. But on the other hand, DW2, if you do see, right inside Chumacera, Dax over there as well, kind of just stacked up right next to each other. they're not going to have that good of a loot. DW in the clotheslines. They must have spotted the players of Dax just dropping down in this vicinity. Unfortunately, even Dax cannot go towards El Pozo. It's going to be quite a long ride for them. And even outside the circle. At this point, he might as well just try to make it inside and then maybe think of looting. And that's what the players of Dax will try to pull off. But the compounds inside the circle are pretty much taken. Monte Nuevo seems like the best and the safer option he can go for. And even Power Grid's completely empty.
Let's see. As you mentioned, I mean, teams very close to each other. The Warriors, Dax, the players from the side of Dead Eyes guys also not too far away, but still an early collision. 1800 meters far away from the zone. That's where this team is. But it is the first zone. The game has just begun. They will have multitudes of opportunity to try and find a safer way inside of the zone, the circle itself. The only problem being the issue that I'm worried about with all these teams, with Dax, with D Warriors, with 1952, with teams of Raw, even with the lads from Seal Esports, is the fact that in a circle like this, the edge of the zone very quickly is just going to become a wall of death, as Necro likes to call it. And it is going to be close to impossible to try and get away from the situation without a fight. As of now, the southern edge is in the control of A1NB. Then the south, towards the southwest, you have DE, Dead Eye Skies, High Voltage, Godlike Stalwart. Skylightz Gaming are taking control of the northwestern edge as well. So the entire pathway for the Warriors and Dax, it's going to be quite tricky for them to traverse. The easier way for them is just to move completely up north, go east all the way towards Tore Amud, and then try and enter the circle from there. But even then they risk getting taken out by the players of Maptech. So I'm going to be following the rotations of these teams quite closely, just curious, out of curiosity, to see how they plan on playing this game out. Talking about game plans, Dax again going for El Pozo. We see them moving. I see them moving up north towards El Pozo. They have reached Monte Nuevo right now. And I think once they get there, they'll be a little surprised that Raw aren't there. They're going to be feeling lonely.
I mean, Raw, they've dropped inside Prison Island. 1952, as always. The drop clash is definitely there. Again, Raw should have a clean rotation. They've figured it out. They've cracked the code on how to beat 1952 in this sort of a scenario, so they're not going to have any sort of troubles. As you have DW on our screens too inside Chumacera. Deadeye Skies currently making a rotation, being really quick as possible, and they've already made it inside the circle, somewhere near La Benedita, right underneath the players of T2K. T2K are a little above, not too close, but definitely can be a potential threat. But T2K, the main goal for them is to just go and stack up right in the center, and that's what they're doing so far. They have a nice 2-2 split going on, 2 players in the front, 2 players in the back. Things are looking pretty good for them. John Mara too, somewhere in the off centers, looking pretty okay. A1NB making their rotation right now, and it seems like this is not going to be a bad time to make a rotation too. Yeah, the Wall of Death has started to move in. Now definitely it's going to instill a little bit of fear on these players. But they're inside Los Leones. They were already in. It's just to fight for a better position inside the circle.
Along with that, it's going to be a fight to avoid the players, or, well, it's going to be a try to avoid the fight against the players of WIZZES Club who were with them in the city of Los Leones. But I'm still upset about that. The entire tournament, these two teams have been dropping in the same city, but they never fought. But talk about fighting, and T2K instantly show up on our screens. Janmara Snipe Whitey almost making a decision that he would have gone to regret. And I guess he's not done making mistakes. Runs into 2 players from the side of T2K. Is going to be shot at, and the knock is going to be secured. There's the opening. The first blood, ladies and gentlemen, of this game. Janmara lose out on Snipe Whitey, trained to kill. Just capitalizing on the fact that the team, not the team, but the player decided to push with no information about what was waiting for him on the other side.
Yeah, just, well, he just got yoinked.
Yeah.
He just got stolen. A human being got stolen.
Yoinked, bonked.
I still remember. I don't know if you're into all the You know, those roleplay games and stuff?
Which ones?
The roleplay
Yeah,
games, man.
I mean, I am into RPGs, yeah.
Not RPGs, I'm saying RP, like role plays.
Oh, no.
Like role plays, like pretty much real life simulation inside a video game. Those type
No.
of stuff, man. So, I mean, I still remember this moment that I had in that video game where a guy was getting kidnapped in front of me, and there's a cop right next to me too. But the cop unfortunately has his back turned on that entire situation, and I say to him, yo, a human being is getting stolen. Instead of saving that guy, everyone just starts laughing. Dude, they're stealing a human being. They're like, what do you mean they're stealing a human being?
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in right now, we are just talking about video games.
Yep. Because there's not a lot happening inside the game. So maybe just have a little bit of podcast hours, you know, just enjoy.
Yeah, no, you were talking
chill.
about stealing human beings. Imagine someone tuning into this broadcast and that's
Yeah,
the
it's
first
just,
thing
oh,
they hear.
what? Stealing human beings? What do you mean, man? Yeah, but definitely, man. Getting our heads back inside the game, though. It's enough story time. Giant Mara, they've lost out on the player, and that's the only casualty we've seen so far. Teams are, of course, as always, the normal stuff goes around, just getting themselves situated in a better spot inside the circle. Now, as the next circle does come through, the northern side is completely empty, and that's where the players of Skylightz Gaming will try to establish their presence.
Well, let's see. Everyone is waiting to see what the top contenders are going to, well, what they are going to pull off in this particular game. As you mentioned, Skylightz Gaming having made their way all the way towards water treatment. I think it is going to be quite an easy entry for them, even during the mid-game stages. I think they're going to be quite safe because we do see that complete northwestern part of the circle completely empty. There's no one there apart from Skylightz Gaming. Dax might show up there, but it's going to take them a while to travel the entire terrain. So at least for the next 3-4 minutes, Skylightz Gaming can just find a spot to hide and just chill.
Speak about chilling. Right now, some players are definitely chilling, that's for sure. DW2 is there on the southern side. Right now, the circle is definitely starting to get stacked up with a lot of teams. We are hearing a couple of gunshots going around, but nothing happening critical yet. Just some bullets being exchanged, max being unloaded. Nothing out the box. Seal making a rotation out of that spot. Definitely were spotted out, but A1NB, for now, they've found themselves in a safer spot. They're currently down south inside the circle, not exactly in the center. They're now playing in the edge. If the next circle takes a big shift away from them, then they will be in a big world of trouble. WIZZES club against the players in the front. Did spot out the players of Seal taking a rotation. Gremlin Storm right now cannot be a team that will be underestimated. They have really been performing to the occasion, and they have been really doing well. But what I love is Giant Mara's position right now. Even though they lost out on one player, they're still having 3 players, and they're right in the smack center controlling a high ground.
WIZZES club, I think the spray that was committed on the other team a few moments ago has made aware the players of Seal Esports about the team lurking in the background. But now Gremlin Storm, they show up. Dictator armed with the DMR, trying to find an opening, but no shots connecting. The other 2 lads, Fear and Rowdy, unfortunately were quite close to the players of Raw, but now have managed to back off completely from the situation. So 4 teams in this particular area, and we haven't seen a single knock yet.
Well, technically we have. There's 63 players alive.
Yeah, no. In this position, that's it.
Yeah. True. Not lying. He's not capping. But yeah, the zone's going to start to close in soon too. As we are just waiting for the next circle to pop up and reveal its intentions even more. The circle definitely has been cruel inside the week 3 and even inside the week 2. And that's what we're expecting over here as well. And yeah, it takes a big shift down south. I was literally mentioning this over as well. If it does take a big shift up against the players of A1 Esports, then they are going to be in a big world of trouble. But technically, it didn't. So now they're in a good spot. and they can hold it off for as long as they want. They can just make that compound their home. Every single team is not going to start a rush inside the circle, and there's not going to be a lot of wiggle room left, so they will need to try and duke it out and get their spots.
Alrighty, Gremlin Storm against the players of the Warriors.
Oh my
First knock
God,
secured,
wow.
Fear and Memo down. This is a disaster for the players of Gremlin Storm. 3 players gone in an instant. You were talking about people getting stolen. Well,
okay.
the entirety of Gremlin Storm was... They were made to disappear like magic.
That's annihilation. That's
Yeah.
literally annihilation. Perfect execution, just surrounding that compound from all the different sides, nowhere to play from, just suffocating them to their own death. As we have Seal against the players of Raw now, trying to make quite a critical rotation, and it's quite a desperate one too, but still Raw, they have one player in the back who's providing the cover fire, and it's being played to perfection. Now the rest of the players of Raw will start to provide even more cover fire, but there's an unfortunate third party in which Seal are struggling even more. 2 players down, Seal, Kese, and Zake to go now. And WIZZES Club with the high ground they found themselves, even they themselves are now starting to get third party. Welcome to hell.
Welcome to hell. Quite unfortunate we don't have Devil Boy right now. Or Lucifer. Ooh, these lads are so low, Smokey and Incas, look at them, Slipknot as well. Just barely alive, and Zeke is going to go ahead and secure the opening for his team. That's the entry that they needed now. The gates are open, that's a green flag for the players of Skylightz Esports. They are going for the push outside the house as well. One last player surviving, Slipknot still alive, but can he slip away from here and stay alive, bringing the numbers down to a 1v1 situation. Now he goes for the finishes, running inside, but Spooky has healed up. He has the HP back. The damage from Blue Zone won't be enough to do anything to him for a while at least. Slipknot though, he's down to around 50%. He's putting on his first aid. Even Steve in this situation, just a 1v1 remaining between these 2 last players.
Yeah. And he's still outside. And now looking to chuck a nade in. Spooky might just be in a big trouble because he's just trapped inside. And this is the same... What just happened? So he tossed it. He wanted to toss a nade inside that room, but he saw Spooky move out, so he tossed a nade onto himself because he knew he was going to die anyways. That is sort of a 200 IQ play, but at the same time, it's I don't know, man. It's 200 IQ play, but at the same time, it's low IQ play as well. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to describe that play, man.
I mean, you could say a million things about it, but it still won't make any sense. So yeah, we just
Yeah,
can
I mean that in general just didn't make any sense. So let's just not focus on it. I was just completely left speechless when I
Same.
just saw what just happened.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, why? That was the only thing. Why?
He's like, if I am not gonna stay alive, you will go with me too. If I can't have it, you can have it too.
Look at this, godlike stalwart, they're out!
Oh, what? One more to go, though.
Yeah.
Scry, just the only man left alive. What is going on? Teams are getting eliminated like it's nothing. You blink it and you miss it. The bodies are just now piling on top of each other of these teams inside one single area. And as we do have godlike stalwart with the only survivor and T2K sort of in the clotheslines. This game is shaping up pretty interesting so far. The circle does shift, and it's favoring 3 teams inside it that are looking pretty strong so far. DEW, they're on the right side of the circle. A1NB2, they're somewhere in the down south that we're trying to move in and also become the Guardian Angels. The only team they can try and hold off at bay is going to be the players of 1952, and they are taking shots against them too. T2K so far, they've done a good job holding this entire area off, but now there's going to be a huge wave of enemies coming in their direction in the faces of Jan, Mara, and Stalwart. And even Skylightz Gaming, so it's going to be quite tough to defend against those 3 teams. Maptex against DEW. Even DEW, they have taken a little hit. They have taken a big punch in the gut as they're down to a 3-man squad. WIZZES Club, shots are definitely connecting. A little 1-2, and the man gets knocked out.
Let's see, though. Can Maptex find a better position inside the zone? VENOM Legends from the flank in a perfect position to stop them in their tracks. Cry on the other side, we do see his name in the feed, does find an opening against the players of Skylightz Gaming, but since he's the last player remaining from Godlike Stalwart, he is going to go down soon, or at least that is how things are supposed to happen. Shouldn't be that easy for him to survive, but there it is. Mara getting that final pick. On the other side though, Dead Eyes guys spot out High Voltage entering the zone, and they decide that they're going to be the gatekeepers of the circle over here. Shots fired from Joker, but as he gave away his position and then he got distracted, he is going to get shot down. So the opening is going to be found by the players of High Voltage. True Love, with a nade being cooked, is going to try and see if he can stop the aggression, just deter it for a little bit.
High Voltage immediately just pressing on that, realizing the players in the front are definitely going to be in a little bit of panic mode, and that's what they want to capitalize on. They've found enough amount of time to close on up, and they've utilized it perfectly too. Joker's still not back up on his feet. Just the threat, just the fear these players are feeling. They do not want to go for the rest just yet. They never know what's coming their way anytime soon. And this is where the players of High Voltage are just keeping them in a deadlock. They're just keeping them trapped inside that compound. They're not going to let them move out just like that. High Voltage knows one thing, that the back lines are completely clear, so there's going to be nothing to worry about. The next circle shifts on the left side a little bit, moving away from the players of DEW, VENOM Legends, and even Maptex. This is going to be a long run for them, and they better start booking it right now. If they make it any more late than this, then things are going to get even more dire.
A bad situation, just getting worse by the minute. The fact that High Voltage are on the outside of the compound makes things a little bit easier for them, but switching targets now. Dax in their crosshairs. Malik going for the spray, does not manage to connect anything. And Malik, he has to be extremely careful about this. He has Assassin along with him. All they have to work with is a Ridge. And look at that high ground advantage. And Janmara are going to use it to the best of their abilities, finding the opening. But T2K, the backstab comes in on the other side. Dead Eyes, guys. There is an opening for them as well. They might not have been the ones who started it all, but they can definitely finish the fight against the players of High Voltage. A lot of third parties happening towards the southern edge of the map.
Oh, the Molotov's just going to burn him down. Extra crispy, as you'd like to call it. And he gets instantly confirmed too. A1 and B getting dismantled like it's nothing, like a piece of Lego. But they're trying to their best to fight back, but it's not going to. They're not going to be able to hurt them a lot over there. Just a little tickle. The player was knocked out. Deadeye's guys still just mowing down lawns in the front. Finally, DEW going for a really late rotation. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of this one, because already Maptex have made their way inside, and Maptex are not going to try to hold the players of DEW off at bay. DEW firing shots against the players of VENOM Legends, trying to pull something off, and they're quite desperate as well. Finally, the fight is going to be challenged. Two teams at the same time just bombarding the players of Maptex. Maptex, a lot of nades to take care of. They are trying their best to dodge him as well. The smoke wall is going to be created, but unfortunately, DEW, they're in a big world of trouble because they need a breach inside, and they're quite desperate doing so as well. Not a lot of time left in WIZZES Club 2, sort of just helping out the players of DEW to try and make it in, and they're challenging a fight against the players of Maptex Esports.
Well, let's see, 10 teams remaining, 9 teams remaining. Maptex are going to be eliminated right in front of our eyes. WIZZES Club responsible for quite a lot of demises in this game. DE Warriors going out, taking an early exit. 8 teams, 23 players. High Voltage, they might be taken out, taken care of by the players of Dead Eyes. Guys, True Love, the last player remaining, a 1v2 situation against the players of HV, but no! Gets shot in the back as soon as he turns around, and he's going to be out. High Voltage still surviving with all 4 players. Shu knocked out, but the revive should not be too much trouble for them. Let's see, 6 teams, 18 players still left in this game. T2K with 5 eliminations, all 4 players left. High Voltage with 3, but with all 4 players left as well. Dax, I'm really impressed how Dax have managed to survive for so long. They have avoided every single fight that has headed towards them. They've avoided all the collisions with all of these teams, and look at how close they are to the edge of the zone.
Yeah, but you really got to give props to T2K and how they're playing. Those rotations they're making inside the circle, the readjustments, and the way they're really just dominating that circle, just taking over the control, asserting dominance in these final moments. And that's what the players of T2K are doing so far. John Mara still on the left lines, looking to make it in. They probably will try to, but T2K, as always, they're going to be a big thorn in their way. No Fear spotted out, nowhere to go. Fear now is going to be feeling all sort of fears into him. There's going to be no Fear left after he goes down. But Gunner still in the back is right there, and he keeps on driving around. The shots are not connecting. Vadu missing out an opportunity to take the man down, and misses out on the crucial one too. Second one might just follow it up here. Legend is really desperate to take him down. The nade's gonna drop just right next to him. Wadu being forced outside of his comfort zone. Even from the back now, it's gonna be the players of Dax starting to close in. Giant Mara, they're gonna be feeling all sort of pressures, high voltage, even getting eliminated. And I told you, Johnny, this game definitely has to be all guns blazing for all these teams, man.
Yeah. I mean, it started off kind of slow, but all of a sudden the pace of the game changed so fast that I think a lot of the teams weren't really able to adjust that quickly. And they just died because of the element of surprise. But look at that, Gianmara, 2 players just thrown out on the high ground. Dax looking to climb up this hill. Have left struggle behind to take care of anyone who's going to try and flank their position. Gunner is getting bombarded right now by Assault. One nade after the other. Oh, and one from Spike connecting. Gunner is going to be knocked out. Wadu, the last player left standing. No options left. Is going to try and see if he can find some solid cover for himself. Runs behind the dodge right here. What a beautiful vehicle, but Wadu is not going to be able to do any justice to the play right there.
Unfortunately, the toes were exposed, and that's where he got shot at from. Has a little bit of gap to shoot underneath, and wasn't really able to dodge the bullets perfectly. T2K over here on our screens with all the 4 players up and alive. They have been dominating the entire circle, but there's a snake lingering around in the back. Is in the name of AJ. 3 players in the front. Now they're, of course, in a little bit of defensive stance, but the players of Dax as well, they're not backing away from this fight. They really do want to take this one, but Dax are not being proactive. T2K, on the other hand, they really are desperately looking for that opening they really need. Parajudy might just reveal his position. The position should be given away, but Parajudy is a little too late to shoot, and that's where he compromises with his life.
Well, let's see, though. While these 2 teams are going at it, I wonder when that last player from the side of Skylightz Gaming is going to decide to reveal his presence.
I think so. He's just getting that second spot secured no matter what.
Yeah, I think, it is the last-ditch heal battle effort struggle. Look at him just hiding behind the rock, and there he goes as well. Train to kill, going, in fact, as we were being really critical about them in the early stages of the game, now they have gone on to win this amazing matchup. AJ, last-ditch effort.
Oh, he missed. Ooh, shots are not connecting AJ, and now the wall of death as well as completely engulfed you, and you might as well just go down to the wall of death.
Yeah.
There you go. AJ taken care of, and winner chicken dinner for the players of T2K. And let me tell you what, Johnny, it was all planned. It was all planned. The downhill inside the week 2, and now finally in the last day, a comeback. Remember, as I said, today we're going to see a comeback.
Yep.
Yesterday, I literally said this. I'm not worried. Tomorrow, just wait. We're going to see a comeback, and that's what exactly happened. T2K with a big comeback with 13 elimination points and 28 points in total with 23-76. T2K really just removing that mask.
I mean, it was an impressive performance, and as you mentioned, the masks now coming off their faces, revealing the monsters that have been hiding on the other side. I think it is impressive, but now I'm curious as to why all of these teams are doing that. Same thing happened to God like Stalwart, Gremlin Storm did the same thing. T2K now in a similar situation, like there was a massive drop in the performance. You're like, oh, they are done. They won't be able to make a comeback. And then this. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break for now. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
By the way, stream पे क्वालिटी की गंदी क्यों आ रही है? मेरी कैम क्वालिटी की गंदी क्यों आ रही है?
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. It has been an impressive start to the day by Train to Kill, but can they keep the momentum going? That is the question we're going to ask, because the previous winner chicken dinner that they got was very impressive.
Oh, absolutely impressive, of course. And now, as you said, is the momentum going to be kept alive or not? I think so. This sort of a chicken dinner should really help them boost big time in the weekly rankings too. And in the overall league standings, they were inside top 16. So for a team like T2K, that probably has to be the goal as well. A lot of teams have had that sort of a goal, not just inside this PMPL, even inside the past. In league stage, as long as you're inside top 16, that's all that matters. And then in the grand finals, they really do start showing their true colors. As we have the MVP of the previous game, it's going to be Legend with 4 elimination points and 3 knockouts and 25:04 survival time and 738 damage dealt. Incredible stats from this man.
I mean, they have been quite impressive. And we did talk about Legend when the downfall of T2K was happening, when we saw them drop games after games after games. We were talking about Legend as to what we expected from him, and what we expected was this. 4 eliminations, 700 plus damage inside of a single game, plus leading the team as well quite nicely, is going to make sure that it's not just him that does well in this match, his teammates do well as well. 12 eliminations on the 3 players of T2K in the top players combined. So it was a very aggressive game. WIZZES Club, Octopus doing quite a decent job, securing 5 eliminations for his team with 544 damage. Then we have East from the side of DE Warriors, who walked away with 3 eliminations, but 600 plus damage was dished out by him.
I mean, yeah, T2K overall, they definitely did just go ham in that previous game. Then you also have WIZZES Club Octopus with 5 elimination points, as you mentioned, and 544. The conversion rate is looking pretty fantastic. DEW, though, as I said, really did go for a late rotation inside the late circle. And I would say going for a late rotation wasn't really that good of an idea, because the entire front lines was clear. And this is what I was about to mention. This was the only game I've seen DEW play so grouped up. I mean, not the only game, I would say. I have seen a couple of games in the past as well. And DEW, they just seem to play group up. In those games, they don't end up doing good. And this is what exactly happened inside this game, too. They were so grouped up. That's why they weren't able to gather a lot of information in the front lines.
Well. I mean, there's always going to be trade-offs to making certain plays, but looking at the match summary right now, Octopus sitting there on the first position with the highest elimination to his name. We have highest damage in the game being dished out by Legend, highest assist by Rig, and then there's the healing done by AJ, who was, again, the last player surviving from the side of Skylightz Gaming. Only because one of the players from the side of Raw Official Slipknot decided to blow himself up with his own nade instead of finishing off AJ. Or maybe AJ was the one who just played mind games, took control of his body and just decided, all right, this is where we exit. Because we have no explanation what happened. I think we're going to notice this during the Oppo F21 moments. I hope that that moment is there. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have the match rankings now on our screens. T2K, as we mentioned, 28 points, but then there's the massive drop. Dax, even though they secured a top 3 finish, only walk away with 14 points. You have Skylightz Gaming walking away with 12. WIZZES Club only have 4 placement points, but those 7 eliminations get their total tally up to 11 points. More than what Jay and Mara were able to pull off, even though they managed to finish in the top 4.
Some nice numbers being put up by these players, huh? And as you mentioned, yeah, WIZZES Club as well is there. But where is Gremlin Storm? Oh, the consistency has definitely fallen off big time, at least inside the first game. The momentum carry on. They haven't been able to carry on the momentum that well in this one. So that's why they are all the way on the 14th spot in that previous game. So still, it's just the first game, so I'm going to let it slide by. If they really are looking to win this entire week, though, if they are really looking to end things on the first spot in the overall rankings this week, that means this will give them a big advantage in the end to also have those bonus points and to also have a potential head start inside the grand finals.
I mean, definitely. And we keep talking about the potential head start. I mean, it's not going to be a potential head start. You will have a head start if you perform in the weekly rankings. You get to Livik, that is just an extra boost that you're going to get on top of everything. So it is going to be quite important. It is a reward that the teams get for just being extra consistent, I guess. But this game was absolutely incredible with how quickly the fights got extremely chaotic and aggressive. I was very impressed that the teams did decide to in fact play around with the momentum of the game like that instead of just holding back.
And as you do see in the highlights too, in the end, T2K just completely charged on forward. Dax, unfortunately, as always, they just like to hold it off. And unfortunately, you can clearly do see as well, the confidence is lacking in those lads. And I'm not really going to say a lot to them. It's understandable too. If you're not doing that great inside a tournament, you will always have those second-guess doubts in yourself. But hopefully, in the upcoming tournaments, we're not going to see Dax in this sort of a big trouble type of situation, because I want to see Dax improve even more. On the other hand, as you do see the damage graph in front of us, 13 elimination points from the side of T2K. Then you also have 2376 damage dealt. Skylightz Gaming with 0 elimination. They still secured the second spot. So props to them.
Yeah, massive props to Skylightz Gaming. I mean, as you mentioned, 0 eliminations, but still managed to finish in the top 2. At least they walk away with a lot of placement points, right? But moving on, ladies and gentlemen, the next map, it is going to be played on the map of Erangel, the next match. And as we always say, the groups keep on rotating. So in the next game, we won't witness the teams from Group D perform, but Group E is going to be returning. So while Deadeye's guys, Godlike, Stalwart, Gremlin Storm, and Jan Mara will be forced to sit the next game out, IHC, DRS, TRZ, and Elementrix will be returning back to the lobby. But with that, that also brings me to my next question, Necro. What is your prediction for the next game? Who do you think is going to win?
I'm going to go with Elementrix. I'm going to say Elementrix because I feel like this entire week, none of us have predicted Elementrix.
Yeah.
And Elementrix definitely do have the potential, right? They're not doing that bad inside this week, if I'm not wrong. They're sitting on, what, like 8th spot in the overall rankings? Before this game happened, I don't exactly know. I don't remember what the standings were after the game, but yeah, they were on 8th spot.
So, I mean, you are correct. I mean, we haven't made an Elementrix prediction in a while now, and they are doing quite decent for themselves. But to be fair, we haven't called Gremlin Storm quite a lot as well, and they have been winning matches.
So you're saying you're going to go with Gremlin Storm, a team that is already doing good?
Yeah, I don't want to go with GSM, though.
You don't want to go with GSM? Okay.
I'll go with
then
A1
what do you
and
wanna
B. I'll go with A1
A1 and B? Okay, solid choice. Solid choice. We both are picking up teams that...
Middle of the team,
yeah, middle of the pack. Both are picking up those teams. But A1 and B, they're not in the middle of the pack at the overall league standings, and that's where they really do need to be in top 16. So they're all the way in the bottom pack. I've also picked up twice A1 and B, and both of the times they've won. So I've been the lucky charm. I'm not sure if Johnny's is going to be that one or not, or we are going to see we're going to see A1 and B just get wiped right off the bat.
I think you got A1 and B right once. There isn't the
I've got it
first week.
twice.
No, I think you got A1 and B right once.
I think so, if I'm not wrong. I got A1 and B right twice.
We'll cross-check that later.
Yeah, I think so. I don't exactly remember. I just have too many predictions, right? You know, Johnny, I don't remember everything.
Yeah, I know. Yesterday was just flaunting about having a great memory, right? And now you're saying you don't remember anything. Wow, Necro.
Listen, man, I'm a young kid, all right? My brain's all over the place. You know, we tend to struggle.
I was gonna say something very, very awkward. Yeah, but let's just move forward. Let's talk about the game. Let's just focus on the match. Erangel, we saw some amazing circles yesterday. Today, I hope we get to see military zones again, or maybe anything towards the eastern part of the map is gonna be something to look forward to. Yesterday, we got to see that Yasnaya farm circle, which was very impressive, and it was a good way to end the day. But what are your options for zones that you would like to see?
Zones, I would say military island, because that's literally I would say that's literally the best, or a Stalwart Hill. Other than that, nothing else. I want to see both of those. I want to see either one of those, because it's been a long time since we've seen Stalwart Hill.
Yes, perfect choice. Stalwart Hill is one of my favorite zones inside of the game to play, to watch, to get to cast as well. It is such an interesting terrain design on top of that hill, like with how the mountain has been laid out, especially the openness of Yasnaya, the ability from the of the players in the buildings even to take fight or on the plateaus of the just before the mountain. So the terrain design on the northeastern part of Erangel, like, that's my favorite spot to be at inside of this game, but it does become quite tricky as well because of that. Because when you are fighting uphill, it's very easy to just take a head-on collision against a team at the summit. There's nothing in the middle. You guys are just fighting against each other. If a team slams in, both of you just focus upon them and just pick them off, because that was a big mistake. In the Stalwart Hill, though, there are these flat sections that are laid out. It's like a stairway. And there are going to
Yeah,
be teams that
yeah.
usually just like to take control of those stairways. So you're going to be climbing up thinking, oh, it's empty. There's no one shooting at me. And as soon as you reach that flat surface, you get shot in the face, you get taken out. Your teammates start swearing at you because you are the first man going down. Yeah, nightmares.
Yeah, it's not a good way to go down. And the problem is the hill's quite big too, and you don't have
Yes.
any cover. I mean, there is a little bit of cover, rarely any cover available. And to just pass those open grounds, I hate coming down from a top hill and inside the game actually. But yeah, again, because it's quite open grounds, of course, so it's so tough to actually just navigate your way from uphill to downhill. It's going to be next to impossible to survive, especially when you're just being surrounded by all the enemy teams. With that being said, as we do have the plant fly pad starting all the way from Primorsk towards Kameshki, and TRZ, of course, the first team to take an exit from the plane fly path because they do like to drop near Primorsk area. Elementrix 2 will drop near Ferry Pier. DEW, of course, near Novorupnoy. IT, considering they're back inside the game, and Godlike Stalwart are not going to be over here. So Novorupnoy is up for grabs.
Well, as you mentioned, Novorupnoy is going to be up for grabs, but I don't think anyone's going to go there either way, because once you get to the military island, even if Godlike Stalwart is not there, you still have to worry about the players for the Warriors. It's not an easy team to take on. What is DRS Delta doing?
Yeah, what is he doing actually? Why
It's
is he
not
so
just him.
separated out?
His team, he's not alone, he has his teammate with him. I think
So
it's
they have a
rules.
little 2-2 split going on. So I think
Yeah.
so DRS have realized that Godlike Stalwart is not playing in this one, so they're probably going to decide to loot on this side of the bridge,
Yeah.
and then maybe go back to Milta.
Yeah, I think that's the game plan right now for the lads of Godlike Stalwart.
Oh!
And yes!
That's the
This
military
is,
circle.
yeah, this is a proper military circle.
Like, literally a military circle.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere else.
Yep. Now it's going to be an
Also-
absolute utter chaos inside the lobby.
Look at what Mafia Ninja is. Yeah, this game is fun. There's
Yeah,
a drop
this
clash
is
with Raw
interesting.
and IHC.
Yeah, this is definitely quite interesting. And now we have a little collision over here, too, in front of us against the players of T2K and WIZZES Club. And in the elimination feed, we already do see the players of IT getting picked off. Raw are on the tail of IT, and they're not letting him go just like that. Jane inside the compound, inside the house, is not deciding to push out this time. He's just playing it safe and sound. WIZZES Club still on top right there. And they are looking to make a rotation happen themselves. But with having one man around you, that's going to be a little difficult task. Now WIZZES Club will need to try and reunite and provide the cover fire to the player who dropped near Jane. Both of these players have shotguns in their hand, but Jane has a little bit stronger one, and it's going to be the DBS and pow pow. And the man goes down. The one pump man strikes again.
Jane doing a brilliant job just delaying any action from the side of WIZZES Club, but now Quaid goes up against Sandesh,
Oh my
and
God,
that is not
he
going to
just-
matter. He is just going to
Ugh.
get destroyed in seconds. 2 players lost by the side of WIZZES Club.
Yep, the heroics of DBS. And the man who takes it, we call him the one pump man.
I think we need a better name than that.
Why, man? It's the best name. I mean, all you
Very
need to do
sick.
is just one pump, dude. Like, that's all you need. Just one tap. That's
One
it.
tap.
That's all you do. Just tap, tap. Done. Insanely strong weapon. And unfortunately, the players of WIZZES Club couldn't even stand a chance against that DBS. So he got taken out. Now, as the early fights are already taken care of, we should see a little bit of settlement. We should see the pressure subsiding again. But actually, no. Because of the zone, the pressure is not going to subside yet.
We'll see, though. Quite a few individuals going down as soon as the game starts. Not really something you expect is going to happen on the map of Erangel. Let's see. So we do have a lot of teams rotating in early. 1952 already on the southern edge of the military island. Elementrix have moved in. Dax have gone for a swim from Ferry Pier, using the waterways to cross. to the other side. And look at that. Boat rotation. Boat getting blown up. Elementrix orange. Just punishing the players of Dax. All right, so that was Dax, I think. They didn't go for a swim. They were using the boat.
Mm-hmm.
And Maptex is doing the same thing as well.
Yeah, but already Elementrix have made their way already onto down south. And they're controlling the entire edge line. So that means if the players of Dax are being spotted inside the water lines, there's a big chance the boat might get blown up. And yeah, the boat spotted. The position's now known, and you see the players of Elementrix instantly trying to reposition themselves and get closer to that spot. Elementrix still just looking out. They're not exactly sure where the enemies are going to come from. But they're still looking out for those boats. Just waiting for that one single opportunity to take down an entire team. And Dax are doing that right now. The rotation is definitely quite risky, but it's worth it if you do manage to pull it off.
Look at that. So much chaos on the map. Raw, I think they're going to be wondering exactly how to move further into the zone. High voltage jiggled so far away from his team. If anyone was to walk across the Yasna I found, that man is gone. Venom Legends, I think, did not want the same thing to happen that happened yesterday. If you remember, Venom Legends, and there was another team, I believe it was Skylightz Gaming. Both of them were busy in a fight. High voltage just pushed through and then camped the bridge, got both of them out of the game.
Speak of that, and Seal as well is now starting to make a rotation. Skylightz Gaming is right in the back. DRS on the other side of the bridge. Maptex is on its way. As no Rupnoy wasn't taken, DRS instantly capitalized on it. And we also saw a 2-2 split right off the bat as soon as they dropped outside the play zone or outside the plane. So that split definitely did work out for them. But the bridge too, it can be camped easily. And that's what the players of Seal will try to pull off now. But camping at this point in time, I would not suggest, because there might be a team in the back, and there is one. It is in the name of DRS. And if DRS do hear a lot of commotion going around, if they do hear a lot of ruckus being caused near bridge lines, they will definitely try to third party it.
We'll
Oh
see
my
the
God.
Apex.
Oh my God, I don't like this.
Have you seen Jaws?
No. I
It's
don't watch movies, man.
It's just a movie about a shark. A massive shark.
I don't really watch like a lot of TV shows and stuff. I just like play a lot of games.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't even watched Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I haven't either.
I mean, I haven't even watched, Harry Potter.
Why?
Not even a single one. Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. I'm just a big gamer, man. Just play a lot of games.
So you don't get any of the pop culture references?
No, I literally don't. And the funny part is, I don't even know what song is what category. I just, the only thing I know is rap and a normal song, okay?
Yeah.
The only way I choose song is, if the song hits different, if the song hits good,
Yeah.
it's a good song. I don't care what genre it is from. I don't care what culture it is from. As long as the beat's good and as long as the song hits good, that's all that matters.
The two genres of music for you are rap and everything else.
Yeah.
Nice. Keep it simple.
Keep it simple, man. Why you gotta complicate things? Only got one life.
I like it.
Mr. Worldwide. Oh,
Yeah.
yo, what is that?
They're trying to make a trade, I guess. A buggy trade.
Imagine if you could actually make that. That would be kind of cool. But the next circle does shift down south once again, Johnny. And look at it. The circle, it's 50-50, I would say. 50% of the circle's in the water lines and 50% of the circle's covering the land area. So already the play area is kind of restricted.
Well, let's see. I believe Maptech's still looking for a way to reach the land, but just like Davy Jones, DRS is stopping them from entering the zone. VENOM Legends on the other side going for a wide rotation. They have two players who have already made their way towards the shoreline, and the other two lads are just going to head in the same direction. Massive cluster already forming on the military island. Skylightz Esports crossing the Nova Rep Neubridge right now, and high voltage are now is when they start to think about how they want to cross to the military island. It's not going to be easy for them. Raw liquid on our screens, quite close to the players of DE Warriors. And remember, Necro, as we were talking about it yesterday, if there is a circle on the military island, either of the two teams dominates. Either it's going to be DE Warriors or either it is Godlike Stalwart. And Godlike Stalwart aren't here, so I mean, DE Warriors, their chances of winning this game increase by quite a lot.
And right now, DE Warriors are sitting on the third spot, my bad. So, yeah, they're quite close to DRS as well. I mean, the only reason why I said close, yeah, there's a little 50 points difference, something like that.
Yeah.
But for DE Warriors, they're still close. I mean, one single good game and they're just up there, right? And we know they are capable of just pulling off a good game if they do want to. Unless if they make the similar type of mistake happen that they did in the previous game and just group up and they are just limiting their own infill. And that's why they got pretty much taken down in nice position from the side of Nirzed on top of this little dish. Instantly got one elimination point confirmed, but now the pounce comes in, the charge on comes in, the entire team against the players of Raw, and they really do want some more blood on their hands, but unfortunately Sneaks oversteps on the other side and gets picked up by Slipknot.
Well, let's see, barely managing to get away. Slipknot and Mr. Smokey. How far are they going to run? How far are they going to go? DE Warriors. They lose out on one of their players as well. Oh no. Oh, this is revenge. This is revenge.
Yep, this is bully time.
And they are dancing.
And they're dancing. Oh my god. Oh, the salt. Give me some more.
It's real.
Give me some more salt.
Oh no.
This is what you call pure salt without any sort of mixture.
Yep.
Pure salt.
Oh, high voltage. What is happening, Praveen? Run. Run for your life. Run across this field. Barely manages to stay alive. I want to see a replay of that, by the way.
Right now, I mean, the circle shift down south even once more. And it's just limiting the playing field. Players are not going to have a lot of land mass to find themselves a better cover, so they will now need to start fighting it out no matter what to get that spot. They will need to battle their way for a better spot inside the circle, and that's what they will start doing eventually. Still, a couple of teams are all the way inside blue on the main island, and this is looking quite interesting, including the players of Skylightz Gaming and T2K. I don't know why T2K is still so late, even though they could have been pretty quick on the rotation, but they're still taking a lot of time, and they're also killing a lot of time here. Skylightz Gaming is also just there wasting a time for the players of T2K. At this point, even T2K must know the fact that they have pretty much just lost this game.
Yeah.
It's going to be so tough for them to make it inside the military island and then make it inside the circle. The only way they can is right here, right now, without wasting any more time. Start booking it for the circle, no matter what the consequences are going to be.
As I say in motorsport, they have to just send it completely. Yep. Rush towards the bridge. Crossover as soon as possible, and then maybe try and see if they can avoid these fights that are going to be waiting for them on the other side. But look at this. We do have high voltage getting eliminated from this game. The last player, I believe, has been caught off guard and finished off as well. TRZ holding a pretty decent position for themselves. They are towards the northeastern edge of the zone. There's no one there to bother them, but in a few short moments, you're going to see some green on the radar, and that is going to be the players from the side of IHC. So Elementrix and TRZ, they will have to try and wrap up this fight as quickly as they can.
And that's what they'll try to do, but in the elimination feed, you already do see DRS against the players of Maptex. And Wally's been picked off. Unfortunately, High Voltage was the first team to get eliminated from the game too, so things are looking way too shaky. These fights are just happening so unorthodox. Nothing is organized at this point. Skylightz Gaming just straight up booking it inside the circle. As I mentioned, this is going to be the only way to survive, and that's what the players of Skylightz Gaming realize. Not even caring about a world, just the main target is to make it in the circle in a better and a safer spot. They are definitely tanking a lot of damage. They're definitely burning through a lot of meds, but this is the only way to survive.
Oh! Oh! He missed! Rules! Kind of a perfect opportunity presented itself. Could have secured an extra point over there. But let's see, the zone again and again, just sticking to that southwestern edge of the military island, just along the shoreline. A1 and B smack in the center of everything. Dax inside of the water, and they're not the only ones. VENOM Legends are still swimming. 1952 holding the edge. Esports. Spooky is going to be taken out. DRS though on our screens right now, looking to find a way to get inside the zone. And while Killer YT literally drives in circles, his teammates also get ready to begin their journey towards hell.
Just spraying down the windows in the front. Skylightz Gaming with all of the 3 players so far. At least they have made it inside the circle, and that's what the biggest part here is, because they were in one of the most trickiest spots they can ask for. Even T2K so far, they're able to survive so far, but the problem is the meds. They've already burned through the majority of the meds, and T2K, they're going to be way too late, and they're straight up going to run into the players of DW. That means the problems are not just done with yet. T2K lose out on the man, and that's going to lift them with a 2-man squad left alive. Definitely the rotation was quite interesting, going for way too late. And of course, it not worked out as expected. The spray is there from the side of Nerzed, but is not able to find the connections, unfortunately. The motorcycle is going to be a little too quick for his tracking.
Let's see.
Oh my god, he just eliminated him in midair.
Yeah.
Terminated.
Jane also getting knocked out. Octopus securing that point for his team. TRZ not looking so good as A1 Esports is handing them out a beating. VENOM Legends frag, but oh yeah, not really a situation that you can survive.
Greedy.
But they do bring it down to a 1v1, and Susan versus Entry is the situation now. But Entry, nade being lobbed. He has his teammate show up over there as well. Oh, it's going to be perfect. The points are going to be secured. Susan taking a little bit of damage. Another nade being lobbed on him. A lot of utility being committed to finish off this last player from the side of VENOM Legends. And while all this is happening, while all the nades are being lobbed, Dante is just closing in the distance. Slowly and steadily has moved quite close to where Susan is.
Oh,
that
perfect.
is gonna be it. Just hits him right in the face with that nade.
A perfectly placed nade is going to seal the deal. And then we should be able to get all 4 players back on their feet. So 1952 back harmless. On the other hand, as you do have the players of Raw just handing out a little bit of beating in the front. Just some chip damage to chip away the enemy's HP, just soften them up. But that soften is not going to be enough. A1NB so far in the prime spot inside the circle, and the only compound to control with. It seems like, Johnny, your pick so far is doing pretty okay. Hopefully they don't end up choking in the final moments. Elementrix 2, they're playing this one really nicely, holding all the way the southern edge, playing it edge by edge too. So far, even Elementrix are doing pretty phenomenal. But all we're waiting for is the circle to reveal its true intentions, and this might just happen in a couple of seconds. It has already happened. And the circle definitely is looking quite interesting so far. It does shift down south, favoring the players of A1NP and Elementrix itself. But DRS, they're against the players of DEW, and DEW now they're in a big, desperate moment where they need to make it inside the circle no matter what, because at this point in time, the circle is going to start taken a lot of HP from your HP bar.
Well, let's see though. DRS. All 3 players left inside of this game. Still just playing H2SD Warriors. Oh, AJ does manage to take down one, but the next man in line instantly trades out his teammate. Skylightz Gaming Nima is trying to go for the push, but from the rear, Raw causing a little bit of trouble. I@C step in to shut them down. And look at Doc. He is just straight up going to make a run for it. Does not care about what's happening in the rear. Not even looking in the rear view mirror. Just keep moving forward. That's it. And it still won't change. The result gets shot and taken down by Gyanthe from the side of DRS.
Oh, Para GD. Just barely sneaked across the Molotov. Elementrix, they're just eyeing him out like eagles, man. 2 teams at the same time underneath the players of Elementrix. This can definitely be quite risky. They have a little 2-2 split going on here, but Orange and Bishal are going to have too much on their plate soon. Dax in 1952. Just playing on the edge. Finally, one man spotted out. Orange is going to put a full stop, and the players in 1952 are aware that there is someone in the water lines, but Bishal gets picked off. And this might just be the opening the players in 1952 need. But they will have no clue from which side did the player get knocked. Was it the player who was holding the below, or was it the player who was holding up top? So again, the anonymous nature is still going on inside the area. 1952, they don't really want to step outside the comfort zone. Right now, they feel pretty comfortable. Makes a lot of sense too. Why would you want to take extra risk if you are looking pretty okay inside the circle, and the circle is pretty much open grounds in the front? So they do want to stay inside the comfort zone. But if the next circle does take a shift away from all these teams, then Dax and 1952 will be the teams that'll be in a big world of trouble, and that's what exactly happens. The circle shifts in front of the players of Elementrix. It's not going to be tough for them to take the control, but for other teams like A1 and B, this might just be a big disaster.
Well, it is a massive disaster right now. A1 and B just getting stuck against the players of I@C. A forced fight. Elementrix in a very wonderful position. They have been for a long time, but it's just the fact they have been so distracted by the players of Dax underneath the cliff. They haven't really gone on to secure any elimination points. So top 5 teams remaining, and Elementrix is still sitting on nil. I@C completely out in the open. A1 and B not really keen on abandoning this concrete cover that they have, but they will have to step out in the open if they want to move further in the game. The compound is going to be outside of the zone now. They have made a lot of noise from this position, so people are going to be aware that A1 and B is going to show up from this direction. I think one of the best decisions right now would be to deal with and, in fact, finish off the players from I@C and then try and go for a push towards the edge of the zone. Look at 1952, the split by the team to secure extra elimination points, and Dante and Jax deciding to go after the players of Dax, forcing them to stay underneath the water as long as possible.
But it's not going to really pay off for them. Dax, they're getting picked off. It's either a do or die moment for the players of Dax, or they'll start getting suffocated by the wall of death, and that's what exactly is happening. They do want to find a little footing on the island, but the players in 1952 are preventing that from happening. Even Elementrix, they got one of the players picked off onto themselves, but they have a little 2-2 split going on. 2 players in the front, 2 players in the back. The backline players, of course, just providing that cover fire. 1952 is still just waiting for the players of Dax to show up, but they're not going to do just yet. I@C, the last man falls down, and they get eliminated on the 5th spot. Even A1 and B now just shrouding themselves inside the smoke. They don't have the best of covers to work with, but the circle is pretty much out in the open. You got to make something out of nothing.
A1 and B.
Oh my god, the AUG. Oh, such a laser beam.
Finally we got to see this in action. And Sinister is doing a pretty brilliant job with this. Does see Vishal out in the open as well. Dante is going to make sure A1 and B is going to be knocked out. So that's the opening, I guess, for A1 and B, one after the other. The players are falling left, right, and center. Hitman goes down as well. Sinister, the split play that he was trying to go for, backfiring upon his entire team. 2 players down on their knees. Even though Gajor is going to be right next to them, going for revive right now, it's going to be very, very difficult. And there's the slam from the players of 1952. And the nade from Gajor is going to trade out his teammates. But Gajor finally falling down to Devil Boy. And Sinister all of a sudden is going to be the last player left for his team.
Oh, Sinister.
1952, this is a guaranteed win for them.
Yeah, definitely it does look like it too. Sinister unfortunately ran out of bullets on his AUG. Now he pulls out the ACAM to play with. But if possible, Elementrix, they can just keep their heads tucked down slowly and steadily, try and make it inside the circle. And when he does realize 1952 as well has taken a bit too much damage to deal with, then maybe he can try and strike. But still, A1NB, they have their players up. They're just knocked out, not confirmed yet. Now they're starting to get confirmed. Player being spotted. Sinister just waiting for the moment, and he finally spots it. Takes shots, not able to find the knockout, and Elementrix will put a full stop to that man. Now it's a 2-on-3 situation in which Devil Boy's caught way too low in a HP deficit. And on the other hand, RX Jax just proned out in the open fields. Elementrix are looking to make it inside the circle. This is just getting way too tougher and tougher as the time keeps on ticking by. The man advantage, of course, favoring the players in 1952. All the odds are stacked with them as well. The wall of death now is going to start to close in. Elementrix, something needs to be done right here, right now. And 1952 as well, they're not looking way too confident in this situation, even though they have the man number. If Elementrix even finds one knockout, this is going to bring them a new hope of life.
Well, let's see. 2v3 situation. Not really unwinnable as well. Bishal, one of the shots connecting the hit markers are going to help them. And there it is. There's the opening. Now it's an unwinnable situation. And this game is going to go in the hands of the players of 1952. Yetauta, the last player surviving for his team, just thrown out in the middle of nowhere. Gets spotted out. The legs have been seen.
Oh, no.
Go for a spray. Finds the opening. But
Okay.
from the flank, he is going to fall. I don't know why you got excited. It was an impossible to win situation.
I
Just
thought,
like the Kobayashi Meru.
I thought that if he gets that man down and if they're not proactive enough to wrap around, then things can be completely different. But they already did wrap around and instantly the cover fire was there from the side of 1952. So yeah, nicely played, well done from their side. And 1952 are going to be the team that secures the chicken dinner on the 14th spot in the overall league standings, at least inside top 16.
Well, impressive performance from these lads, especially considering rotating towards the Nova Repnoi position was not an easy job for them, but still an impressive win from the players of 1952. We are seeing the signs of comeback, but in the second game of the last day with 3 matches remaining for the league stages. Now the question is this too little too late? Will 1952 manage to make it to the top 12 at least for this week, and will they manage to finish in the top 16 as far as the overall rankings are considered? So quite an interesting situation that they have put themselves in. The difference was pretty massive against the rest of the competition as well, by the way. But for now, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny John Necro alongside with me. Game number 2 of the day is done. It was an impressive win from the players of 1952 A1NB, doing quite a brilliant job, securing a lot of points from this previous game. Elementrix managing to finish in the top 2 as well. And IHC, I mean, this was the first game of the day. They also managed a top 4 finish, but the elimination numbers are going to be a little bit dicey for them. But still, it was an impressive win. All right, I was wrong. IHC, I guess it was IC who was managing to secure a lot of eliminations. 7 eliminations secured with just 671 damage dished out.
Didn't see this coming. Did
Yeah.
not at all. I see.
Look at
I
how
guess.
small the average is over there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand. We didn't see IHC in a lot of glamorous moments.
Yeah.
And a lot of shine, and a lot of lights there. So, still, they are able to get a decent amount of elimination points. We did see one last man being picked off quite late, and I think so that was Icy. I don't exactly remember, but yeah, well, that one last man fell off on the 5th spot in that previous game. But yeah, 7 eliminations, 4 knockouts, and only 1 headshot with the damage number of 671. IC has, of course, done a fantastic job. But if you do take a look at the player focus, you're going to have a complete different story. You have Gante from the side of DRS with 5 elimination points. You have RX Jax with 6. You have A1 Esports Sinister with 3. And then you have East from the side of DEW with 3.
Oh, well, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how the next few phases are going to go. But looking at the player focus now, I guess even though the individual performances do look quite impressive, I think a lot of this comes down to the fact that the circle was in a very awkward position for the teams. We saw a lot of bodies in the water quite early on, and if you were one of the teams who were going for the late rotations, then it was impossible to even make it to the island safely. I think perfect examples of this are going to be the teams from High Voltage. T2K is going to be one of the teams. Dax being stuck in water for so long. Let's have a look at the match summary now. 7 eliminations on IC. We have Jax with 6 eliminations, Gante securing 5, and Dante on 4. Highest damage dished out in the game by Sinister, 798 damage dished out, and he also has the highest assist in the game as well. Now, I think with how IC got those 7 eliminations, I think he was just picking off individuals from the knocks that were there out in the open, because we don't see any of his teammates there with like highest assist or anything.
Yeah, this is definitely, I mean, quite interesting if you do take a look at this, because again, as you did mention, Sinister's right there, and we saw Sinister dealing quite a lot of damage in those final moments too with the AUG, just an absolute laser beam against the players of Elementrix. So yeah, he was definitely able to shoot some far distance shots, but unfortunately in the end he ran out of bullets. He ran out of 5.56, so he couldn't really use that AUG anymore. Needed to switch on over to AKM, which is of course comparatively a mid-range to close-range weapon. But on the other hand, as you do take a look at match rankings off the day 5 of match 22, and you can see 1952, of course, with a solid win. With that, A1NB on the 2nd spot, and then you have IHC on the 3rd and Elementrix on the 4th.
Well, Elementrix just 1 elimination point to them, IHC 8, and A1NB finishing with 7 eliminations. So quite an impressive run by the top 3 teams over there.
Yeah.
Dax as well, I have to say, just the fact that even though they did not get an opportunity to shoot any weapons, they still just managed to survive. They swam for so long, just stuck to the cliffside as long as possible just to avoid the players of Elementrix in that situation. But looking at the OPO F21 Pro moments, ladies and gentlemen, and right off the bat we knew this was going to be a very fun game.
Oh yeah, as soon as we did see a little bit of players just scattered across the board, we knew that this was a complete action-packed game, and that's what it was as well. And I still don't understand why the players at T2K and Skylightz Gaming were going for such a late game rotation. I do understand T2K like to drop all the way towards Severny, but realizing the fact they should have instantly looted and they should have started moving down as quick as possible. I do understand it could have been in a little bit of loot deficit, but at that point in time, you might as well gamble with some elimination points than gambling and hoping that maybe you will be able to find a clean route to rotate in the late game scenario.
Well, but the changes that we witness, or maybe the impact that we witness of these performances are going to be quite clear in the overall rankings of the week. So no changes in the top 5, but T2K, look at them, the comeback, it is quite real. Jumping up 1 spot, 143 points, but slowly and steadily it looks like they can manage to finish in the top 3 after this. Elementrix with an amazing performance, 8th position 4 now, 139 points, and there it is. A1NB gained 4 positions. They didn't get a chicken dinner, but still managing to gain 4 positions, bring themselves inside the top 10 now.
Yeah, I want to look at the latter half of the board because This is where we'll be able to see 1952, and yeah, 3-position leap. Now, all they need to do is come top 12, and they will get a chance to get their hands, or to get a chance to play that Livik game. They have played it once inside week 1, if I'm not wrong, and they did do quite okay, I would say. Still not pretty good, but I would say okay ending inside the Livik game, which we'll be able to see at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, these are the rankings pretty much off the second game of this final day. Now we're going to be moving on towards the third game, in which Group C is going to be sitting it out, and it's going to be played on Miramar, of course. And after this is going to be another interesting map, which is going to be Sanhok.
Well, let's see though. Sanhok, I think we are going to be waiting for that Sanhok performance for a while. The next one is going to be Miramar on the list, and again, Group C is going to be the group missing out on that performance. So High Voltage Maptex, Dax, Skylightz Esports, they're not going to be there. Gremlin Storm is going to be returning along with the players of Godlike Stalwart. So the war for the top is going to be back on. And since DRS, again, they always miss out on that first game, but they get to play 4 in a row. And it is going to be Miramar next. So Necro, what is your prediction for the map?
My prediction, I really do want to go with Godlike Stalwart because they're pretty solid on this map. But considering they are sitting on the, somewhere in the first and second spot,
Yeah.
I don't really want to go with them. I want to go with something completely out of the box, and I want to support a team that is really looking to win a game here. So I'm going to go with WIZZES Club.
WIZZES Club. Alright, WIZZES Club, I think, yeah, can be an interesting pickup, especially if you have an Eastern zone on this particular map. They have good control towards the eastern side of the map. Sometimes we do see them go towards that Impala position as well, just on Los Leones, and the spread also looks quite good. So I would say if you are going to go for WIZZES Club, then let's do this. I'm just going to go with A1NB again.
Okay. I mean, they had solid game, but again, my pick got second spot in the previous game, so I should be getting a half point.
It's the war of Los Leones, man. Same
War
city.
of Los Leones. I mean,
Yes. I hope they
never
fight
clash,
in this
though.
game.
no,
Yeah,
they won't. They won't.
It's
They will
a
never do
massive
that.
city.
As I said, these are the locker room talks, Johnny. You never try to, just try to infiltrate in an enemy territory. You never try to just get in that territory and try to challenge them head on
See,
in a drop
that's
spot.
the thing. The best teams in the world do actually go for those Los Leones fights in the first 2-3 minutes of the game.
They do.
Yeah,
But again,
that's how
those
the
locker
entire
rooms,
global
those locker
championships
rooms
play.
are different, right? Those locker rooms are different. Inside the
gotta be an
South
alpha.
Asia, you got to be an alpha. But if you do, then the rules will be broken of the locker room, because you are having a little treaty being signed between you that I'm gonna have this amount of part for myself, this amount of part for myself.
Nah.
Yeah, but if I was personally
Yeah.
playing in these type of lobbies, I would not respect that. I would be like, yeah, what?
Yeah, same.
You say what? I didn't hear anything, man. Did you hear it?
No,
Yeah,
well,
no, we're dropping there.
When you're having that conversation, you're gonna be like, all right, yeah. In the practice matches and the scrims, you're gonna be like, yeah, we're not gonna fight. We are gonna try and avoid. We're gonna focus on our game. As soon as the first match of the tournament rolls around, where are you? I'm coming for you. I'm gonna finish you right now. It's a 4v4
They will never
now.
be prepared. They would never expect you to just be there. But then later on, that might just cause a lot of problem for you too. They will come back for revenge. They're like, oh, you backstabbed us. How dare you do
I'm
that?
not going
And
to
they
Los
will-
Leones ever again after that.
Well, I mean, well, that means you're gonna try to go on another enemy team then.
Yeah.
Wow. But this will just
this-
completely ruin your strategy in the game.
There's
your
16
rotation.
teams in the lobby. Probably why we don't play in the PMPL.
Yeah, exactly. This will just completely ruin our strategies. We won't have like a perfect rotation pattern. We'll just be all over the board. If me and you pretty much play in these type of lobbies, we would not even know what we're doing. We would be on the complete opposite other ends of the map.
My entire mindset is there are 15 teams inside of the game apart from you. That means there are 15 possible drop clashes that you can, well, gain some advantage from.
I guess that is a good thinking.
No, that's what I think, and even I say that's horrible.
Yeah, exactly. But imagine this, right? If you do drop on a team and going on a 4-on-4 collision, you're taking a 50-50 chance.
Yeah.
A 50-50 risk of you winning that fight. And at the same time, if you do manage to win it flawlessly, but the chances are pretty less, then of course that's going to favor you. But usually if you do even come out on top in those 4-on-4 fights, you're not going to be able to win those flawlessly. So you're always going to have a casualty right off the bat. And that's not going to help you in the longer run inside the game. You get it, Johnny? That's why they don't do it.
Well, let's see what are these lads gonna go for right now. And we have an Eastern Circle.
Once again.
All right. Necro. Did you see Los Leones?
I did.
The Warriors are there. They have decided to join, I guess.
A
Wait,
little
what am I
chaos.
going plan? Yeah.
A little
They're
chaos.
actually there.
They're going on a date with A1NB and WIZZES Club.
Also, TRZ. They're going to make sure that VENOM Legends are not going to be feeling too comfortable in this game.
VENOM Legends on top of the roof right there. And both of them are just jump boosting, making sure not to give any sound cues, not to give any audio cues. And Rare NB knows that there is someone around him. Not even moving a single muscle at this point. Now, finally, the position should be compromised. He did take a couple of steps around. Where is the cavalry exactly? He has his teammates around, so TRZ, for them, this should be an easy cleanup because this is the only man in the nearby vicinity, unless if the cavalry starts arriving right now. In VENOM Legends, you do see them somewhere in the far skirts. Yeah, they are in the off-skirts with the SKS, just trying to dish some damage out. But Mad Cat with the UMP is quite precise in that range, too, with just a red dot. Spots out Gangsta. Doesn't know exactly where Gangsta is, so just giving some cover fire, some suppressive fire around.
Let's see, usually we expect Miramar to have a very peaceful early game, but the teams this time just want with K. WIZZES Club on our screens. Octopus is the man we have on display. And it looks like the Warriors did in fact drop close to Los Leones, but now they have moved away from the city.
Yep.
So a little bit of a heartbreak for me personally. I really wanted to
Told
see
you,
if
man.
possibility now.
Told you. The locker room talks.
We'll escort them out.
Okay.
To be demolished, and everyone's just looking at it. Crew.
But yeah, it's just a little banner we're having, guys, of course.
The thing, Necro.
What do you mean? What type of thing, man?
Podcast hour. That's our thing.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Too, bro. I'm just focusing on the game, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now. Normal stuff. Teams just trying to settle themselves inside the circle. Even Elementrix now are starting to move in from Power Grid.
It's going to be quite interesting. Drop clashes this time on this Miramar. Early on, teams still managing to avoid each other.
This could be a really good content idea. You ask the players.
You just said you have a
What I was saying
Alright.
was, okay, so inside the tournaments, right? You ask the players to roleplay as the character.
people are gonna hurt themselves if they actually did that. Because if you get shot in the head, that means you're supposed to like literally just throw yourself.
I'm saying this is a content idea.
Oh.
Like make the players roleplay the game. At the house.
Isn't that how streaming works?
Pretty much. No,
Yes,
not really.
Talk about this not on podcast hour.
Not on podcast hour because it's supposed to be confidential.
Yes.
It's something we came up with. It's $1 million. Godlike Stalwart, a little too close to an enemy territory. Could have been welcomed, but Orange with the ACAM was not.
Well, let's see. Scry on our screens. Godlike Stalwart, I think, is one. Try and force a fight against them. The circle still sticking towards the eastern side of the map. 1950.
Oh, WIZZES Club, Venom Legends are the deserty snakes right now, and they're just waiting for. But we never know for now. How long is that going to be existing? And oh, I just thought it stuck. It would have been. Like Stalwart as well. It's just around that. Player in the front instantly just gets rid of the threat. And right now, they're also able to instill and inflict some.
Well, let's see though. A1 and B on our screen. Again, know exactly. And Esther has to be extremely careful about this. If you are going to try and traverse. Take you out. And also for your team to revive you. Because you will be quite exposed. But
We will. It's godless. We've seen him use this in the past. And we know what he's capable of too.
Yeah.
He's just waiting. He's one in a million. And while also doing so, you'll be giving your position away, so that's not worth it, that's for sure. DMRs, they have at least 1 or 2 designated players with a DMR in the hands, and I'm just loving it.
Usually would just go for that double AR loadout. Look at
I would take it on all the maps. Just have M4, have a hell lot of ammo, and have a DBS for the close range.
finish. It's not a great idea to carry a shotgun with you. On Sanhok, it is going to be...
Speaking of normal games, little bro. So come on, man. Put some respect.
Yeah,
right?
that's not that great, buddy.
I know.
That is
know.
that is not that great. But to be fair, Necro is a very good PC player.
He's also slowly and steadily bleeding to his death. Scry, as well as just cry. They do have the high ground to play with. On the other hand, there is Elementric slowly and steadily just capitalizing on it, closing in from the back line. Barely surviving on a sliver of health, and he will get knocked out once again. But this time, it's the players of DRS knocking on the doors of
A little bit delayed, and I guess that is just going to allow the players from... He saw him completely exposed on the ridge. There was a possibility to try and dish out at least a little. Being allowed a fallback, I think. He's going to have to be extremely careful with how he approaches the match.
Speak of that, and you have DRS. Escape just like that. The next circle shift comes in, and it's going to shift down south this time, favoring a decent amount of teams in it, but there are the godlike stalwart. One player's been picked off. Scry is left to go, but the cavalry arrives. The rest of the players are. And even DRS themselves, they're getting shot at from somewhere else. So there's a lot of problems even for DRS to deal with.
ground just a little bit up north as well. So they have the possibility to try and just watch these delayed, the worse the situation is going to get for him. Only 5 first aids left, and he's constantly taking those shots.
Tough luck for them. But they've still somehow managed to try and escape from themselves, need to make it inside the circle. Skylightz Gaming, they got a safe rotation out of that vicinity, but Raw themselves, when are they?
Head first, he's gonna get taken out. A1NB getting eliminated by VENOM Legends. It was a 2v3 situation, and they destroyed all of them together with the power of friendship.
Speak of that, and the next circle pops up once again, right on top of the players of Deadeye's guys. Things are now definitely looking way too risky, as the circle, of course, is way too smaller, and still a decent amount of players and teams are up and alive. WIZZES club is barely making it inside, barely on the edge, but they will need to still try and reposition themselves in a better spot. Playing from the edge, especially when you know the majority of the teams are going to be closing in from the back lines, there's going to be so much threat waiting for the players of WIZZES club, so they cannot step outside the compound, they cannot step outside the safe zone just yet. This has to be a late move from WIZZES club. If they do decide to step out right now, then they will need to be quick enough to make it all the way on the other side, in which there's a chance they might catch a lot of hurt. So I would say just keeping yourself pinned down until the wall of death starts moving has to be the way to go. DEW against the players of Deadeye's guys now, and Doc peeks out. Shots being exchanged from both the sides, but Doc this time is going to be managing to just shook him away. T2K from somewhere else will completely third party the entire situation and will deny the point.
Not just point, but any satisfaction from there on out as well. Let's see, Janmara doing quite a brilliant job just surviving in this game. Last 2 players left, and they are quite a further distance away from the circle, quite a decent distance away from the circle, the zone. They have 2 teams who fought quite close to them, so there are a lot of points just literally lying out in the open, and all the players from Janmara have to do is just shoot a few bullets on those knocked out players before they leave. That's it. They get those points instantly, and finally they're starting to collect those, get those elimination numbers up, but Snipe Whitey is going to be dropped extremely low, and Janmar knocked out in the open. Snipe all of a sudden the last player surviving for his team. And the damage from the blue zone, look at it, take massive chunks from his HP bar.
Yeah, Snipe is just... Oh, he's just tanking a lot of damage. He only has 2 more first aids to go. Cannot afford to stay outside the zone for a lot of time. He's just hoping that the players in the front would stop checking the back, but what are the odds of that? TRZ Mad Cat is knocked out, and he is also being rested up on his feet, so for now, at least the situation's being nullified. As we have Gremlin Storms on our screen, and Memo is going to be the only glimmer of hope up and alive. Dictator got taken off a while ago, but now Memo has two players charging on himself, and TRZ, they're going to put a full stop to Gremlin Storm's fairy tale inside the game. Gremlin Storm, they're not able to replicate any sort of performance they showed yesterday, and now they're on a big struggling spree. As we have VENOM Legends against the players of TRZ, and both of them are definitely exchanging a lot of utilities, but we aren't seeing anything critical happening yet. Of course, damage is being chipped off, but nothing other than that.
Oh, down to the top 5. WIZZES clubs close to getting eliminated. T2K, perfect timing on this push. Slayer and Domain knocked out. 1 nade is going to finish off Slayer. Quaith is going to be the last player surviving. Sandesh, I think, just moving in the wrong direction, realizes that, yeah, there is another team right in front of him. The head-on collision against the players of TRZ. Not really a possibility for him to clash with them all alone. Gangster from the flank tried to make something happen, but instantly is going to be shut down.
Yeah, WIZZES club right now, they're just being eaten alive by the players of T2K, and they really do just want them being eliminated from the game. They have one last man alive, but T2K, they're just not letting their focus go off of that man. Kuwait YT is still somehow barely alive outside the wall of death. He should be taken care of soon enough, and that's what will exactly happen. TRZ against the players of VENOM Legends still happening right now, as Deadeye's guys as well, they want a little piece in that fight, and that's what they'll exactly do. The third party comes in from their side, as they are definitely chipping away a lot of damage on the players of TRZ, and Mad Cat will be taken care of. This leaves TRZ with a 3-man squad. Now there's one more team to go that is pretty strong. It's going to be the players of T2K. T2K today, they have been on an insane consistency.
They have been very consistent. I think it's just the fact that the last day of the league stages this year, they've realized not a lot for them to lose, and now they're finally feeling extremely comfortable. Let's see how far can they take this. Already in the top 3 players left from the side of TRZ. T2K with all 4 and DE with all 4. T2K going for the push on the players of DE, but instantly get denied, and Sandesh is going to be dropped down to around 50% HP.
T2K, Chain's been knocked out, still 3 more to go, or 2 more to go. As TRZ, they're just continuing to apply pressure, just raining terror on the players of T2K. With the position the players of T2K have found, they definitely are in the high ground, but unfortunately they're also being the center of attraction right now, because they're the only team that is the most vulnerable and most exposed. They finally realized that fact and now decided to move down. But Deadeye's guys, they are just not going to let them go. They know they're way too close in the nade range too. Nades are being tossed in from the side of Deadeye's guys. One more nade and they will be able to find the knockout. But Charizard, the nade's going to be way too wide away from the target. Not finding the mark just yet. They have a 2-2 split going on. Or 2-1 split going on. One player's kind of separated away from the pack, which is Legend all the way on the other side. But how are the players of T2K going to try to make it in? Because the Guardian Angels, TRZ, and Deadeye's guys, both of them are just focused on T2K.
Well, if DE and T2K end up fighting against each other, it could work out really nicely in the favor of the players of TRZ, and that is what they're going to be hoping for. But still, T2K and DE, both of them just being extremely cautious. Oh, but finally the opening. Sandesh is going to be dropped to his knees by Mamba. Players from Deadeye's guys just sticking to the lower side of the slope. Just hiding in these ridges.
Look at how many shots are being taken. TRZ is just mowing down the lawns in the front, and finally the battle breaks down as T2K Legend on a complete off angle just surprises all the players in the front. And TRZ, of course, with the surprise pack, they don't know how to react. Now they're going to be in a big state of discomfort. Even the players of Deadeye's guys really do want to press on this opening, but unfortunately, they find a casualty onto themselves. Perfect Molotov to flush out Mamba from his position, but now as he's out in the open, he's nowhere to go. No cover left, and TRZ, they're just getting dismantled one after the other. Deadeye's guys, a perfect execution with the help of the players of T2K. They're able to put a full stop to the players of TRZ. Now it's the top two teams alive. 2v4 situation in which T2K, they're really hurt, and it's all down to Legend. 1v4, Legend to go, and Legend's not going to be able to put the cherry on top. It's going to be the players of Deadeye's guys who do it with a chicken dinner.
Well, a very, very impressive finish for the side of DE. 11 eliminations secured as well. And 26 points secured with 2,728 damage dished out. So it looks like everyone is making a comeback today, Necro. It's not just one team, it's not just two teams. Everyone is like, all right, it's just the last day. Let's just go all in.
They've got the wake-up call, man. They had their alarm set today. And today morning it rang, and they're like, all right, guys, let's go. It's time to make a comeback. Oh, boy. And
yeah,
you know,
boy,
remember, Johnny, we had this little conversation about how gamers struggle sleeping and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I figured out yesterday
Everyone
that I'm
overslept, yeah.
I figured out that I'm not the only one who has trouble falling asleep. There are some pro players, even in the PUBG mobile scene, who struggle falling asleep. They contacted me on the social media, but we'll have the conversation flowing in the front after a short break. I'm calling shotgun.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to
That
the
was
PM.
unexpected. We were just caught off cam, man. Damn it. Our producer surprised us.
But now you guys know what I have to go through every single time the break is there.
I was just singing the Oppo ad, all right? If you remember the Oppo F19 Pro back in season 3. I love that ad. I love that ad. But again,
we all used to enjoy that music so much.
It's so good.
But this time the PMPL is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen. The F19 was a great device, but it's long gone now. It's the era of the F21 Pro, so you guys can check out this device as well. Otherwise, Necro is going to keep on singing.
Yeah, that was interesting. Damn, producer. you did us dirty. You really did us dirty. But with that being said, we're going to have the stats flowing in soon. And of course, the first stat is going to be none other than the MVP of the game. And we'll be able to figure it out who that was because, of course, as you mentioned, a lot of teams are stepping up to the occasion. And those teams that we thought will probably make a comeback, they are making a comeback. And it's not just one team. It's a lot of teams. T2K, they have been on an incredible consistency. Deadeye's guys, too, they finally decided to show themselves up. Even they have been pretty consistent today. So I'm loving how the weather's looking like so far.
Yeah, I mean, today the weather has been pretty amazing. Yesterday it was just non-stop rains, but it has been raining bullets inside of the game as well. And majority of the time, I think in this particular game, TRZ were responsible for it, as we talked about this during the final game moments as well. Did not really expect that to happen because TRZ, this was the first time I think we have seen them be this aggressive. And I think as we were talking about it, and as I mentioned, just the fact that the lack of experience was there within the lineup itself was resulting in the players feeling a little bit nervous. But this time around, now they realize it's the last day of the tournament. These could be the last few games they play in this particular PMPL. You have nothing to lose, my friends. Just go all in. Give it everything that you have. Don't be afraid that you're going to fail. But TRZ, making it to the match summary as well. In fact, Mamba is going to be there with the highest eliminations, followed by Joker. In terms of highest damage, we also have Joker leading the charge with 876 being the number.
Joker definitely went quite huge, but then you have Scry coming in with the highest healing done. Oh boy, this man was definitely catching a lot of bullets on himself. I guess 723 healing done in a normal game. And that is quite an interesting outing, I would say. Definitely did not expect Scry to heal himself that much in that previous game, but no matter what, he did so either ways. But with that being said, as you did see, some final moments, man, they were quite interesting. I expected teams like DE Warriors to do even more, but unfortunately, those were the team that got picked off quite early inside the game, and they were not able to do anything. Even IT, they got taken care of by the players of TRZ so easily, and it's not the first time TRZ have pulled this off. TRZ have done this multiple times in the past as well, where they have taken down IT. I think so they've done it once in the past, and now this one as well, it's done twice.
Well. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how much more can they pull this off, or in fact, how many more times can they repeat this performance? But kind of surprising to see, again, teams like the Warriors, IHC, Skylightz Gaming go take an early exit. In fact, Godlike Stalwart just finishing with 4 points. They have just 4 points from this particular game. So, a very, very intense matchup on Miramar. And as we've been mentioning, today, it's the last day. This was the third game of the day. 2 more normal matches of the league stages remain now. One is a game of Sanhok. Then there's the last game of Erangel that is going to take place. And after that, it's just the bonus game being played between the top 12 teams of the weekly rankings. So I think as the opportunities are about to run out, as the options or as I said, opportunities are about to run out for teams like TRZ, the teams that are sitting at the bottom, teams like A1NB, we're going to see them getting better and better. And I think with the next few games that they have left, I think we will see what they can be capable of if they make it to the PMPL the next time around. I'm going to hope I see them in the next season.
You probably will. Why not, right? If they have made it in this one, they probably will make it in the next one too. But again, as you did see, all this stuff, all this chaos that was going on, WIZZES Club, unfortunately, man, a little bit too much on their plate. They couldn't really deal with it. And in the end, they just got picked up by the players of T2K, who had a complete advantage in that situation. Couldn't even stand a chance. Of course, with the high ground, T2K were looking pretty phenomenal, but Deadeye's guys, in the end, able to keep the man numbers up and able to keep everything in their court. They played that one perfectly and executed that game pretty well, too. We saw some incredible rotations from the side of Deadeye's guys. With that, that's going to give them 11 elimination points, of course, and 28 damage. Then you have T2K as well. I mean, the damage graph are definitely looking quite interesting, but I'm really happy for a team like TRZ. Look at the conversion rate.
Wow, I mean, getting 11 eliminations with quite a significant amount of damage less than the players of DE, that is definitely quite impressive. But again, overall rankings for this week, no changes in the top 4 this time, with Godlike Stalwart are going to be toppled over. This week is not really looking good for them, or maybe they're just waiting for the last 2 matches as well. T2K, they managed to make it to the 5th position, but look at Deadeye's guys, Necro. With 3 games to go, they managed to make an 8th position jump. 147 points to Deadeye's guys as they move up to the 7th spot on the rankings.
Oh, that's a big leap from the side of Deadeye's guys. As you mentioned, they are looking pretty good now in the overall rankings over here of the week 3. And all the way, 8 position leap. Oh boy, impressive performance. Now they can just sit back, chillax, and maybe just put on one more good game should solidify that position, I would say, for today. And that's all they really need to do, because the upcoming Livik game is definitely going to be all for the fun purposes. But if you do take a look at the latter half of the board, you still have IHC on the 14th spot. They aren't even in the top 12, man.
Well.
When will IHC make a comeback?
Yeah, I think they might just miss out on Livik this week.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, that looks like a possibility. Look at how close Dax is to them.
Imagine if they do that, right? Even if they do miss out on this Livik, and then in the grand finals, IHC wins this entire tournament. Oh my god, that'll be insane.
Yeah. You know what though? I want to see a new team lift the trophy.
IHC is a new team.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, IT's never lifted a trophy before. What are you talking about? It was Zeus Esports, buddy.
It's the same players. How does it even matter?
Still a different team though.
Yeah, Godlike Stalwart just joined the scene like a couple of weeks ago, right?
Yeah, they just joined a couple of weeks ago. It's completely fine.
Yeah.
It's pretty new, pretty new. As long as the players are young.
This is their first tournament together.
Yeah, first tournament. We've never seen them in the past ever before. So yeah. But again, ladies and gentlemen, being it's the first time in the tournament. It's still ruling the entire overall league standings. It's quite impressive. But as we do speak of being the first time, it's time for us to make the prediction as well for the first time, Johnny.
Yeah, a lot of things happening for the first time. I don't know how to do predictions, by the way. Which groups are playing?
So basically, Group B is going to be sitting it out.
Yeah, so yeah, Group B is sitting it out. Group C is back.
High voltage can be a good one.
No, I'm gonna go for a fresh team, like a team that we haven't really seen much of, and
Fresh team.
yeah, they're playing this tournament for the first time.
Who? DEW.
No, Godlike Stalwart.
Oh. Sure, buddy.
What about you?
Okay, I'm gonna go with IT.
Alrighty.
New faces, new team, new individuals. Let's see what they've got in the back, man.
I feel like at a certain point, people are just gonna get confused listening to us. Like, if we're actually being serious, no, we're just
This is complete sarcasm,
banter,
guys.
yeah.
Come on, it's
sarcastic
just
banter between
yeah,
two lads. Yeah,
between two guys, and also trying to mess with you guys, of course.
a little bit, yeah.
A little bit, yeah. It's kind of fun to mess with you guys, but we love you.
We love you. Yes,
we love you a lot. Hopefully, you guys love us too. You know. But again, with all that being said, all the jokes aside, of course, the predictions are on the board too. IT and Godlike Stalwart are the predictions. I went with IT, Johnny with Godlike Stalwart. Do let us know in the chat as well what your guys' prediction is. Vote space the team tag. For example, if the team tag is STE, then you will need to type vote space STE. If the team tag is A1NB, you will need to type vote space A1NB. So do let us know in the chat in the PMPL South Asia YouTube channel. With that being said, the Sanhok should be set in stone because we do see the plane slowly and steadily getting packed up with the players. Now, this also gives us a little bit more time, Johnny, to talk about Gremlin Storm. Now, yesterday, they got themselves the second spot in the overall rankings of this week, but today we haven't seen them nearly as consistent or nearly as good as how they were yesterday.
Quite true. I mean, GSM again. So GSM, Gremlin Storm, the name might sound new to a lot of people, but no, Gremlin Storm, the players that are there in the lineup are veterans, and it is something that I think does change because it is like a new team that has been put together. Even though the players have played individually, been playing for a long time in different teams, but it's going to be quite interesting to see how, in fact, the team has been adjusting. So I think with the weeks going by when the tournament started, we saw them struggle because they were also getting used to each other and also to how the other teams have changed their play style over time. But as soon as we step into week 3, we see Gremlin Storm get a little better. Week 3, I think, is when all that experience, all that years and years and years of compiled experience of the entire lineup just put together made them realize, all right, this is exactly what we need to do to beat these teams. This is exactly what we need to do in this particular map. And because of which we instantly saw a massive, massive improvement in the last couple of days from the side of GSM. Today, I believe they have been kind of unlucky, to be very honest, in a few matches. The zone not really favoring them during beyond the mid-game situations.
Yeah.
So it has been quite tricky for them to make it work. But still, at this point, the main concern for GSM was just to make it to the Livik game to get some extra points for themselves. This week's ranking, I think they are going to look quite decent, but at the end of the day, I want to see what the overall league leaderboard is going to look like, because that is where it all goes down.
And this also leads us to another conversation. Is going to be about the players of Raw, right? So there's always this sort of uphill you see in their performance. There's always this up curve you see, and then there's this down curve you see out of nowhere. So Raw as well. Sometimes, don't get me wrong, they are a solid team. They are showing some glimmers of brilliance plays. They're showing some glimmers of aggression as well. They have a pretty good firepower, but unfortunately, they're just not able to stay consistent inside the lobby, and that has been the problem with the majority of the teams. And Raw as well are struggling with that currently. But just the good thing is that they were somewhere in the top 12, and if I'm not wrong, they're still somewhere in the top 10 as well. So So Raw, they're currently sitting good, but they at least need one good game to either be somewhere in that top 5 just to get a decent amount of bonus points secured onto yourself, and you really do need those bonus points to have that little head start inside the grand finals. If you don't have the head start, that means you will have even more pressure compared to the other teams who do have a head start. So other teams, they will be chilling, and you will need to work twice as harder.
But you know what? The bonus point situation, I think when the format was designed freshly, I think the expectations were a little bit different from what is actually going on right now in the bonus point rankings. Because what was expected was the fact that, all right, teams are going to be a little bit more careful with how their matches go and how they finish during the league stages. Because if you perform consistently every single week, you are getting rewarded quite heavily for that. But due to the inconsistencies that have been displayed by almost the entire lobby every single time, I think the structure is just a little bit too close for comfort. So it is like, for example, High Voltage right now in the bonus rankings sit on the first position with 35 points. Then you have, I think, the Warriors sitting on the fifth position with 33 points. There's 2 points separating 5 teams. Not even 5 teams. It's got like Stalwart, DRS, and IHC tied for 34. So that's 5 teams, 4 teams right there. 5 with Deadice Guys, 6 Skylightz Gaming, D Warriors. That's 7 teams within the 2-point difference. So, I mean, it's not as intense as it should be, but still, it is something different that we get to experience for the first time. And I think what the exact repercussions of this are going to be, I think we are going to find out when the grand finals actually begin. Because, for example, if High Voltage actually, let's assume like they win the next 3 games in a row, right? If High Voltage go on to win the next 3 games in a row, they just skipped out on their break game, which was the previous one, then that's going to mean they get 20 points from the rankings of this week for the bonus points. And if the next 6 teams in line that are the closest to High Voltage just drop their rankings instantly in the next 3 games, then it's going to be very difficult for them to compete, because then High Voltage's total tally is just going to be jumping up to a 55-point average. And God like Stalwart, I think if they fail to cross even over 40, High Voltage is just going to be chilling the entire first day of the grand finals. It's literally starting off with a safety cushion.
I mean,
you start a tournament with a safety cushion.
Exactly, yeah. That's what we call it, the head start, right? You will have the head start. You will have the rocket boost at the start. It's up to you how good you want to play these. It's up to you how seriously you want to play these league stages. But at the same time, league stage is not going to give you the PMPL trophy. You need the grand finals to be secured underneath your belt, and only you'll be getting all that prize money that is being shown over there, and of course the rest of the stuff, all the good stuff. And with that being said, we have the Sanhok starting as well. And the plane fly path this time is going to be all the way from the right side of the map, starting, ending towards Nakam, as we do see the players of IT2 just ejecting out near Kampong. We have seen a little drop clash between the players of 1952 and IT in the past, but luckily for the players of IT, 1952 are not going to be playing inside this game. So nothing much to worry about. The threat's not there for IT. IT should be able to loot and scoot pretty easily. On the other hand, as you do see Gremlin Storm as well near Quarry side, quite spread out actually. An interesting approach from the side of Gremlin Storm. Even they spreading themselves out and trying to play this way is definitely making me question quite a lot of things. But luckily enough, they don't have anyone deal with them. And of course, the plane fly path isn't really going to affect the team's drop spots, because it's the map of Sanhok. You can pretty much extend yourself wherever you want. It's way much more smaller map compared to all the other maps. So it's definitely not going to be a problem at all. Elementrix 2 near Ruined site. Dax is pretty close. We have a little drop clash between the players of Seal and Maptex. And this drop clash can definitely pan out pretty interesting, as all the 4 players have dropped. There are 8 people inside one vicinity. And there's this drop clash once again between the players of High Voltage and DE Warriors. And the DPS in the hand of Doc is going to deal, of course, a lot of damage, but Sneaks from either side will take care of the man. High Voltage now is on a run. He's trying to fire a DBS in that range. What? Interesting. The entire team of High Voltage now is just on a run. It's a cat and mouse chase, as the players of High Voltage really just do want to get their hands on a gun too badly. And unfortunately, they're also dropping down from top of the hill. They are taking a lot of damage, that's for sure. All the players are quite chipped out, but DEW looking near it. It's on his way from the back too. Unfortunately, Doc doesn't have any sort of AR or even an SMG in his hands. That's why he's not able to find any knockouts at this point in time. But high voltage, this is going to be an early exit for them pretty much. Is Doc actually shooting at that range? He's of course not going to be able to land any bullets because shotgun pellets cannot travel that far away. But this is a massive joke. High voltage just being completely caught off guard with the hot drop the players at DEW did on top of them. And now Jiggle is just hoping for the best, crossing his fingers, hoping that no one's going to spot him out. Doc has the DBS in the hand, so in close range, no one stand a chance against him. Challenging a fight against the players of DEW at this point in time is definitely going to be way too risky. So high voltage, the only thing they can do is just back off, and that's what they're exactly trying to pull off. But the fight between the players of Seal and Maptex finally breaks down as Seal, they're able to find the opening and instantly put the man to sleep. The problem with Maptek's approach inside this fight is that they're way too spread out. All the 4 players were on the different corners off the Pine Ant. And now they're just getting picked off one after the other. The rest 2 players are on the complete opposite sides. As Baron as well is there. But he's nowhere near close to his teammate. Maptex Esports, the only thing they can do is try and make it out alive from this spot. And maybe loot somewhere around in those smaller compounds. It's the map of Sanhok. You should be able to find a decent loot even in those smaller compounds. John Mara and TRZ on our screens as we have John Mara on the opposing end and TRZ there too. Just a little stalemate situation inside Paradise Resort. Both these teams just trying to gather some info, but none of them are responding to each other. None of them are revealing their true intentions. Both these teams are definitely struggling on the overall leaderboards. And they do not want any sort of extra risk onto themselves. So this game is really important for them. It's the second last game of the day too, and it's the map of Sanhok. That'll bring in a little bit of variety once again. I mean, today's day has been filled up with a lot of varieties in general. We aren't seeing the teams that do usually dominate. For example, Deadeye's guys got a chicken dinner for themselves. So we are definitely witnessing a lot of comebacks. John Mara is on a run too. This is quite an interesting spot to be in. But definitely not a stalemate situation you want to be in because you're wasting a lot of time right off the bat, which you can try and utilize to set yourself up in a better spot and also get a better loot.
Well. Quite a long standstill between the two squads. And now finally, I guess, the lads from the side of John Mara have decided to move on. Although, I think they could have stayed there for a little while more, considering they are in quite a decent position inside of the circle. And also, not a lot going on in the other directions as well. But this is Sanhok. This map can get extremely chaotic very fast. You have to be on your toes every second. Now on our screens, the players from the side of Maptex taking on the players of Seal Esports. Seal have already lost one of their players. Farad has been dropped. Maptex, can they use this opportunity, this opening as an advantage? And also, let's not forget, Gremlin Storm is quite close to the city of Painan, so there is a possibility of a third party coming in from the eastern hill of the city, the western hill of the city. And both the teams will have to be extremely cautious and aware of that.
Speak of being extremely cautious and aware. I mean, right now, both these teams are definitely trying to be extremely cautious, but at the start, Maptex Esports, they were just so out of sync. All the 4 players were on different corners of the Painan City, and that's why things really didn't work out between them. As we have Deadeye's guys in front of us. And so far, the players of Deadass guys are definitely in quite a weird split, I would say. One player's all the way back inside Hot Tin. The other 3 players are in the front inside the compound. Godlike Stalwart are moving in close too. They've sort of realized there's a big chance the next circle might take a shift on the top left island. But Dax as well are in the clotheslines. This is like a little trifecta of death that's happening over here. But Godlike Stalwart do, of course, have the upper edge in that fight. Maptex Esports finally up against the players to seal this battle. Breaks down even once more as the DBS strikes in and the final man falls down. Apex is going to be down in the grave.
Well, the name said Apex, but when he was supposed to be the predator, he became the prey to the players of
Technically,
Seal
he's a prey
Esports.
dater.
No. Well, I guess now it's turn for the lads from WIZZES Club to chime in, because they are, as it looks like, quite eager to go for the push on the players of Seal Esports. Or in fact, whatever remains of the players of Seal Esports, just 2 players left standing, Casey and Spooky. 4v2 situation. And again, a reminder, Gremlin Storm not too far away from the city. They should be hearing all of this commotion, should be keeping a vision on the city of Painan, seeing the players move around.
Speak of that, and this Painan, this entire city is just a hot zone right now.
Yep.
Seal with just the 2 players, both of them just separated out. WIZZES Club with all the 4 players just stacked up inside one little corner. The rest 2 still just being there in the front, not even giving away a lot of cues, not even peeking out, not challenging the fight. Octopus just looking at his dog. Overall, everyone's just chilling. But yeah, Johnny,
Yeah.
you laughed at that joke that I made. It was a
It
good
was
one,
so-
come on.
Nah, it was so bad.
It was a
that
good one,
instead
though.
of-
Then why did you laugh?
Yeah, because sometimes even the jokes can be so bad that they become funny all over again.
So technically, you agree I'm funny.
Did you say something?
I said, technically, you agree I'm funny.
Sorry, what?
Okay, buddy. But yeah, nothing really much is happening, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's the podcast hours where the casters just talk to each other. I mean, you
Yep.
can try to blabber about the game and try to repeat the same stuff over and over again, but there's just nothing really much happening. Would rather have a good conversation.
I mean, there's so little action in the game. We just saw one of the players from the side of Godlike Stalwart punch a rock a couple of times.
I mean, have you seen those type of karate movies and stuff? Those kung fu movies?
Oh
Just
yeah.
training himself before the actual battle begins. Just punching the rock, getting ready, man.
Getting prepped. Getting
That's
hyped.
why Godlike Stalwart are one of the best teams inside the lobby. Now you get it, guys. Whenever you get the chance, start punching the rocks.
Oh no. We
In-game.
figured it out.
Yeah, in
We
game
cracked
though.
the code.
In game though. Do it in game.
Why?
Because IRL, you might end up hurting yourself. What do you mean? I don't want anyone to get hurt. I love everyone.
Oh boy. That's speaking from experience. That's actually quite true. Don't punch rocks. Oh. This cute little puppy. Just jumping around, chasing the butterfly. Well, no fear. He's gonna try and take Laser down. Goes for a couple of tap shots in the distance, but VENOM Legends, the distance being a little too much, are going to be quite safe from this. On the other side, the Gremlin Storm against the players of WIZZES Club. An interesting fight. as I believe Domain was knocked out from the side of WIZZES Club. So GSM with the advantage, Janmara against TRZ. Not in Painan though, for a change.
Speak of that, and right now TRZ is still in the clotheslines. The hill control is definitely in the hands of John Mara, but the way they're spread out, this is definitely quite interesting. I don't know how the game plan's going to be like for them, but maybe in the future stages they can definitely try and pull something interesting off if they do have a game plan. TRZ, they are looking to take control, or they are looking to take over that hill because the players were scouting. They have figured it out. It does seem quite clear, so might as well try and get the high ground possibly secured. Godlike Stalwart, some gunshots were being heard in that direction. Gunner now is just looking out for that. Pika's position is definitely spotted, but Gunner doesn't want to take any shots. Doesn't want any sort of extra risk onto himself just yet.
When one player from the side of Godlike Stalwart was knocked out, the other men just trying to make sure, trying their level best to revive their fallen comrade. While Gunner, he's going to make his way to the shoreline, but it's not going to be an easy finish though. Also, that is going to be a tricky position to work with because now he's a little bit far away from his team and he's going to be quite exposed. But on the other side, IHC also being spotted out by the players of Janmara, as they have gone on to take complete control of boot camp.
Speak of getting control over boot camp, Kremlin Storm. Shots are definitely taken in the front. Seal, they're on a move. They're on an uphill move right now. They're on a climb, big time. Gremlin Storm around. All the four players that are around each other. The circle is just right in between all the three islands. Don't exactly know where the next circle is going to be taking a shift though, but the top left island is being covered the most. Even Godlike Stalwart, they finally made a rotation on the other side, just in case if the circle does take a big shift away from them, they should have at least one man who is kind of already securing the spot. So I do like the future planning, but the man who's separated out, he might get pushed in even from the back. There are a couple of teams who are starting to push in and get real close.
Yeah. So in this situation of these heal battle scenarios, you have to be extremely critical of when you start to do those heal battles. This is still pretty early to go for, or to already be opting out for the heal battle strategy, and it's going to be quite interesting to see if that actually works out for these lads. But I think they've already started to move and regroup together. Also, love this circle split on all the three islands. So if it stays like this, if we keep seeing these central shifts again and again and again, later stages of the game, we are going to see a lot of bodies just literally underwater. We're just going to try and swim, come up for air for 1 or 2 seconds, and then just drop back underneath the surface.
Just tapping away right now with the AKM. Mad Cat doesn't find any sort of connections. And TRZ Esports still not able to find connections, still not able to find that sweet spot. VENOM Legends on the other side, they're just keeping their heads tucked down. They don't want anything to do with this fight. Maybe now they'll start to challenge a little bit of shots, but still no. VENOM Legends just doesn't really want to. They really do want to take things safe here, but I don't know what the game plan is for the players of TRZ. By doing this, they're just gathering a lot of attention to themselves, and imagine if the circle shifts away. Their position's already compromised.
Well, let's see though, and as you said, since the position was compromised, not just of VENOM Legends, but of the teams that were shooting upon them, TRZ are going to be caught off guard by the players of Janmara. We saw one of the players from the side of TRZ go down. And Janmara also getting third-partied by IHC. 17 minutes in Sanhok. Only one team has been eliminated up until now. 54 players still remaining, but I think those numbers are going to change very soon. Elementrix picking off a few players from the side of the Warriors. Deadeye Guy against the players of T2K as well in the distance. Look at Sneak. Now, sneaking is the only option that he is going to have left. He's going to have to sneak out of this situation. And he fails to do so.
And he instantly gets taken down. Godlike Stalwart too, finally realizing that the rotation's coming through from the side of TRZ, instantly picking them off one after the other. All the 4 players are up for this team, and they're playing this one pretty proactively too, not scared of anyone right now. The next circle again just shifts right in the center once again, but Dax, they found themselves in the sweet spot. In the center of the circle, controlling the only compound in the prime spot. And Dax, they're chilling big time, but there are still a couple of compounds left unchecked that are left untaken, and they can definitely go for it if they do want. Look at TRZ, how close this one is. Gang still just caught sleeping.
How did he get there, and what was he doing? Did not even attempt to retaliate against this push, just stayed there behind the tree, and TRZ getting an extra point for themselves. 18 minutes in. Godlike Stalwart, they know where the players from VENOM Legends are going to come from. They know what to expect. They are being extremely patient about this as well, but you have to care for the flank. TRZ, they're going to be waiting for any mistake from the side of the opposition. DRS, look at this, Rules going for a swim. Could be spotted out by Yeta, and I think that's it. He has been spotted out, but oh, he ducks right in the nick of time, avoiding any damage from the opposition.
Speak of avoiding any damage. So far, I mean, none of them is just peeking their heads out over here in this vicinity. As we have John Mara finally just taking a lot of shots against the players in the front, and it's going to be IC and IT2. They instantly do deliver back. They do reply in stronger fashion, but unfortunately, Demo gets picked off quickly. So Demo being out the fray, IHC, they're already short of hand, and now IHC, they're still challenging a fight against the players of John Mara. They're getting taken care of one after the other. 2 players fall down. John Mara left with only 2 more players to work with, Gunner and No Fear. And No Fear now is going to start to feel all sort of fears onto himself. He is really close to the players of IHC, and there's a chance he might get spotted soon. DRS, good spot. GSM instantly reply back in a stronger fashion though.
Well, let's see, the DRS not really looking good as all of a sudden Gyante and Killer.
Ooh, what a nade!
Asking a lot of questions. Yeah, definitely finding the opening with a wonderful nade onto the players of GSM. Another one being lobbed. Is this going to get Dictator as well? If it does, oh boy, that is going to be insane. He's lobbing them blind, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. That's why this is impressive. This man is lobbing utility blind, and still he has managed to catch one of the players, Memo, off guard. But Memo is getting a revive right now, and DRS, they need to make sure that they end this fight right here in a few short moments. Otherwise, if the players from the side of GSM are back, they're going to be back for blood. Oh, Dax, so lucky.
Blood. Yeah. I mean, Dax, yeah, they're definitely inside the circle. Even the warehouse in the front is up for grabs.
Exactly.
But I personally feel like they should not go for it. The warehouse is one of the most exposed things you can go for at this point in time. So maybe just try and hold off the compounds once again and play on the edge slowly and steadily. As DRS Gaming, Gyante outside the circle, tanking a lot of damage. Has 27 bandages available. But he really does want to go for this fight against the players of Gremlin Storm. Now he can decide to either pop that med kit or go for the fight, and he gets caught off guard in some different off angle. And he has no clue there was a man in the right lines. Gets picked off. John Mara, 2 to follow it up. As we have 12 teams alive and 33 players in total. A lot of teams have taken some early hand casualties. Some players are being taken off, so that's why they're handicapped right now. But still, against the players of WIZZES Club for a better spot in the circle.
Well, let's see though, both the teams being quite peaceful for now. But still, they are going to be left with just 2 players. Train to Kill getting eliminated in this game on the 12th position after An amazing run in the previous one. Yes, establishing momentum and in fact continuing it. Proving a little too difficult, but let's see. Gremlin Storm forced to take an exit. WIZZES Club, I think they're going to do the same to IHC. A lot of people going for water rotations, even though it's not, well, it is going to be quite interesting to see which ones are going to make it work. But Kisei running in, and that's it! What? I thought it is going to be a crossfire. I thought there was going to be a crossfire from the players of CL Esports when they charged in, but I guess both of them were just focused on their individual targets.
Too many battles now happening at the same time, and it's just an absolute hell-breaking lose as Dax against the players to Godlike Stalwart. Even this team wants to make it inside the circle. The next circle just centers on up. Once again, the warehouse is going to be the best compound to be in, and the players of Elementrix are the closest to it. Dax and Godlike Stalwart, this battle is definitely going to be so detrimental for both these teams, and that they're also going to end up wasting a lot of time in general. Dax now really wanting to challenge a fight against the players of Elementrix, but they have another trouble to take care of. It's going to be in the name of Godlike Stalwart. How are Dax going to make it out alive? As soon as one man is out, he just caught a bit too many bullets, needed to stop right on the rock, but he at least found himself an entry inside the circle. Godlike Stalwart, the entire team now slowly and steadily just creeping and crawling their way in. Also tossing some utilities on the way. The Molotov's going to be perfect, but unfortunately not on the other side of the rock. It's on the completely opposite side, but right now, Godlike Stalwart, they realize that they're getting pushed on by the players of WIZZES Club, and they're single-handedly taking care of this entire team as Action is looking like an unstoppable beast, and now the final man of IC2 should be taken care of, but Godlike Stalwart just throwing this game, and IC might just be the man to go down soon. And look at Scry. Yeah, he's just given away the position. Finally, the entire team of Godlike Stalwart now has been taken care of. IC has no clue if there's someone alive on the other side, and he can try to make it on the safer side as well.
Yeah, he just stood there in the crevice of the cliff right there, stood there for so long and waited for an opportunity, and then when it presented itself in the form of the players from the side of Godlike Stalwart completely missing that, man, he made them pay for it. Top 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen, with Dax also being present over here, and Elementrix doing a phenomenal job of having taken control of that warehouse. As you mentioned, though, it is going to be quite exposed.
Yeah.
Because of which I think Yeta was sent on a flank, but look at that, IC, he's still present in this game, and now he's making his way towards this fight.
Oh, Elementrix is trying to engulf this man from all across the sides, but IC can definitely play a really big role, but not anymore as he's been taken care of. And unfortunately, Assault is the only man. He cannot stand tall against 3 players, of course, and he will be easily gotten rid of as well. Elementrix, as always, just shining bright inside the map of Sanhok. And speak of getting to see some new faces coming up, or some variety. This is what we're seeing over here, ladies and gentlemen. Elementrix finally back in action. If you remember, even inside week 1, Elementrix was the wake-up call. Sanhok was the wake-up call for Elementrix.
Yeah, definitely. And we were talking about this as well. We like seeing new names, new faces, just dominating in matches like this. 14 eliminations, 29 points from this game. So it wasn't like they were just playing to get those placement points or playing to survive. They wanted to take those fights. They ran towards those fights and secured those points for themselves. And this actually does set up Elementrix in a pretty nice position for the end of the day, because then you do have the last game happening in a few short moments, and after that the Livik is going to be there. This week it looks like Elementrix, they were able to do quite well for themselves. They were extremely close to the top 12, if I'm not wrong, and I'm pretty sure they are going to be in a comfortable position to actually go for that Livik.
Speak of being in the comfortable position for going for that Livik, I mean, the upcoming game is going to be quite interesting too, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be a break coming soon too, so that's what we're waiting for, the producer's call, because after the break, you guys know, it's time to break down the game and also go through all the stats that are going to be quite interesting, Johnny.
Yeah. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And what an amazing win for Elementrix in this last game, not last game, well, the last Sanhok of the league stages. After this, we have one more Erangel, and then the Livik is going to happen. And we also have the MVP of the game in front of us, Yeta from the side of Elementrix. And I have to say, I think, Necro, you're going to agree with me on this. Every single time we see Elementrix make an important play, it is this man who is responsible for initiating everything.
Yeah, I mean, Yeta Uta, the stats are speaking for itself, right? 8 elimination points, 659 damage dealt. The conversion rate is definitely there. Then you also have 4 knockouts from this man with the survival time of 24-20. So Yeta Uta definitely went ham, and he has been a really good player, and I would say a star player for this team too. So he needs to have a big hand behind every single success of the team.
I mean, he already does. I don't know how he can do more. The man has been incredible. I mean, every single time, because I remember every single time we talk about Elementrix during the game, we talk about them going for a fight or making an important play. Yeta is always at the center of everything. And this time he wasn't alone. This time he had his teammates to help him out. Vishal and Precious getting 2 and 3 eliminations respectively. Then we have in the list of players focus, we have Top and IC. And I have to say, I see that 3K on the players of Godlike Stalwart was something else. I think, yeah, Godlike Stalwart, they're not going to be happy about it. They're going to be pretty tilted after that. So it is going to be important for them to reset and refocus on the last match of the day.
Speak of reset and refocus, I mean, a lot of teams will need to do that, man. Where's TRZ? They are definitely getting a little bit of limelight today, but is that enough if you ask me, considering they were all the way on the bottom of the board today? I would say no. Even Maptex Esports this week was completely grim for them. Even VENOM Legends not able to show themselves up. A lot of teams, man, they have left us upset. And hopefully inside this last game, we'll at least see them fight for the pride.
Yeah, we're going to be quite hopeful about that because it is quite important for Godlike Stalwart to, in fact, just display exactly what they're made of. But let's see. I mean, the last game of the day, and as I think to a certain extent, I do agree with what you said a little bit earlier in the day, that since they have already made it to the finals, they don't really care about what happens in the last few matches of this particular week. But looking at the match rankings, we do have Elementrix finishing the game with 29 points, Godlike Stalwart with the 18 points, IHC is going to be there with 17, and Dax did not get any eliminations, but they still managed to finish in the top 2. All thanks to the fact that they got to that factory position so early, and they had a very, very good compound that was there to protect them.
Speak of having a good compound, I mean, right now, they definitely did, but they somehow managed to get in a fight with the players of Godlike Stalwart, and Godlike Stalwart was just really being a big problem for the players of Dax. And I would understandably say so. That's understandable again, but still, just playing grouped up inside the compound really does limit your information gathering, and that when you do not really have a lot of information to work around in the nearby vicinities, that's when the enemy's team start really capitalizing on that, and that's when they realize that, okay, this position's up for grab, and that's what the players of Godlike Stalwart did. If Dax were a little bit proactive in that moment, and if they started to take control of that hill way before the players of Godlike Stalwart did, then this could be a complete different story.
Well, I think I completely agree with you on that. I think if Godlike Stalwart had just, instead of just constantly focusing on fighting, had they just realized, all right, for now we need to avoid any collisions, we need to start focusing on our position, I think we would have seen them walk away with the win in this particular game. Also, I think a little bit of overconfidence and a little bit of amazing play from IC did add to the fact that we didn't see them walk away with a chicken dinner. But hey, it's all done and dusted at this point. We can't really break down the situation. It was an incredible moment from IC, from IHC. But let's have a look at the damage graph on our screens. Elementrix doing a brilliant job. 1807 damage, 14 eliminations secured off of that. Then we have Godlike Stalwart with the highest damage inside of the game. In fact, 1888 damage dished out, to be a little bit more precise. And 10 eliminations secured because of it. But while all this was happening, look at what Seal Esports were up to. So apparently that Painan fight was a little bit more intense than we realized.
Indeed it was. The Painan fight definitely turned out to be quite interesting. And actually, a lot of teams just kept on stacking inside that Painan city over and over again. And that was kind of like a little hot drop for a decent amount of time inside the game. Or actually, I would say for the majority amount of time, Painan was the hot drop or the hot spot. But with that being said, again, the schedule is in front of us. And the final game is going to be played on Erangel, in which Group A is going to be sitting it out. That means, Johnny, your favorite team and my favorite team, and pretty much a lot of people, DE Warriors have pretty much named themselves onto them. And DE Warriors, right now in Group A, they're going to be sitting it out, man. They're inside Group A.
I mean, it is not just them. VENOM Legends, WIZZES Club, T2K are all going to be sitting out. But my second favorite team is going to be back, so I'm going to be rooting for them in the next one. Guess what my second favorite team is?
A1NB.
Yes, you know me so well, Necro.
Exactly, man. But again, so you're going to go with A1NB? All right.
Yes.
Interesting. Final choice, and you went with A1NB. Okay. You know what?
It's time
Final
to have
game.
some fun.
It's time to have some fun, yeah. It really is. I'm going to go with DRS Gaming.
All right. Works.
Works?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Why not? Go with DRS Gaming.
Today
Let's go.
You do realize today hasn't really been that great for them.
Exactly. That's why with DRS Gaming. And again, I mean, DRS is sitting at the top. Do they really need to be worried about anything? Because they're going to be playing inside Livik game anyways, no matter what. So Livik game's, of course, going to be quite fun. For other teams, though, Aptex, I'm really worried about. John Mar, too, if I'm not wrong, in the overall league standings. They're kind of like barely on the edge, too. So I don't exactly know what the rankings are looking like in the overall league standings, of course. And even the producer is not going to show it right now because at the end of the show, all the mystery will be revealed, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, we should have the final game rolling soon in front of our eyes because I'm pretty sure the plane's now starting to get packed up with the players. But before that, let's focus on one more team over here. And I feel like that really needs to be talked about because after this one, I don't think so we're going to see them playing inside the grand finals. I hate to say it, but that is probably going to be the case, which is going to be TRZ Esports.
Yeah. I think I agree with you on that. And I think we talked about this during the Miramar performance as well. Because on Miramar, I think we saw what was the best game from TRZ in this entire PMPL. Out of all of the matches that they played, I think that Miramar was one of the best runs they've had. And it is going to be quite incredible because, as I said back then, these are new players, new faces we are seeing in this edition of PMPL. And because of that, I think it becomes very difficult. You start to feel a little bit, you start to feel like you have to deliver. Otherwise, you won't be able to make a name for yourself. And in the future, no one's going to notice you. But that is not the case. You have to just be consistent. You have to just deliver results, not in one game, but looking at the bigger picture. And I think one of the best examples of a team that does that has to be Skylightz Gaming. Not the previous edition of Skylightz Gaming, but how they are playing right now. Not too flashy in the matches. You don't really see them go for very insane plays. But because of how consistent they have delivered results, they are doing really well in the overall ranking. High Voltage is in a similar boat. In fact, High Voltage would have been a much better example than Skylightz Gaming because you don't notice High Voltage. They managed to make it to the top 5 again. They were sitting in the bottom 3 yesterday.
I mean, we pretty much saw this coming, let's be honest, right? The teams that are doing really good in the overall league standings, even if they are on the latter half of the board inside a week, all they need is one day to make a comeback in the first half because it's so easy to make the entry. It's hard to keep consistent, though. And that's what has been the problem throughout this entire week. But we've never been worried about those teams, right? But over here, my eyes are also going to be on another team, and that is going to be IAT because inside this week, they have been really struggling. Now, they are in a pretty good spot in the overall league standings. They are inside top 10. If I'm not wrong, they were somewhere in top 6. I think so. They were on the 6th spot when we started the day off. So in the league standings, they're doing pretty good. But what we're really looking for is, are they going to be able to qualify themselves inside this Livik game or not? Because week 3, it has been a little rough on them.
Yeah, week 3 has been extremely shaky, and I think again, as we were talking about TRZ as well, I think that sort of point correlates to this because all the teams that are there in the bottom 4 of the rankings, and not just the bottom 4, the bottom 2 in fact are a little bit too far away to qualify for the finals. The other two teams they did have a fighting chance. We're gonna find out after the end of the game if who makes it through and who will stay behind. But when these teams realize that now we have nothing to lose, they're going to go absolute YOLO. They will play their best game. Not knowingly, it will all be subconscious because they are going to be playing on their instincts. And their instincts are the years of experience they've accumulated of giving their best day in and day out. So they are going to play to the best of their abilities, and then the matches and fights become a little bit more challenging. But all right, we do have the last Erangel of the league stages, ladies and gentlemen, starting right now. The trajectory of the plane starting all the way from the northern part of Severny, going through to, well, quite close to school, and it is going to end on the military island. And if I'm
Circle
not
prediction
wrong,
now.
not the circle prediction, dude. IHC is playing this game with just 3 players.
Wow, they just don't care. We told you, man, from the start of the tournament, IT never cared about the league stages. All they cared was about qualifying inside the grand finals, and they've done it. They don't even care about showing themselves
Cordless
up
is
in this
taking a
last
break.
game. Yeah, he's had enough. Cordless is like, all right, guys, I'm going to go chill out. I'm way too bored playing this game, man. Or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, IHC, man, they just never really cared about the league stages, and that's what it literally seemed like inside the game too, because with the way they were playing, there, as I mentioned, there were some moments of brilliance even from their side. But overall, IHC was just showing their rush gameplay.
Well, and it did look pretty good as well, but let's see. We have a central circle in front of us, Raw, on the northern part of the map. Skylightz Gaming taking an early exit as well. Look at Elementrix going for a 2-2 split, realizing, as you said, everyone's favorite team, the Warriors, is missing from the lobby. So they did realize that the military base is up for grabs.
Yep.
I wouldn't risk being that close to the players of God like Stalwart this early. Oh, Sinister, go back indoors. Don't let anyone see you.
That's it for now. Yeah, and instantly on a run too. Yeah, DRS already just starting to rip things apart, and it just instilling fear and terror in the players of TRZ. And we were just having a conversation about the players of TRZ too. If they're going to get picked off right off the bat like this, then yeah, they're not going to be able to fight for the pride anyways.
Well, the first blood of the game this early. Yes, that is the first blood, because this game is just there with the 3
Oh
players.
my God.
Oh, a
Is he
boxing
actually
match.
gonna punch?
Necro, you always wanted a celebrity boxing match, right?
Yeah.
And this one was to the death.
But his
Wait, what?
teammate helped him out.
So, if I'm not wrong, the other lad had an Uzi. Yet, he chose to be...
So he picked it off his body.
Yeah. So, Atomic did not have anything. The lad from Dax had a gun on him. Yet he chose to fight with his fist. What a warrior. What a Chad.
From the back, it's the players of Dax just pushing and pressing on forward. Struggle has nothing to work around with. His position was already compromised. Mamba pushed up, instantly got the elimination point secured. Now he's just waiting for the cover to be there and the cavalry to be there close enough. And yeah, now the rescue team is there. Should be able to get away from this one. Dax is already down to a 2-man squad. TRZ, at least they got some elimination on their hands. So they're going to be off to a good start.
Well, let's see though. TRZ, Rare was the one who was picked off, but still. They have 2 eliminations already secured for what they did to Dax. DE on the other side. Guess where they are? Chilling in Rozok. So we had a lot of early drop collisions in this game. Something we did not anticipate. A lot of individuals went out. Dax, they're down to their last 2 players. IHC, they started the game with just 3 players. TRZ have lost one of their own as well. A1 and B somehow managing to survive. I guess getting extremely lucky. And map text over here. Towards the school area. They know just a little bit up north from their position they are going to find the players of DE, and just a little bit northwest are going to be the lads from the side of high voltage.
What is he doing? Huh? Okay, just wants to keep the vehicle safe and sound. I don't even know how could he do that with a straight face on. I mean, he could have literally just dragged the vehicle inside the school compound, and pretty much that would have been safe enough.
It's the school of rock, my friend. There are no rules.
That is true. High
Also,
voltage. Yeah, go ahead.
so A1 and B now. They have gone for a very early split rotation, which they usually do. But this time around, Gremlin Storm has found themselves just being the one dividing the split. I think A1 and B are going to be the world of hurt in the next 5 minutes. Not even 5, less than that.
Yeah, Gremlin Storm is really close to them. And even 1952 is really close to them as well. And the problem is A1 and B, they're right now separated out. And Gremlin Storm is probably going to be the one to challenge a fight against the players of A1 and B soon enough. Speaking of teams that has had casualties so far, it's the players of Dax, of course, down 2 men, and even TRZ, they're down 1 man. So already things are looking quite tough for them. T2K Esports just dying out in the front. Elementrix still inside Fairapir area. There are 2 players who dropped inside military base. They've already rotated out. So that rotation was definitely quite interesting. Raw all the way up north. IC is still inside Georgepol. High voltage inside the Water City. Deadeye's guys inside Rozhok. Things are looking pretty okay. John Mara has spotted out the players to seal. The center of the map, as always, now is starting to get cluttered up.
I mean, we usually call it chaotic when there are teams just clashing into each other. Right now, it's like one individual of a team is going to be in one position with one team. The other lad is somewhere else with another team. Everyone is just everything is just jumbled up so much. And it's all happening in the center of the map. Look at that Seal Esport. Very quick with their rotation. Headed towards the area of Pochinki, but now Jan Mara is standing in their way. Look on the radar. Seals have appeared just southwest of where the players of Jan Mara are. And are they charging in for a fight? I think so, yes.
Oh, TRZ, they really do just want to put a full stop to the fairy tale of Dax. Why is Assault OP not even peeking outside the house? Finally, he does! Oh, Assault, he took his time right there. He thought twice if he wanted to peek out or not. He was definitely second doubting himself, but eventually did help his teammate out and put a full stop to that one. But I don't know what the approach was from the side of TRZ. At this point, even TRZ don't care probably.
Yeah, either that or maybe just Dax. It was Dax waiting to assert revenge on the opposition for what happened a few moments ago.
Maybe. But how exactly did he pull up on that exact tower? That's my question. He has to know there's someone around. There's someone around, but he literally just stepped inside an unknown territory and got picked off.
Yeah.
Right now, Assault is just inside the tower, making sure he's not giving his position away. Position's definitely compromised, but more kind of like he's not giving any sort of HP away. He doesn't want to be in an HP deficit. Just going to blow up the tires real quick. Make sure they're trapped inside that little visitor tower.
Righty, so as we were talking about it, you guys can see the massive cluster from Pochinki all the way to Rozhok. IHC and Raw have managed to avoid any confrontation up until now. And they're going to be retreating quite late as well towards the center. The True Love on our screen, just taking control of Watchtower and watching Maptex all the way in school. The airdrop getting picked up by B-Shawl right there. Let's see, when do we get to see it in action?
Maptex Esports. Seal is right on the opposite side. The next circle, man, it's definitely going to be the suspense breaker. And it's really going to mean a lot for all the teams because things will be even more clear because this circle just pretty much centered up on the majority of the teams. And a lot of teams have already found themselves a little safer ground, but talk about safer ground. Seal, they're not too safe in that one. Maptex, some nice shots taken. Zake instantly falls down. And now the entire team of Seal is going to be in a big state of discomfort as they do retreat back to the player, going for a resurrection. But Maptex Esports, that sort of a knock should definitely give them a little bit of confidence boost.
Let's see how confident are they going to be feeling after this, though. Raw on the other side, finding an opening for themselves and going up against the players of high voltage. Do in fact take Jiggle down and finish him off as well. Dax Assault. So I'm worried about this. He does not have any armor. He does not have a helmet. Has no first aids, no healing utility, just one smoke on him. And he's armed with a PP Bison and a shotgun. And it's a Mexican standoff at this point between Dax and TRZ. Whoever makes the first mistake is just going to get destroyed. But TRZ, they have that UAS. They're going to make a getaway from the situation. Assault and Para. Are they going to attempt to take it out? No. Just let them be. Let them be. Let them leave.
Oh, look at the cat. It's so cute. But we need to focus on the eliminations right now because there's a lot of elimination points just flowing in. A lot of teams start getting engaged in the battle. And Dax still just sitting outside the play zone, hoping that no one's going to be spotting them. Of course, they won't be spotted, but the main problem here is that they're also tanking a lot of damage from the zone. TRZ being caught in their rotation, being stopped in their tracks. And DRS, the same thing is happening with them too. They did not really expect this sort of an outcome in this area. Unexpected things, and Delta would be ticked off to his death. We're not able to get back to Delta in time, and Delta, unfortunately, is pretty much going to be the casualty over there. That's going to leave the players of DRS with only a 2-man squad to play with.
Well, quite an unfortunate situation for the lads. No way out of that, but let's see if they can find a reset somewhere. And so the good thing is it's still pretty early in the game. They will have plenty of opportunity to rotate towards the safe zone if they have first aids on them, that is. On the other side, the Seal Esports Kisi with a Mini 14. I think that's the third team we are noticing that's just obsessed with that school building.
Yeah. And Seal Esports so far, as you mentioned, yeah, that's the third team just kind of near that building. Maptex Esports, they still have the compound down, but making a rotation outside from that school area is going to be so tough for them.
Let's see, Gremlin Storm now. GSM, they are in a very decent position. They have a lot of important cover positions that they can play with. And the only thing I think that can ruin the day is going to be this team, Godlike Stalwart, who are just a little bit northeast of their position. So unless Godlike Stalwart gets involved, Gremlin Storm can just in fact stay inside their cover for a little while longer. Raw rotating in from the southern edge of the zone will in a few moments come in contact with Elementrix towards the northern side. The northern edge is where the school apartment situation is still going on with DE and Seal Esports putting up a lot of pressure on the players of Maptex who have the school building in their control.
Slip not just around this compound. It's the entire team of Raw have got the control of this one. But even they themselves are barely on the edge. A1NB are in a pretty decent spot so far, but they can also be the center of attraction soon. Teams have definitely found themselves a decent spot so far. Even Incas from the side of Raw hasn't made it inside the circle. He's so far away. Dax are still in the blue. Considering how slow Dax have played this game, it's quite interesting and makes sense too, Johnny. For this game, it's really important for the players of Dax. You remember that?
Yeah.
They were right on the edge of qualifying in. They were on 17th spot. And the 16th spot team was right above them. So it makes a lot of sense why Dax is playing this one so safe, but they still haven't found their hands on a vehicle. And the next circle just takes a big toll away from them. Oh, things are tough.
They have to be extremely cautious of how they want to play this out. Otherwise, they are going to be in a world of hurt. Let's see, the Elementrix Orange is going to be knocked out. Looks like there is no saving him. He's going to get finished off, but no, he gets inside the cover right in the nick of time. And the circle, the zone moving all over Pachinki. Raw securing 2 extra points. Yeta, I believe, has been spotted out as well. Bishal has been pinned down on the other side by the players of Skylightz Gaming. Elementrix, they might just be done for right here.
Elementrix in front of us, and all the 3 players so far are doing pretty okay. 1 player was lost in a battle, but the next circle takes a complete hard shift on the Pachinki City. Of course, something that was not expected at all, but it's a hard shift coming in from the side of circle. And now the teams and the players will have to adjust to it. Elementrix against the players of Skylightz. As the shots are pretty precise, but Elementrix, they themselves as well catch a little bit of return fire. Skylightz Gaming, they're quite spread out well. And Bishal's position is not looking that great. Gets shot at in the back, a complete different third party.
Well, let's see though. IHC, even though they were being put under pressure by the players of Godlike Stalwart, have decided to go on players of Maptex. On the other side, though, we do see the players from Skylightz Gaming fall left, right, and center as well on our screens. Dictator from the side of Gremlin Storm. A nade being lobbed towards the opposition, trying to see if he can find the opening against Jan Mara, while his own teammates are knocked out quite close to him. They want to try and see if they can buy enough breathing room for themselves to go for the revives.
Overcooked it just a bit. The nade wasn't able to sail in right in the perfect place. I'd see with only 3 players, they've managed to survive for a pretty long time and not even take a single casualty. If they do, they'll be dropped down to a 2-man squad. The elimination feed now finally starting to pop up. You do hear a lot of bullets going through. You do hear a lot of mags being unloaded. But that's just damage being chipped out. Just players being softened up. No knockouts on the elimination board. We did see one a while ago, but right now things have settled down a bit. The pressure for the teams inside the Pachinki City will now start to subside. While teams like Raw, Elementrix, Seal, who are still trying to make it in, the pressure is going to be a lot on them. Dax are all the way outside the circle, and if I'm not wrong, they've already been done with.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they were not able to make it inside the circle. Raw to all the 4 players just in action. They're playing like a pack of soldiers. They have a nice 2-2 split. The rest 2 players on the other island. As we have Godlike Stalwart, you mentioned this is the team that knocks. And they are so far just sitting together pretty well. A little split to work off of with. Finally, those little bullets now are finding the connections. We're seeing a couple of knocks happen, but no eliminations.
Well, the zone moving, taking a hard shift towards the northeastern side. It's just going to swing the game completely in the favor of Dead Eyes, guys. A few moments ago, I thought this team was done for, but now this game is going to be theirs to win. Let's see if they can handle the pressure.
Yeah.
Although on the other side, Raw official Smokey has single-handedly pinned down the entire team from the side of Skylightz Gaming. But he has to be extremely careful. Seal Esport not too far away as well. The moment they come on top of the ridge, they're going to hear this commotion. They're going to see if they can take Smokey down.
And unfortunately, too many bullets to deal with and try and dodge. Coming on his way, he just got knocked out. But Raw, they definitely are looking quite hurt, but they just straight up send it against the players of Skylightz Gaming, and Skylightz Gaming, they cannot stop this push, no matter what whatsoever. They're definitely crumbling down slowly and steadily as Mr. Boro just sits inside the vehicle. Unfortunately, he doesn't see the man passing by, but he still turns around and slaps him down. Mr. Boro is playing this one so perfectly. Those micro adjustments, those repositionings are being done pretty well. And Raw, now the rest of the cavalry is going to be there too. They're unfortunately split in a 2-2 manner, but it didn't really work out. In the end, they still come out on top of that fight with 3-player surviving, but what a nade from Godlike Stalwart to just minimize all the threat that was being thrown in their way, and now the threat's almost being neutralized, or nullified if you like to call it. Vector in the close range, of course, is going to be quite devastating, but he will only be able to find one, and that's all he gets.
Well, let's see though how far they're going to go in, because he has been revived and he is back on his feet. Godlike Stalwart on the other side, losing 2 players. 1952 going for a push, while Pika is going to run on the first floor with Top. And Scry is going to be there as well. He just got a revive, but he's extremely low for now. Elementrix on the other side, they have been eliminated. Trades come in, and Top on the door! Catches the opposition completely unaware. He goes for the second, and whoa!
Wow.
Even though there were just 2 players from the side of Godlike Stalwart left standing, they still destroy the entirety of 1954. Well, they blundered much worse than me, I guess.
Johnny just lost his words, man. Oh boy.
I thought
understandable.
Godlike Stalwart was done.
No, it's understandable. It's understandable why you're in a loss of words, because this is really unbelievable with the way they just pulled off that clutch against the players in 1952. They wiped out 2 teams in a matter of seconds like it's nothing. Now it's time for A1 Esports to go as well, if Godlike Stalwart are really feeling themselves. A1NB, though, against the players of DRS, they're going to put the final nail in the coffin as they get eliminated on 8th spot. All the 4 players up, even for this team. Godlike Stalwart has to be the biggest thorn in their way. How are the players of Deadeye's guys going to make it in, though? They're all the way on the other side. A1NB now will have clear line of sight as soon as they decide to rotate inside the circle. So all the 3 players will need to try and send it. I'm not even sure if they have the vehicles available. But Deadeye's guys, this is going to be quite a tough one for them.
Yeah, I'm just impressed that IHC with just 3 players have managed to make it this far in the game. And look at how these 3 are playing. They're not stopping, they're pushing for every fight, they're not holding anything back. Assassin has to be careful, he has to be an assassin. In fact, just was able to take down one, instantly gets deleted 1 second later.
And they just did a 3v4 situation with them. Nice one, all the odds were stacked against them, but they still somehow come out on top in that one. As we have Gremlin Storm just getting mowed down with bullets. Max being unloaded on their direction, and it's the players of Godlike Stalwart with some insane amount of firepower just going on their way. A lot of bullets definitely will make you panic, but IT being spotted out in the open. He cannot go anywhere. Alex, unfortunately, this snake this time is not going to be able to cover himself or be the one with the nature. Alex being spotted out. Icy's on his way towards Alex. He really does want to save Alex, but unfortunately, Alex, there's just way too many bullets to deal with in that area. Now the smoke as well is going to get started. Is going to start his spam. And A1NB getting charged down by the players of Deadeye's guys. They realize this is the only way they can decide to live inside the lobby. It's either a do or die moment, and they easily wipe out the existence of A1NB.
Well, Myanmar are going to be forced to take an exit as well. We're down to top 4 teams, 11 players still arriving. Gremlin Storm, they have just 1 player among the mix. IHC have made it to the top 4, Godlike Stalwart and DE. As I said, the hardship of the zone just giving them the game. IHC getting destroyed.
I mean, Deadeye's guys have unlimited ammunition at this point because they
Yeah.
wiped out an entire team in that compound. So they can just go to the death boxes, get more ammunition, come back and keep on mowing the lawns. And just keep on firing inside that smoke. Not let the players of ITC live peacefully. Deadeyes guys and Godlike Stalwart. This is going to be the final boss fight that we're waiting to see. But there are still some snakes in the grass. And the next circle, as it just shifts right in the smack center, even Godlike Stalwart and Deadeyes guys will need to move soon. It's just some matter of seconds. Couple of seconds to go away. And the play zone's going to start to move in 20 seconds. Oh, this is going to be a tough one. The Wall of Death now is definitely going to deal a lot of damage, so you cannot even stay outside of it for even a bit, because you will take a big chunk of HP away. IC just cannot do anything. Underneath the car, it's quite an open area. Easily the shots will be able to sneak in and will be able to take care of himself. But now a big smoke pathway being created from the side of Godlike Stalwart to find a little bit of cover from the players of Deadeyes guys. It's a race to the zone. Whichever team's able to make it inside the zone first will, of course, be able to win the game.
Well, let's see how far, in fact, these teams are willing to push for the win. GSM out of the game. It's D versus Godlike Stalwart now. The final two teams remaining. Top is going to get knocked out by the blue zone, out of all things. And as he falls, his pick, his kill is going to get picked up by the players of the E Warriors. Look at this, though. Deadeyes guys now under putting Godlike Stalwart under heavy pressure. This is going to be their game. It's a 2v2 situation now. 2v3, I'm sorry. Pika has been knocked out. Utility is going to be lobbed upon the players of Godlike Stalwart. Chari taking a lot of damage. He's going to be put extremely low, down to almost 50%. Joker is going to be down to around 70% HP. Scry's HP is, well, he loses a massive chunk of it, in fact, to that nade. Now going for a revive on Pika. And oh my goodness,
God,
Pika gets
done.
wiped. Scry gets knocked. Action is the last player as the moment DE
Molotov.
realizes
Wow.
they know. They get up, they start running, and they shoot him down. Deadeyes guys, the last game, they get an impressive win. What a win.
I mean, the comeback of the century, man. What
Yeah.
a comeback. All the way on the latter half of the board on the final day, and they just strike in with 2 chicken dinners. Not even breaking a sweat. Calm, cool, collected in those final moments, and just getting that. Every single decision they made was so perfect. And that's going to help them get 10 elimination and 25 points in total. That's going to give them 1643 damage still. Nice performance from the side of Deadeyes guys. Definitely something they needed to pull off on the final day, and they did so whatsoever.
Well, what an amazing game. But you know what's exciting, Necro? That our day is still not done. Because after this, we will know what the top 12 is going to look like. And after the top 12, we will have that Livik game. So, and after Livik, we will have the top 16 that will be moving forward to the finals, ladies and gentlemen. But it is going to take a while for Livik, and especially, I think, Necro, I see the smile on your face. I guess you are excited about the shotgun action on that map.
Of course, man. Livik is literally all about close range action, and shotguns are going to be the main guns in that map. With that being said, we are going to push to a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia fall season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by my man Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, the 5 normal matches of the league stages are done. Now what we have left is the newly, freshly introduced bonus game of Livik that is about to begin in a few short moments. But before we do that, we have to talk about the previous match, in which out of nowhere, it was the lads from the side of DE who walked away with the win, but it was top from the side of STE, who walks away with the MVP. Wow.
Yeah, definitely. This is quite an interesting outing over here with 6 knockouts and 86 healing done. Top did win quite a hand right there, and he is, of course, on the first spot in the MVP board, too. So probably after the league stage, it's going to be Top who's on the MVP, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he dished out 1,000 damage, so yeah, why not? Did an incredible job. Godlike Stalwart, although I love the fact that even in a situation where they were the furthest ones away from the zone, they still managed to be this aggressive one way or the other. They always find a way to get those elimination numbers up, and I guess that's their entire game plan. That's what their strategy revolves around usually. But it is going to be interesting to see where does this take them.
Speak about that, and we also have Raw showing themselves up in that previous game. Slipknot with 4 elimination points and 886 damage dealt. Then you have IC coming in too with 4 eliminations. Joker as well from the side of DE guys with 2 eliminations, 720. I wouldn't say it was that big of a heavy elimination game for the players of Deadeyes guys. They mostly played for the win.
Well, I mean, they did play for the win and win the game they did. But on the other side, I mean, one more team that I was very impressed with were the lads from IHC. Because, again, as I said during the game, it was just 3 players from the team. And yet they were more aggressive than when the 4 lads were playing, when the whole team was playing. So, again, when put in a situation with nothing to lose, I guess the players just go all in. Because of which we do see those incredible numbers on the board. But looking at the match summary, highest eliminations, highest damage, all going to top. Then we have highest assists to the man Scry. I think Scry has to be the best player inside of this lobby, inside the entire PMPL lobby. This man is on a whole another level as a support.
Yeah, I mean, Scry is definitely, as you mentioned, he is one of the best players when it comes to the support role. And it's going to be really tough to catch his hand in that one. And he's also able to step up to the occasion if other players are not able to pop off. Sometimes you do see Scry trying to pull some insane plays off as well. And most of the times he does come through victorious as well. But as you mentioned, his job is to stay back and provide the cover fire and play as a support. And he does so perfectly. On the other hand, as you do take a look at the match rankings, Deadeyes guys, of course, with 10 elimination points and 25 points in total. They've got the chicken dinner. Godlike Stalwart with the second place with 11 eliminations and 12 placement points, 23 points secured. So even a good performance from the side of Godlike Stalwart. I really do want to take a look at the overall standings and see how things are looking over there.
Well, I mean, Godlike Stalwart 23, Deadeyes 25, Gremlin Storm walking over with 11 points. I'm getting very confused as to what the overall rankings are going to look like and what the changes are going to be because of this, because DRS just 6 points from this match. And I think one thing is for sure though, that all these teams are going to move to the Livik game because they were doing really well in their rankings this week. But what matters more is going to be the league stage rankings, and especially for the bottom of the leaderboard. But before we do that, a few interesting moments, the Oppo
Yeah.
F21 Pro moment, especially this boxing match right here.
I wouldn't really call it boxing match. The player in the front had a gun, but unfortunately he wasn't able to take him down in one clip, so needed a reload. But as he tried to finish the reload, unfortunately the other enemy team's backup came in and he just shut him down. So yeah, the boxing, it wasn't a complete boxing match, but I just love the fact that even though he was solo, he was still just running behind him with only fists, just trying to take him down no matter what, just creating a highlight clip. But Godlike Stalwart over here too in those final moments, of course, this is what they like to do. Once they do find that comfort spot, they will just start challenging fights in some incredible angles. They will try to make some unique angles happen. Off angles is definitely how the players of Godlike Stalwart like to peek from, and they do so perfectly as well. Now, finally, as we do speak about Godlike Stalwart, with that game, they only managed to push themselves up on the second spot in the overall rankings, but they still have one more game to go, one more chance to get that first spot in their hands if possible. And it is not impossible. All they need is 30 points. If DRS is not able to get any points in the Livik game, there's a little chance that Godlike Stalwart might get it.
Well, let's see if they do actually manage to get it, or are they going to be taken out extremely early in the next game. The problem in this fact is going to be that Necro, you don't get as much points for the Livik chicken dinner as you get for a normal win. So I think they're going to have to get a lot more elimination numbers, which they usually can on the Livik game. But, alright, so Dax are out. Dax won't get to play in the Livik game even though their points are tied with A1 and B. Talk about that for a second, my man.
I mean, it is going to be quite interesting as you do take a look at the latter half of the board, though. And A1 and B on the 12th spot. Okay, so at least A1 and B barely qualified in the top 12, so they will be able to play that Livik game. So that's a good thing. They took a 2-position leap in the final game. That's going to be something that'll really save them. And as you do take a look at the schedule, we have Livik upcoming soon, too. With, and this Livik, as we said, top 12 teams are only going to be able to play that Livik game. This Livik game is going to be more important for, I guess, godlike Stalwart to try and topple over the players of DRS. And as we were speaking of the point structure, this is right here in front of you guys. Point structure for the Livik game is going to be completely different from all the other games, where the first position will only be getting 10 points, the second will be getting 6, and of course it's going to keep on descending downwards.
Well, I mean, as we were talking about it, 10 points, just 10 points for the chicken dinner. Then you have to work towards those elimination numbers. So it's going to be a stressful task for the players of godlike Stalwart. But I guess that just means all DRS has to do to get those 20 bonus points for this week is not get taken out super early in this game. So I guess we are going to find out how this final Livik is going to go. And after that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out what the top 16 is going to be like for the grand finals. But before that, Necro, prediction for the last game.
Prediction for the last game.
Yeah.
Man, this is Livik map, bro. Okay, you know what? I really do want one Livik right prediction, one correct Livik prediction. And I want to make this 10. I'm not sure if this is our only chance. This is our last chance to make a prediction or not. But I really do want to make it 10. So I need a little time to think here. Johnny, what about you, man? You go first. You first.
All right. Let me think. I'm going to use my psychic powers to try and figure out what I want from this game. And my prediction is... I'm confused, actually. I want to go either for DRS or godlike Stalwart. What do you think, Necro? You pick one.
I think so. Godlike Stalwart really does need that first spot. So this game is going to be important. But if you really do, I mean, if you realistically speak,
but they need 20 eliminations to get
it's not possible. Realistically, it's not possible. So godlike Stalwart's out the game. So at this point in time, I would just say it's.
Or maybe someone else entirely like walks away with the win. You're going with DW?
Yeah, DW.
All right. If you're going with DW, then I guess I'll take godlike Stalwart because main rivals, same region. No, DW is his prediction. His prediction. Mine is godlike Stalwart. Yes.
Yeah, mine is DW. Go with me. Okay.
Or I can just say copy paste and try and irritate Necro for a bit.
Wait, why is mine godlike Stalwart? Hello?
Yes, Necro.
No.
Now you're godlike Stalwart.
No, I'm back to DW. Yes, let's go. DW is my prediction. But ladies and gentlemen, you guys will be able to make the predictions as well in the chat, of course. All you guys need to do is vote, space the team tag in the PUBG Mobile South Asia YouTube channel. With that being said, the Livik game should be starting soon, and I'm pretty stoked for this one. We were having a conversation about the shotguns. And Johnny, are you expecting some early game battles or not?
I mean, yeah, it is Livik. I mean, it's one of the smallest map in the game. Every single time, we witnessed it twice so far. And every time it's two teams clash dropping, and then instantly you hear those boom, 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 the shotguns popping, people falling down. Up until the late game when there's like 3-4 teams left, that is when we see the ARs in action. But before that, it's all just shotguns being picked up because how the structures and how the map has been designed. Also, extremely beautiful map. I wish a place like this existed on this planet so that I could actually go and visit there.
Speak of this, Johnny, as we have the plant flat path on our screen, starting all the way from the bottom left from Heli towards Iceborg. And this plant flat path, of course, it's not really going to matter. No matter where it starts from, you will be easily able to glide towards the place you really want to. And now my eyes are going to be on the players of DEW, because that's my prediction, and that's the team I went with. So where are they exactly dropping?
Well, let's see.
Oh, they're almost on the northern side, right next to the players of Deadeyes, guys.
Yeah, they're at the shipyard, quite close to the waterfall.
Yeah.
And all right, D Warriors are, or no, they are actually up north, right there. DE, I think, in a decent position, if I'm not wrong. DE have done quite well for themselves in both the Liviks that have happened so far. But this time, Janmara on our screen. M4 picked up already by No Fear. On the other side, T2K Chain running around with nothing but a pistol. And this is the first fight right here. T2K Legend has the UMP. Sinister from the side of A1 NB is going to try and see if his AKM can outdo the damage that Legend can pull off. Legend is also extremely low. Already has taken a few hits on his body. Look at that. Rules from the side of DRS is going to be dropped by Yeta from Elementrix. So Livik is, again, a very fast-paced map.
It indeed is a pretty fast-paced map, and if you do speak about the fast pace, that means also some early games action, and that's what exactly is happening. A1NP, they're just crossing out in the open. They definitely are taking a lot of damage, but they are able to find them threat neutralized as well in the front. A1NP so far, they're doing a really good job taking the fight against the players of T2K, but T2K as well, they're not backing away. They're taking the fight against the players of A1 themselves. The threat so far in the clotheslines being neutralized, but the entire team of T2K hasn't been taken care of. An instant third party in the back lines. T2K did not see that coming. Deadeyes, guys, just taking a big advantage of this entire action.
Well, let's see. Even though the individuals do go down on this map quite early, it is quite difficult for the squad wipes. It's still quite difficult for the squad wipes, in fact. On our screens, it's going to be on top from the side of DE. Has to be extremely careful. Two teams in front, one right behind. Very difficult for him to get out of the situation alive. In one piece, in fact. Maybe his teammates can help him out.
Right now, A1NB, they were dropped down to a three-man squad, but they almost dismantled the entire team of T2K. In the end, they also got third party, so now T2K is only left with Jane alive. And Jane, too, is just keeping his head tucked down. Look at this. DW now on top of the players of Deadeyes, guys, but they have no clue that Charizard is right on the other side. Chari definitely does hear a lot of footsteps fading away, but at least he knows that the footsteps are fading away. It's nowhere near close to him. They're backing away. They're retreating away. Or else this could be another interesting fight. Do you see? I'd see too. They're in quite an interesting position.
Yeah. I'd see it's actually all over the place. Outside the zone, in fact. It's trying to play late, I guess.
Yeah.
A little slower than usual.
Elementrix is all the way in the bottom right too. They lost out on two players early off. So, of course, they're inside Dry Dock. Godlike Stalwart. As always, that's their spot, and no one dares to challenge them in that drop spot. Just being the kings of that place. John Mara, they have spotted out the players of DRS. Early off the bat, of course, these teams are going to be right next to each other. Action was quite interesting too, but it was only at the start. Later on, now things are being calmed.
Well, let's see DRS in the, not in the crosshairs, but in the vision of the lad from Janmara right there. Have to be extremely careful as they get spotted out. It's going to be really easy for him to take down at least one or two players with a single spray, because the exits are going to be marked of this house. Wait, what was that? We've seen the dog, we've seen the cat. What was that, Nikra? Give it a name.
Creature.
Little Mr. Robot.
It's just a pet, man. Ooh, look what he's doing. So far,
Secrets of Livik are going to be revealed.
not a lot's happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. Teams are inside the circle, and they're having a good time too. They don't really need to fight against each other, and that's why they're just keeping themselves a little safe and sound. Even DW, they're right in the smack center. We're just waiting for the next circle shift to happen and show its true intentions, where it really does want to be shifted around. Even Skylightz Gaming, they're still outside the circle, not even close to the zone. They'll probably try to make it in. It's not going to be that hard to make it inside zone. Like, even in foot, you can pretty much just easily make it in. But if Skylightz Gaming do, then there might be a big threat for the players of Gremlin Storm, who are barely on the edge, right in front of the players of Skylightz Gaming. And I don't think so they have any clue that Skylightz Gaming's behind them. But I@C, they find a man slipping by, but they are not going to let him slip away.
Well, let's see. As you said, they are not going to let them slip away. I@C, especially after that previous game, I think Godless is quite angry. He was forced to miss out on that match. Not forced exactly, I guess, but he wants to make up for all the eliminations that he himself could not secure for his team. And Alex is just making the situation worse. Let the man get those finishes. Otherwise, it is going to hurt everyone quite a lot. But all jokes aside, I@C, they're the furthest one away from the zone, along with the players of Elementrix and Skylightz Gaming. So 3 teams playing a late rotation game. Elementrix, in fact, still towards the dry dock area, while the players from the Skylightz Gaming squad are just crossing Eastport towards
Esports.
the... Yeah. If there were a bunch of them, we could call them Eastports.
Esports. But yeah, the circle definitely does shift up top left. Still, the circle's quite big, and there's a lot of empty space. And the players of Skylightz Gaming can definitely try to capitalize, but now as they have started to move in from the back, Gremlin Storm, they have no clue that there's a big threat lingering around in the back lines. That's going to be in the name of Skylightz Gaming. And within a few seconds, they should have the line of sight onto them too. And this is the fun thing about this map. You never know which area is going to be safe or not. It's so small that you're even going to be scared to challenge fights. As soon as you start revealing your position away, you're instantly going to get engaged in a third party. One of the players from the Raw pulled up, but decided to not challenge a fight against him. Instantly decided to back out. DW so far, they're looking pretty good in the position they found themselves in. Kind of in the center of the circle. They don't need to move out anywhere.
Oh no, Gremlin Storm Knight is just waiting for the players of Skylightz Gaming to show up. And here they are, the slam is going to be there, but do they know there's a man waiting for him upstairs? It's not Muffin Ninja, he runs into the other building, and now he's back here.
Yeah, they have no clue that there's a threat just proning inside the building. And Knight is so smart that he's closed all the doors of this building too, so he does not want anyone to know that he's just camping on the other side. Knight finally pops up, finds 1 second, one more to go. Doesn't have a shotgun in the close range, and now that's why he will be taken down as well. Knight single-handedly just eating 2 players of Skylightz Gaming alive. And now Skylightz Gaming left with only 2-man squad. That late rotation did really not work out. They had no clue that they were stepping inside an unknown territory.
Just a complete debate moment over there. But also showcasing why being patient sometimes does give you massive rewards. Nima and AJ, all that remains from the side of Skylightz Gaming now. And Gremlin Storm, they do realize that they only got 2 players. There are 2 more headed their way, especially with how Knight had positioned himself. He saw all of them enter. So now, Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be gatekeeper in the situation. The blue zone is here as well. It's going to close. We are going to see it move. It looks like this game... Alright, Necro, this is going to be another godlike stalwart win, I guess.
Probably. GSM in the front. I'm not sure. But still, let's just see, you know? As you said, it's probably going to be another godlike stalwart win, but you still have DE in contention. You still have A+C alive with all the 4 players. There's so many teams with all the 4 players, even Giant Mara. Anything can happen. Yeah, A+C, that, I mean, godlike stalwart, they definitely just don't need to leave that compound no matter what. So there's not going to be a lot of threat onto themselves, but as soon as other teams, they do start ramming their vehicles in that compound itself, then maybe problems can start to occur for the players of godlike stalwart. And right now, Deadeye's guys have successfully managed to wipe out an entire team as, one player will be completely confirmed. DW is being a big problem for the players of Deadeye's guys, and these 2 teams have always had a little collision.
Well, let's see though, DRS as they get eliminated. We are down to 9 teams, 30 players still alive. Skylightz Gaming, they're down to the last 2 players. Elementrix as well. Gianmar are doing really well for themselves with 3 eliminations and managing to keep all 4 of their players alive. Deadeye's guys. The one thing we have going for them right now is the fact that they have a good position inside the circle. So they aren't really... They are not going to be required to move out or challenge anyone for those squad fights. They can just stay hidden, stay safe, just play for placement points for a bit.
That's what they'll probably try to do. Gremlin Storm in the front. All the 4 players. Elementrix being picked off. Bishal out the equation from the lobby. This Livik game has been quite interesting. The action sometimes is completely hot and then instantly it just cools down. Shots are definitely being heard. And Gremlin Storm is now in a big world of trouble because they need to move out in the open too. The circle is kind of far away from them. Some of the players from the side of GSM has already managed to find a little footing inside the circle, but godlike stalwart, they're just continuing to pressure him all the time. The next circle is about to pop up soon, and it's going to center on up once more. Godlike stalwart, they're still inside in that compound, and they're still safe. Even DEW shouldn't be that much of a struggle for them to make it inside the circle either.
We'll see though, GSM, a lot of damage is out. Nima takes 1 down, but forgets about the player that are extremely close to him. Now backs off. What a brilliant moment from Nima. He's going for an insane punish on the players of GSM. Even though it's going to be quite difficult for them to finish them off, still just delaying the opposition sometimes can be a game changer in a situation like this. So let's see what the end result is going to be. What?
Gremlin Storm and Skylightz Gaming. The battle of shotguns, that's about to happen soon. Rowdy's taking a lot of shots, but he turns around instantly. Good reflexes from that man, but before going down, he also gets the confirmation flowing in his favor. So at least he had that going for himself. A1 and B now against the players of Deadeye Skies, as it's going to be Koa and Sinister only. Koa is taken down way too low, but the shotguns this time are going to be stronger as always. And the Molotov is perfectly placed too. That's gonna knock out Chari, but that's gonna be only a knock, not an elimination point. Deadeye's guys, they should be able to recover pretty safely, as they were inside the compound, and no one's gonna try to challenge that compound whatsoever. The next circle takes a big northern shift, shifting away from the players of even Deadeye's guys and A+C and John Mara. Godlike Stalwart are barely squeezing themselves in the compound they found in.
Well, the Warriors, in the meanwhile, from the distance, are just charging towards the zone, where the players from A+C and got like Stalwart are fighting against each other, but over here it looks like Janmara have decided to gatekeep the players of DE Warriors. Gunner and No Fear doing whatever they can to slow down the opposition from moving further than they already have.
Oh, the fights.
Snipe.
Yeah, the fights are breaking down. And finally, John Mara against the players of DEW. DEW, that's quite a desperate rotation. And of course, it doesn't really work out that perfectly. Oh, the Trace is going to be there. DEW in a big world of trouble. They're just getting mowed down by the players of Giant Mara outside the zone, as they themselves are also taking a lot of damage. With that being said, DEW too, they take an exit from the game. Even godlike Stalwart are taking a bit of punches in their gut.
Well, let's see. Down to the top 3 teams. Godlike Stalwart, as you said, they are going to be a player down. Elementrix is the last player left standing. Pika, he's going to give a revive to his teammate Action. While IHC use this opportunity to close the distance between them and the opposition. They are outside the zone. If godlike Stalwart can just delay the players of IHC, they're going to be able to go ahead and walk away with a win on yet another Livik.
One more team to go, Johnny.
Yeah, it's a complete 4v4.
IHC versus godlike Stalwart, the old days.
Oh.
Back in the day, these two teams used to be the best inside the lobby, and once again, you see them stand off against each other. Is it going to be IHC, or is it going to be godlike Stalwart to steal with this one home? But the circle sort of favors the players of godlike Stalwart. And IHC now will really be pushed outside their comfort zone. This will definitely make him shake a little bit. But Demo needs to make it inside the zone as soon as possible. He's taking a lot of damage. The circle's moving in. Demo is still outside, just going for a little bit of heals, but he can do nothing. IHC is getting dismantled as they're looking to approach the zone, but godlike Stalwart themselves are getting a little bit too overconfident. IHC, they're somehow getting the crawl back up inside the fight. They're clawing their way in. As Pika's on top, Action and Pika are the only 2 players left, but Action is not able to survive the wrath of IHC, as IHC, they shut him down, and now it's only Pika to go. Pika is going for the res inside the house, and IHC realizes that Molotov's instantly to flush him outside his position, but the Molotov's not going to catch him on fire.
Well, let's see. Players extremely low. IHC moving forward. In fact, IHC leading the charge over here. Pika is going to have to go for those revives as quickly as possible. With Top being back on his feet, he's going to heal up. He's going to try and see if he can stop the players from IHC in their tracks. Players knocked out from the side of IHC in the rear as well. Oh, everyone's so low.
Oh,
look at that. Revives have been completed. Oh no! Getting shot in the back. All of a sudden, Pika a little too overeager to put a weapon play right there. Is going to be knocked out by a wonderful nade from the side of IC. Look at that. Godless and Alex are back as well there. It's a 4v3 situation, 4v2 in fact. And Scry, it's no time to go for a revive now. You will have to go for the gunfight. Scry is going to get destroyed. That means Stop is left all alone in a 1v3. Brings it down to a 1v2, but won't be able to close it out. And that's the game right there. That's the last game of the day. Livik all done and dusted in the hands of A+B+C Esports. An amazing win for them.
Oh man, they're still there, huh? The firepower is still there, even though they were in a big disadvantage. They still somehow won this fight. They needed to make it inside the circle. They did, and they obliterated the players of godlike Stalwart in their own hometown.
I mean, definitely.
I'd see. What a breach, man. What a breach from them. Perfectly played, perfectly executed that fight. Godlike Stalwart couldn't stand a chance, and I'd see in the end we're also standing 3 players. But I would say godlike Stalwart were a little bit too confident in that fight. Let's be honest. They were taking some peaks that were way too bold.
I think just the bold step, first of all, was the super late rotation that they worked with, and yet it worked out quite nicely for them. But with this game being done, the league stages have come to an end now. Entire league stages. So we will have to do the number crunching to find what the rankings are. But for that, we're going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, that was the main studio right there with Pipul, main host for on the Nepali broadcast. But this is your boy on the English broadcast, Super Johnny, and that's my boy Necro right there. What are you doing, Necro?
I'm doing great, man. Today's day has been great. I love
Yep.
how you said, this is your boy and this is my boy. All right, man. I'm your boy, bro.
We're homies.
Homies. But yeah, we're about to see the MVP of that previous game, and it's going to be Demo from the side of ITC with 2 knockouts and 4 elimination points with the damage number of 519 with the survival time of 1753. Demo has definitely shined through quite bright, but we're still waiting for the upcoming more graphics because ITC, of course, they dominated their way through, and the good part is that ITC was a team that made quite a late rotation inside the circle as well.
Yeah. And I mean, it was incredible, especially, I mean, I have to say, Demo did an incredible job, but you know who I think the MVP should go to? It was IC. That man right there. He might not have the elimination numbers, but without the utilities that he lobbed towards the players of God like Stalwart, I don't think there would have been an opening for the lads of IHC to work with. So, yeah, a brilliant job by all these players. Knight, an incredible ambush on the players of Skylightz Gaming as well. I think the players of Skylightz Gaming are always going to remember it and remember him as well.
Oh, yeah.
But it was an incredible moment, a good game of Livik. But now, I just want to see the overall league rankings. What is the top 16? Who is going to the finals?
We'll be able to figure it out, Johnny. Before that, we have a couple of more graphics to go. You forgot about the highlights? Huh? You forgot about the match rankings? A lot of things will be done here, Johnny. We're still here for a decent amount of time. And before that, we will also need to take a look at the match summary. And in the match summary, as you do see, Demo IC is there. And IC too, I'm loving the fact that even he himself is now showing up on the board.
Well, he is there in highest assist, highest damage as well. Makes it in the list of highest eliminations as well. Look at that. But highest ceiling down goes to Orange from Elementrix. And so this is why I think Elementrix is one of the teams that is a wild card, because they were in such a bad shape in this game. I didn't think it was possible for them to make it into the top 3. Yet, there they are going to be. I mean, they got a lot of points from this particular match, all because of the survival placement skills that the players have in them. It's just a matter of fact that when Elementrix have the zone is only when we see them being a little bit aggressive. Otherwise, they want to play for those survival points. That is why they do end up being the wild card in the entire lobby. But talking about the game, 20 points to IHC Esports, DE walking away with 8. Godlike Stalwart, not really a performance that they thought they were going to have. I think they wanted to finish on the first position. But DRS, look at that. I think DRS went complete YOLO in this match.
They indeed did. They indeed go complete YOLO on that one. And makes sense too, man. Why do they need to even try and defend? They know they already have a big cushion.
Already
they don't need
number
to care about anything. Yeah, they're already on the first spot in this entire weekly overall rankings. It should be popping up soon before, after the match rankings, as we've already seen them. But again, DRS conversation's definitely done. But now we need to take a look at the highlights. This fight was definitely quite interesting between the players of T2K and even A1NB. And I'm surprised the fact that A1NB was able to come out on top in this one pretty much.
Well, yeah. I mean, A1NB, I think it's just the fact that the position worked out for them. Because after a certain point, this map does become quite random, wherein if you don't have the zone, you won't get in the zone. You will get taken out. It's very easy to third-party people on this particular map. So, because of which A1NB did benefit from the fact that the stars aligned for them, the luck favored them for a few short moments. But apart from that, I think with how IHC went on to execute that entire fight against the players of Godlike Stalwart was pretty incredible. And look at that, IHC, just an absolute domination. 1500 damage dished out, 10 eliminations secured, so on average doing just 150 for every single elimination they get.
I mean, oh boy, yeah, perfect 1500 damage dealt. Look at that. Perfect number, not even up, not down. Perfect 1500 damage dealt with 10 eliminations. Yeah, Godlike Stalwart too. That means IHC, they got 20 points inside this entire match, and that's why I want to know what position IHC have gone after this one, because If I'm not wrong, before this game, I'd see they did kind of make a big climb in the overall rankings too. They had a decent leap. But after this game, I'd say should be in a decent spot. Again, for them, as all that matters is as long as they're able to qualify inside, that's all that's really going to be mattering. But another team that was really in the close run for the overall league standings on the 17th spot were the players of Dax, and we still need to figure it out if how the storyline is looking like on that side. As if you do take a look at the bonus ranking, and inside the bonus ranking, Godlike Stalwart and DRS, they're on the equal page.
Well, even though they are going to be equal, DRS are going to be on the second position. The more consistent performances being counted. But look at this. League bonus points, 19 points going to DRS Gaming, 17 points going to IHC. High voltage, oh no, the drop is going to be there. They're going to be starting off with 55 points. So their run in the last week, not really giving them anything else. Gremlin Storm, look at that, very impressive. As we have been praising Gremlin Storm's comeback, it's just the last week that gets them through. They're sitting on the 10th position in the bonus point rankings with 5 points for first week, 7 points for second week, and then there's the 18 and the 10.
I mean, look, now if you do take a look at the latter half of the board, Maptix, this is where I really am interested, because this week today, Maptix's performance has been completely down. And if you do speak about the upcoming grand finals, I'm not sure how the momentum is going to be looking for Maptix. 1952, week 1 was completely good, but then later on that downfall was clearly seen in the every single week rankings, and not just that, even in the overall league standings, 1952's downfall was seen. And inside week 3, 1952 wasn't there. So there's, of course, a lot of mysteries that are going to be revealed soon as the overall league standings will be shown, and that's what we're waiting for. And there we go. These are the overall rankings of this week. And the overall rankings of this week, yeah, of course, DRS is going to be at the top. Godlike Stalwart on the second spot. IHC, they got themselves a big boost, and they managed to sneak inside the top 5, Johnny.
Well. I mean, top 5 finish for the players of IHC. And again, at the very last moment, I mean, a surprise entry. But talking about surprises, I think it's just the fact that Gremlin Storm in the overall ranking did manage to finish in the top 3. I'm actually impressed with that. And congratulations to the players of GSM as well. It was an impressive run in this final week, but again, it all won't matter if the top 16 is not there in the overall league ranking. So I know for audience, for all the viewers, things will sound a little bit confusing as to why are we looking at 3 different leaderboards. But one is the weekly rankings, which decide how many bonus points you get for the grand finals. Before this, we had a look at the bonus point ranking for the finals. So the teams will be starting with as many points that they had on the previous table. This decided who got how many points. And then the next thing, ladies and gentlemen, that we'll see in a few short moments are going to be the league rankings, from where the top 16 will be moving to the finals.
Now all this is done, still waiting for the overall league standings, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm waiting for. Okay, this is done. Maptix Esports were all the way in the bottom, but they still managed to qualify in the overall league standings, no matter what, because week 2 was really good for Maptix.
Yeah, I was just saying TRZ didn't finish last this week.
Wow, that's kind of toxic. But if you do take a look at the overall league standings, oh, they're showing the latter half first, and we actually needed to see the latter half first too, because in the latter half is where you're going to be seeing a lot of surprises.
Oh, look at that. Dax, A1, TRZ, Seal are out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is what we saw to the final day, too. So this was expected. These teams were not really able to perform on the occasion, and that's why. I mean, they tried. Don't get me wrong. They definitely did try. We were seeing them trying to pull that off. You could always see that they're trying their best. They're giving it all they have, but unfortunately, they were always being suppressed down. They were not really able to adapt to the lobby. And they, of course, failed, and that's why you're not going to be seeing them. But at least TRZ didn't end on the last note.
Yeah, so, no, apart from TRZ, I think, again, we have discussed TRZ enough. I think it's time to talk about Skylightz Esports, finishing dead last, even though they are considered one of the best teams from their particular region in South Asia as well. And, alrighty, Godlike Stalwart.
Godlike Stalwart are going to be your league state champions, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, godlike stalwart. All the glory is yours to be claimed. And again, DRS over here, as you do see on the second spot. Unfortunately, they were ruling the overall rankings for a decent amount of time, but in the end, godlike stalwart, they just overtook him and they won this entire league stage. But on the other hand, even IT on the top 4, Johnny.
Yeah, IHC again, they just didn't move up the rankings in the weekly rankings, just one position. They finished in the top 4 at the very last moment in the overall league rankings as well. Look at that. So I'm pretty sure the players of IHC are going to be very mad about this. They're going to be angry with the fact that they just missed out on the top 3 with 1 point. Also, DRS, they deserve the praise, man. They deserve a huge round of applause. It was such a good chase. It was such a good momentum because godlike stalwart, everyone's used to it. Godlike stalwart finishes first. Our reactions are, all right, what's new? This team wins every single day. They are so used to winning, it's second nature to them. But with DRS, a team that was, well, considered one of the best in their region, taking a tumble for at least 2 seasons and then showing up over here in this PMPL South Asia this strongly, I think that is an impressive performance from the players of DRS. Deadeyes, guys, today was their day. They dominated the entire day. Look at the amount of eliminations they have racked up. These lads have racked up for themselves. And it was an impressive performance from these players as well. Especially, I think it's great to see Chari and Onta back in their old forms. I don't know about you, but I personally felt like they were playing on the back foot for a little while now. But this week has been really good for them.
This week was definitely quite good, and this is what they really did realize too. I mean, again, Johnny, this really does just draw our conversation back. Yeah. We all knew this was going to happen no matter what. We even called for the comebacks, and today all the teams that were in the latter half of the board that we know deserve to be on the first half made the comeback. Comeback happened, and the final results are in front of you guys. The league stage is pretty much concluded, and as Johnny mentioned, next week the grand finals are going to be played to find out who is going to be the champion or who is going to be the winner. And then the top 10, of course, move on forward to the South Asia Championship.
Yeah, top 10 from South Asia finals will be moving forward to the South Asia Championship. Top 6 from the PMPL Pakistan finals will be moving forward to the SC Championship as well, ladies and gentlemen. So it's going to be a mix, but top 107 eliminations in total.
There's it quite close, though. Still, ladies and gentlemen, listen to this. DEW are a new set of players inside this, so I feel like they deserve a lot of respect. 3 players from that team is in the elimination leaderboards, and it's not a joke. 3 players is in the elimination leaderboards. The 4th player, of course, not seen because it might be on the support role or something, but oh my god. Yeah, what's up?
What I was about to say was it should be a sign for the players of godlike stalwart to start preparing. Otherwise, they might just suffer the same fate that happened to Zeus Esports eventually. I mean, the performance dip that was there, it's still ongoing. I mean, we do see the old echoes of the old Zeus every now and then, but that era was different.
That was
the earlier Zeus Esport hit different. And
it
then
was all the
Astra
PMCOs and stuff. You would see Zeus already qualified inside the PMPL, and you would know, oh, this is going to be like the final boss and stuff, you know?
Yeah. And it is going to be quite incredible to see how, in fact, these teams are going to be trying their level best in the grand finals as well. Daily winners on our screens. We have T2K walking away with the first game, 1952. All fresh faces, but still Deadeyes guys managing to win the 2 matches in a single day was extremely important for them as well. They had a decent run now. It's time to carry forward the momentum for the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, which are going to be starting, by the way, on the 30th of September, and they will go on till this second. So the next weekend is when the grand finals will take place. Mark the date on your calendars. Be prepared for the action. Grand finals always get very intense because right now, for example, I'll give you a small little example, right? We saw godlike stalwart play extremely aggressively right now.
Yeah.
They won't play the same way in the grand finals.
No, they won't. They won't, man. They will really, really, really play it safe as possible. As we have the overall summary, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us. And yeah, as you do see, of course, on day 1, it was dominated by the players of Giant
Yep.
Mara. Day 2 was dominated by the players of A1NB. Day 3, it was Godlike Stalwart. Day 4, DRS. And Day 5, of course, it's the players of Deadeye Sky. So again, we saw a big uphill performance from the side of A1NB in the Day 2. They did manage to secure a big leap and big lead, but unfortunately they weren't really able to capitalize onto it in the upcoming days. And this is the problem with the players of A1NB. Now they need to go back to the boot camp. They need to sit together and talk with each other and try and figure out a way to find that consistency in the roster and find a way to not really overstep in some decisions and also get a little bit of more confidence into yourself. And yeah, that's all I'm going to say. All you guys are lacking is some confidence, and there are sometimes the moments where you guys really do end up overstepping.
I think they just overslept a little bit too much. That's it. Because A1NB, I mean, the performance in this final week was absolutely incredible. The comeback was great, but you're playing with a 2-week deficit against the rest of the lobby, right?
Yeah.
It's very difficult to overcome a deficit of more than 70 points, more than 80 points. They did that. They were dead last in the rankings at one point of time. They jumped up 2 positions, almost made it. I have to say, had there been a few more games every single day, 1 game every single day extra, I'm pretty sure A1 Esports would have finished in the top 16 and made it to the finals. But my problem is in the fact this happens every single time. So it is something that, as you said, it needs to change. And I'm pretty sure they are headed on the right path. They are headed in the right direction, because the firepower that we saw from this team in this final week, in the last few days, was incredible. They looked so good. I think this is the best run from A1NB that I've seen in a while now, apart from the PMGC performance a few years back. But it is going to be absolutely important that we get that PMGC A1NB back. That team was so amazing. And the reason, as you said, like, confidence does matter. I think so. Over the years, what has happened is when you constantly keep falling down, when you keep making mistake, you don't realize, all right, I need to fix this mistake. Sometimes you just start blaming yourself, and you do take a hit on your confidence. I think A1NB, this should be a booster for them. Like, all right, we went up against the best again, and we did take them out multiple times. So maybe we're just gonna try and emulate the same things on a bigger scale, like throughout the 3 weeks in the next tournament. And this time around, I think it's going to be a while since I've not seen A1NB in the finals of a PMPL.
Yeah, it's definitely been quite a while, man. But again, Johnny, everything's done, man. Everything's wrapped up.
No, they're not done. We still have the grand finals, and you know when it's going to happen?
For the league stage, I'm talking about, man. Come on, for today.
I thought you would. Yeah, we are done for the day, but
we're done for the day.
Do make sure to tune in for the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, happening next weekend. Next weekend, 30th is when the grand finals begin. Mark the date on your calendar. Yes, lots of love to you guys. Love to you, Necro, as well. We'll see you guys next weekend. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.